the company is targeting. So for them, that happiness is what even we are looking out for.
We are here to spread happiness. At the same time, I would say our underwriting should not be a riskier one. But we believe in these people, we want to serve these people, we want to cater these people. And probably in next 3 years, I want to see at least 5 to 7,000 happy families.
Of over 175 years, the Times Group is today India's biggest media conglomerate, with a 360-degree presence in the world of media and reporting. An integral part of that great legacy, ET Edge, is the conference platform of the Economic Times. It is an initiative that has been taken to create knowledge platforms across multiple industries that would connect, engage and empower businesses.
ET Edge Summit is an extraordinary idea. I think it is the need of the hour. I think this idea of talking about how to build our future is the mandate of our Prime Minister. Of effective and result-oriented interaction is connecting the right people at the right time and at the right place. Edge provides the ideal platform for interaction and exchange of knowledge. These platforms not only serve as meeting grounds for the industry, but they also become highly motivational for the delegates and young minds.
India is a $2 trillion economy today. Can we not dream of an India with a $20 trillion economy? By engaging minds through carefully researched modes of summits and conferences, ET Edge creates an ideal social and business ecology for the industry. To ensure that these platforms are unrivaled hubs for seeking information in the vertical they cater to, agendas for each conference are designed after extensive market research.
For smart city concept to first of all succeed, there is a need for change of mindset.
Our business is our people and people are our business.
ET Edge engages itself to ensure that the forums would ensure senior decision makers are equipped with information to respond to challenges they face, not just in India, but also globally.
We could become the workhorse of the world, the manufacturing hub of the world, the people supplier of the world, the human resources supplier of the world at all levels.
Till today, through its summits and conferences, ET Edge has empowered industries across various sectors. The partners associated with ET Edge have a strong standing within the industries as well. With 80 plus summits, 270 plus ministers, 1600 plus speakers, 12,000 plus delegates, 1,000 plus associates and partners, ET Edge today has become the #1 meeting ground for the industry.
And India has a huge talent pool and gives us ideas, new thoughts, new possible solutions to issues that we are grappling with.
I think the delta to be made in India versus China is just extremely significant, and that's why people are coming here.
It is time for, I think, a developers lobby to come together and really push the government for a quantum change.
And the challenge is not only growth, the challenge is how do we manage this growth.
A great brand is not defined by any one thing that a company does, but it's actually a summation of all the various things that a company does.
The future of this country depends on our ability to enhance the power of human mind.
Swami Vivekananda had said, arise, awake, do not stop until the goal has been attained.
तुम कभी सुर्खियों में नहीं आ सकते। तुम्हारी बीवी तुमसे ज्यादा कमाती है। जिंदगी नाप तोल कर नहीं जी जाती। तुम्हारे मां बाप से जो ना बन सका वो तुमसे भी ना हो पाएगा। ऐसी ही बातें सुन के तो अब आदत सी पड़ गई है। मैं पूरी मेहनत से अपना सपना पूरा करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं। मेरे सपने के लिए थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ रहा हूं। मेरे साथ मेरा परिवार भी हाथ बटा रहा है। हम सारे मिलकर घर की पूरी जिम्मेदारी उठा रहे हैं ताकि मेरे बच्चों को एक अच्छा मुकाम हासिल हो, एक बेहतर जिंदगी हासिल हो। अच्छी जिंदगी जीने के लिए हमें जरूरत है अपने मकान की, जहां खुली हवा हो, जहां पानी हो साफ। मेरा सपना मेरे अपने घर का, जिसमें मेरा परिवार खुशहाल हो। वो घर जहां मेरे बच्चों की उम्मीदों को नए पंख मिले। कई दिन तो इन्हीं उम्मीदों में चले गए। लगा कि मेरे घर का सपना तो अधूरा ही रहेगा। हमेशा जगहों की बढ़ती कीमतें और मेरी जोड़ी हुई कमाई, इनमें अंतर बढ़ता ही गया। लोन लेने के लिए जहां भी कोशिश की वहां नाकामयाबी ही मिली। लोग क्रेडिट कार्ड या लाइफ इंश्योरेंस तो आसानी से देने के लिए तैयार थे, मगर घर के लिए लोन देने के लिए तैयार नहीं थे। मैंने भरोसा दिलाया कि मेरे साथ मेरा परिवार भी तो है, सबकी मिला के आमदनी अच्छी है। यह भी समझाने की कोशिश की कि कभी ऐसा नहीं होगा कि कोई मेरे दरवाजे पर किश्त मांगने के लिए खड़ा रहे। ये मुझे मंजूर नहीं। मेरे पास मेरा स्वाभिमान ही तो है जो मैं खोना नहीं चाहता, और वो भी अपने बच्चों के सामने कभी नहीं। मगर ये सारा सच किसी को रास ना आया। मैंने इतना ही सुना कि भरोसा सिर्फ कागजों पर किया जाता है। पर एक दिन मुझे पता चला कि मेरा सपना पूरा होने की उम्मीद पे है। कम से कम कागजों के आधार पर मुझे लोन मिल सकता है। उस दिन जब खुश हाउसिंग फाइनेंस नई खुशियां लेकर आया, उम्मीदों की डोर में ख्वाबों को बुनते हुए, उस दिन मेरा सपना किसी भी सवाल में नहीं उलझा, क्योंकि वो लोन कागजों को नहीं, हम जैसे भरोसेमंद इंसानों को देते हैं।
We are not the normal finance company like every other finance company is doing that. They want to fund up people who are already having a set pattern of income, and let's say people are working for Infosys or people are working for Reliance. It's very easy to fund them, finance them. We are doing different. We are doing it in a different manner. We want to finance a vegetable vendor. We want to finance any grocery shop owner. We want to finance a nurse. We want to finance a security guard. We are trying to figure out set pattern in their income, which can be from informal segment.
In just 3 months, our company has grown from 2 branches to 6 branches, and they all are collectively working very hard. And in next 3 months, I would say it will go from 6 to 12. And maybe in 3 years' time, we will have 30 branches all across India, which is really commendable. And I would say the kind of happiness people who are associated with us will have, seeing the kind of growth this company is making, will also have a very, very impactful happiness, like because they are achieving what the company is targeting. So for them, that happiness is what even we are looking out for.
We are here to spread happiness. At the same time, I would say our underwriting should not be a riskier one. But we believe in these people. We want to serve these people. We want to cater these people. And probably in next 3 years, I want to see at least 5 to 7,000 happy families.
With a legacy of over 175 years, the Times Group is today India's biggest media conglomerate, with a 360-degree presence in the world of media and reporting. An integral part of that great legacy, ET-Edge, is the conference platform of the Economic Times. It is an initiative that has been taken to create knowledge platforms across multiple industries that would connect, engage, and empower businesses.
The ET-Edge Summit is an extraordinary idea. I think it is the need of the hour. I think this idea of talking about how to build our future is the mandate of our Prime Minister.
The basis of effective and result-oriented interaction is connecting the right people at the right time and at the right place. ET-Edge provides the ideal platform for interaction and exchange of knowledge. These platforms not only serve as meeting grounds for the industry, but they also become highly motivational for the delegates and young minds.
India is a $2 trillion economy today. Can we not dream of an India with a $20 trillion economy?
By engaging minds through carefully researched modes of summits and conferences, ET-Edge creates an ideal social and business ecology for the industry. To ensure that these platforms are unrivaled hubs for seeking information in the vertical they cater to, agendas for each conference are designed after extensive market research.
For smart city concept to first of all succeed, there is a need for change of mindset.
Our business is our people and people are our business. And that's really what leadership at Eureka Forbes is all about.
ET-Edge engages itself to ensure that the forums would ensure senior decision makers are equipped with information to respond to challenges they face, not just in India, but also globally.
We could become the workhorse of the world, the manufacturing hub of the world, the people supplier of the world, the human resources supplier of the world at all levels.
Till today, through its summits and conferences, ET-Edge has empowered industries across various sectors. The partners associated with ET-Edge have a strong standing within the industries as well. With 80 plus summits, 270 plus ministers, 1600 plus speakers, 12,000 plus delegates, 1,000 plus associates and partners, ET-Edge today has become the #1 meeting ground for the industry.
And India has a huge talent pool and gives us ideas, new thoughts, new possible solutions to issues that we are grappling with.
I think the delta to be made in India versus China is just extremely significant, and that's why people are coming here.
It is time for, I think, the developers lobby to come together and really push the government for a quantum change.
And the challenge is not only growth, the challenge is how do we manage this growth.
A great brand is not defined by any one thing that a company does, but it's actually a summation of all the various things that a company does.
The future of this country depends on our ability to enhance the power of human mind.
Swami Vivekananda had said, "Arise, awake, do not stop until the goal has been attained."
तुम कभी सुर्खियों में नहीं आ सकते। तुम्हारी बीवी तुमसे ज्यादा कमाती है। जिंदगी नाप तोल कर नहीं जी जाती। तुम्हारे माँ बाप से जो ना बन सका वो तुमसे भी ना हो पाएगा। ऐसी ही बातें सुन के तो अब आदत सी पड़ गई है। मैं पूरी मेहनत से अपना सपना पूरा करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं। मेरे सपने के लिए थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ रहा हूं। मेरे साथ मेरा परिवार भी हाथ बटा रहा है। हम सारे मिलकर घर की पूरी जिम्मेदारी उठा रहे हैं ताकि मेरे बच्चों को एक अच्छा मुकाम हासिल हो, एक बेहतर जिंदगी हासिल हो। अच्छी जिंदगी जीने के लिए हमें जरूरत है अपने मकान की, जहां खुली हवा हो, जहां पानी हो साफ। मेरा सपना मेरे अपने घर का, जिसमें मेरा परिवार खुशहाल हो। वो घर जहां मेरे बच्चों की उम्मीदों को नए पंख मिले। कई दिन तो इन्हीं उम्मीदों में चले गए। लगा कि मेरे घर का सपना तो अधूरा ही रहेगा। हमेशा जगहों की बढ़ती कीमतें और मेरी जोड़ी हुई कमाई, इनमें अंतर बढ़ता ही गया। लोन लेने के लिए जहां भी कोशिश की वहां नाकामयाबी ही मिली। लोग क्रेडिट कार्ड या लाइफ इंश्योरेंस तो आसानी से देने के लिए तैयार थे, मगर घर के लिए लोन देने के लिए तैयार नहीं थे। मैंने भरोसा दिलाया कि मेरे साथ मेरा परिवार भी तो है, सबकी मिला के आमदनी अच्छी है। ये भी समझाने की कोशिश की कि कभी ऐसा नहीं होगा कि कोई मेरे दरवाजे पर किश्त मांगने के लिए खड़ा रहे। ये मुझे मंजूर नहीं। मेरे पास मेरा स्वाभिमान ही तो है जो मैं खोना नहीं चाहता, और वो भी अपने बच्चों के सामने कभी नहीं। मगर ये सारा सच किसी को रास ना आया। मैंने इतना ही सुना कि भरोसा सिर्फ कागजों पर किया जाता है। पर एक दिन मुझे पता चला कि मेरा सपना पूरा होने की उम्मीद पे है। कम से कम कागजों के आधार पर मुझे लोन मिल सकता है। उस दिन जब खुश हाउसिंग फाइनेंस नई खुशियां लेकर आया, उम्मीदों की डोर में ख्वाबों को बुनते हुए, उस दिन मेरा सपना किसी भी सवाल में नहीं उलझा, क्योंकि वो लोन कागजों को नहीं, हम जैसे भरोसेमंद इंसानों को देते हैं।
We are not the normal finance company like every other finance company is doing that. They want to fund up people who are already having a set pattern of income, and let's say people are working for Infosys or people are working for Reliance. It's very easy to fund them, finance them. We are doing different. We are doing it in a different manner. We want to finance a vegetable vendor. We want to finance any grocery shop owner. We want to finance a nurse. We want to finance a security guard. We are trying to figure out set pattern in their income, which can be from informal segment.
In just 3 months, our company has grown from 2 branches to 6 branches, and they all are collectively working very hard. And in next 3 months, I would say it will go from 6 to 12. And maybe in 3 years' time, we will have 30 branches all across India, which is really commendable. And I would say the kind of happiness people who are associated with us will have, seeing the kind of growth this company is making, will also have a very, very impactful happiness, like because they are achieving what the company is targeting. So for them, that happiness is what even we are looking out for.
We are here to spread happiness. At At the same time, I would say our underwriting should not be a riskier one. But we believe in these people, we want to serve these people, we want to cater these people. And probably in next 3 years, I want to see at least 5 to 7,000 happy families.
With a legacy of over 175 years, the Times Group is today India's biggest media conglomerate, with a 360-degree presence in the world of media and reporting. An integral part of that great legacy, ET-Edge, is the conference platform of the Economic Times. It is an initiative that has been taken to create knowledge platforms across multiple industries that would connect, engage, and empower businesses.
The ET-Edge Summit is an extraordinary idea. I think it is the need of the hour. I think this idea of talking about how to build our future is the mandate of our Prime Minister.
The basis of effective and result-oriented interaction is connecting the right people at the right time and at the right place. ET-Edge provides the ideal platform for interaction and exchange of knowledge. These platforms not only serve as meeting grounds for the industry, but they also become highly motivational for the delegates and young minds.
India is a $2 trillion economy today. Can we not dream of an India with a $20 trillion economy?
By engaging minds through carefully researched modes of summits and conferences, ET-Edge creates an ideal social and business ecology for the industry. To ensure that these platforms are unrivaled hubs for seeking information in the vertical they cater to, agendas...
All right, a very good morning to all of you and a warm welcome to Kush Housing Finance presents the Economic Times Housing Finance Summit towards Housing for All. As I welcome each and every one of you, may I request all our guests to please take a seat, and may I remind all of you to please put your cell phones in the silent mode for the benefit of the summit. Once again, thank you for joining us.
Respond to challenges they face, not just in India, but also globally.
We could become the workhorse of the world, the manufacturing hub of the world, the people supplier of the world, the human resources supplier of the world at all levels.
Till today, through its summits and conferences, ET-Edge has empowered industries across various sectors. The partners associated with ET-Edge have a strong standing within the industries as well. With 80+ summits, 270+ ministers, 1,600+ speakers, 12,000+ delegates, 1,000+ associates and partners, ET-Edge today has become the #1 meeting ground for the industry.
And India has a huge talent pool and gives us ideas, new thoughts, new possible solutions to issues that we are grappling with.
I think the delta to be made in India versus China is just extremely significant, and that's why people are coming here.
It is time for, I think, the developers lobby to come together and really push the government for a quantum change.
And the challenge is not only growth, the challenge is how do we manage this growth.
A great brand is not defined by any one thing that a company does, but it's actually a summation of all the various things that a company does.
The future of this country depends on our ability to enhance the power of human knowledge.
Swami Vivekananda had said, arise, awake, do not stop until the goal has been attained.
तुम कभी सुर्खियों में नहीं आ सकते। तुम्हारी बीवी तुमसे ज्यादा कमाती है। जिंदगी नाप तोल कर नहीं जी जाती। तुम्हारे माँ बाप से जो ना बन सका वो तुमसे भी ना हो पाएगा। ऐसी ही बातें सुन के तो अब आदत सी पड़ गई है। मैं पूरी मेहनत से अपना सपना पूरा करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं। मेरे सपने के लिए थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ रहा हूं। मेरे साथ मेरा परिवार भी हाथ बटा रहा है। हम सारे मिलकर घर की पूरी जिम्मेदारी उठा रहे हैं ताकि मेरे बच्चों को एक अच्छा मुकाम हासिल हो, एक बेहतर जिंदगी हासिल हो। अच्छी जिंदगी जीने के लिए हमें जरूरत है अपने मकान की, जहां खुली हवा हो, जहां पानी हो साफ। मेरा सपना मेरे अपने घर का, जिसमें मेरा परिवार खुशहाल हो। वो घर जहां मेरे बच्चों की उम्मीदों को नए पंख मिले। कई दिन तो इन्हीं उम्मीदों में चले गए। लगा कि मेरे घर का सपना तो अधूरा ही रहेगा। हमेशा जगहों की बढ़ती कीमतें और मेरी जोड़ी हुई कमाई, इनमें अंतर बढ़ता ही गया। लोन लेने के लिए जहां भी कोशिश की वहां नाकामयाबी ही मिली। लोग क्रेडिट कार्ड या लाइफ इंश्योरेंस तो आसानी से देने के लिए तैयार थे, मगर घर के लिए लोन देने के लिए तैयार नहीं थे। मैंने भरोसा दिलाया कि मेरे साथ मेरा परिवार भी तो है, सबकी मिला के आमदनी अच्छी है। यह भी समझाने की कोशिश की कि कभी ऐसा नहीं होगा कि कोई मेरे दरवाजे पर किश्त मांगने के लिए खड़ा रहे। ये मुझे मंजूर नहीं। मेरे पास मेरा स्वाभिमान ही तो है जो मैं खोना नहीं चाहता, और वो भी अपने बच्चों के सामने कभी नहीं। मगर ये सारा सच किसी को रास ना आया। मैंने इतना ही सुना कि भरोसा सिर्फ कागजों पर किया जाता है। पर एक दिन मुझे पता चला कि मेरा सपना पूरा होने की उम्मीद पे है। कम से कम कागजों के आधार पर मुझे लोन मिल सकता है। उस दिन जब खुश हाउसिंग फाइनेंस नई खुशियां लेकर आया, उम्मीदों की डोर में ख्वाबों को बुनते हुए, उस दिन मेरा सपना किसी भी सवाल में नहीं उलझा, क्योंकि वो लोन कागजों को नहीं, हम जैसे भरोसेमंद इंसानों को देते हैं।
We are not the normal finance company like every other finance company is doing that. They want to fund up people who are already having a set pattern of income, and let's say people are working for Infosys or people are working for Reliance. It's very easy to fund them, finance them. We are doing different. We are doing it in a different manner. We want to finance a vegetable vendor. We want to finance any grocery shop owner. We want to finance a nurse. We want to finance a security guard. We are trying to figure out set pattern in their income, which can be from informal segment.
In just 3 months, our company has grown from 2 branches to 6 branches, and they all are collectively working very hard. And in next 3 months, I would say it will go from 6 to 12. And maybe in 3 years' time, we will have 30 branches all across India, which is really commendable. And I would say the kind of happiness people who are associated with us will have, seeing the kind of growth this company is making, will also have a very, very impactful happiness, like because they are achieving what the company is targeting. So for them, that happiness is what even we are looking out for.
we are here to spread happiness. At the same time, I would say our underwriting should not be a riskier one. But we believe in these people, we want to serve these people, we want to cater these people. And probably in next 3 years, I want to see at least 5,000 to 7,000 happy families.
All right, a very good morning to all of you and a warm welcome to Kush Housing Finance presents the Economic Times Housing Finance Summit brought to you by ETH, an Economic Times initiative. ETH, of course, aims at channelizing global business intelligence through summits and conferences like these where we have experts like yourselves discussing and exchanging business knowledge and more. As we look forward to the day, we'd like to thank our partners, our title partner, Kush Housing Finance, our knowledge partner, National Housing Bank. We'd also like to thank our associate partner, Experian, LIC Housing Finance, Aditya Birla Housing Finance. We'd also like to thank HDFC, and of course, India Bulls Housing Finance and Shriram General Insurance. Our web partners are 24 Digital Friends, and I'd actually like to ask each one of you, how many of us believe in dreams? Can we see those hands up, please? Fantastic, almost all of us. And how many of us look forward to those dreams coming true? And how many of us have made those dreams into reality? Well, I'm sure each one of us dreams of owning a house of our own, dreams of converting that into a home. The only obstacle there, most of the time, is finance, the availability of finance, how to get the best finance, how can it be easier? And that is an obstacle most people in our country truly face, which is what brings us to this day, which is what brings us to the first edition of the Economic Times Housing Finance Summit. And as I welcome each and every one of you to open the summit, I'd like to invite a lady who's truly going to welcome each and every one of you. Let us put our hands together as I welcome Ms. Sandhya Dhar from our team, Sector Head. Let us put our hands together as she steps on.
Very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen here. I welcome you all to the first edition of the Economic Times Housing Finance Summit 2016. I believe this is the first ever initiative that a media company has taken to bring together a conference on this subject, and I'm sure it should be able to generate some purposeful insights for all of us together. The Indian Housing Finance Company and the Indian housing finance sector is important for the economic as well as industrial growth, and over the years has made incredible progress. However, in comparison to the other countries, the Indian housing finance market is still nascent and complex in nature. While there are varied financial institutions that have been established to serve this purpose, there still are many obstacles that we have to overcome. The Indian housing finance industry consists of banks, housing finance companies, NBFCs, etc., who are competing to acquire a larger share of this market. With financial institutions recognizing the potential of the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, new campaigns for people in the low-income groups have been launched through new and innovative home loan products. With the need to provide an impetus to the housing sector and to tackle shortage issue, the government has undertaken varied initiatives in recent times, like Housing for All by 2022, bringing housing loans up to rupees 50 lakhs under affordable housing and up to rupees 28 lakhs in urban and 25 lakhs under priority sector. The RBI is to increase LTV ratio to 90% for loans up to 30 lakhs. Also, some of the reforms that we saw in this year's budget was 100% tax exemptions for affordable housing completed within 3 years. For the first time buyers, additional deduction of rupees 50,000 on interest of loans up to rupees 35 lakhs, and a lot of such things. Today, we are here to discuss all these issues and carve a road ahead. We at Economic Times believe that housing plays an important role for an individual community and society as a whole. A good quality housing requires good environment, good investment, and a healthy and this is possible only if we have a strong housing finance market. Thus, we at the Economic Times would like to bring to you the first edition of Housing Finance Summit, which aims to bring together housing and housing finance stakeholders along with regulating bodies on one platform to discuss and deliberate on the issues, challenges, opportunities, and future scenario of this industry in India. I welcome you all once again, and I hope you all have a very purposeful and insightful day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Thar, for setting the tone of the day. But moving forward, I'm sure all of you here happen to be very active on the social media. And during the conference, if you feel that there are any questions or any suggestions that you have, please put them up with our hashtag ET Housing Finance, and we'll be selecting the best few questions and putting them up to our panelists a little later. But before that, to present the welcome address, may I request all of you to please put your hands together for Dr. Sanjeev Sharma, Executive Director, National Housing Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sharma.
Thank you. Good morning and a warm welcome to everyone. In our country, may I start? Honorable Secretary Dr. Nandita Chatterjee, Shriram Kalyan Raman, MD and CEO National Housing Bank, Ms. Sandhya Dar, Sector Head ET, and all the members in the audience, a very warm welcome to you. The housing sector is the second largest employment generator in our country after agriculture, and it contributes nearly 6% to India's GDP. The sector has backward and forward linkages with nearly 250 ancillary industries and has the potential to provide a quantum jump to the Indian economy. It has expanded and graduated to a relatively mature sector in the past 3 decades. It has achieved depth in terms of new players, new products, customer base, and a large geographical coverage. An impetus has been provided to the housing finance sector, as just indicated by Ms. Dar. The government in its budget has provided fiscal concessions to both the supply and the demand sides. There has been an increasing interest evinced by the retail financing institutions. As you all know, this is a relatively low-stress sector with stressed assets, and gradually the concept of housing finance is percolating down to the lower segments of society. Rightly said, Housing for All Mission 2022, the Honorable Prime Minister's program is going to rejuvenate the housing sector in a big way. As per the present assessment, India would require something like 6 crore housing units on a pan-India basis by this, say, between the period 2015 to 2022. And to achieve this mission, I think all of us are here to deliberate and exchange views. It is imperative that all stakeholders need to strengthen the sector, particularly the streamlining of the archaic norms and procedures of urban local bodies and incentivize stakeholders. Today, 31% of our population now stays in the urban India. And this has led to an increase in the GDP contributed by the sector from 63 to 75%. will and rather fuel the housing demand in India. Lastly, it is imperative to provide a balance between various functions like regulation, supervision, finance, and create a market infrastructure towards developing a healthy, profitable, and sustainable ecosystem around the policies and schemes of the Government of India, both central as well as state governments. As we move forward with our schedule today, you would notice that we would be discussing dynamic changes in the housing finance landscape, the burgeoning demand, the bottlenecks, and the government initiatives in the housing sector to develop a sustainable housing microfinance system. So I once again welcome all of you to this event. As Ms. Dar said, this is perhaps the first time that we're having a summit of this nature and this stature. Thank you and welcome once again.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Sharma. And may I request you to please take center stage, and may I request Ms. Dhar to please join us on stage and thank Sir for his presence with the token of our appreciation. Thank you so very much, sir. We much appreciate your presence. Let's put our hands together. Thank you, Ms. Dhar. Thank you, sir. And now, for a very special address, I'd like to call upon stage a veteran when it comes to banking. Yes, he's had over 25 years of experience, a very special interest when it comes to rural housing and microfinance. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together as I welcome Mr. Sriram Kalyanaraman, Managing Director and CEO, National Housing Bank. Thank you for joining us, sir.
I'll give you the pointer. The pointer is also there.
No, I'm comfortable with this.
Dr. Nandita Chatterjee, Secretary to Government of India, Ms. Sandhya Dhar of ET Edge, financial services veterans, CEOs, my wonderful colleagues in NHB who always manage to put these events together or work with the team to make this possible, friends in media, ladies and gentlemen. It's probably, as Sanjeev had said before me, while we have had many of these smaller seminars, a seminar of this scale, and with the real people who make it happen, I think is probably for the first time. With that, let me start with a quote from Shem Potak, the Jewish author, who said, "A blink of eye is nothing, but the eye that blinks is something. A span of life is nothing, but the man who lives that span is something. He can fill the span with meaning, so its quality is immeasurable." Now look at this, a house for all, and each Indian a house for him will make all our fellow countrymen's span, a quality of their life really immeasurable. That is the scale of things which we are talking about. Just to get into the housing finance for a minute, with a country of 1.2 billion and with 2.9 square kilometers area, we have a housing finance industry, both PSBs and HFC put together, of about approximately 10 lakh crores, as we call it, right? We did the new bookings of about 2.9 lakh crores with about 30 lakhs units last year, the last financial year. And for the first time we collected data, we found that about 33% of HFC's lending, new lending, was below 10 lakh, which means the average ticket size of the house should be about 12 lakhs or so, and about 30% of the banks was below 10 lakhs. And what is more revealing here is, while the below 10 lakhs delinquencies, 90 plus of the banks was at 2.6% or so, the HFCs were at 0.92%. Now the whole thing gets into something that how effectively we understand this segment, how effectively the financial players are able to underwrite the segment, and how effectively you are able to put together an underwriting method and formulas for an irregular income sector. It proves by the lowest delinquency on the whole thing. So one of the thinking which all of us are thinking is now how best to make more funds available within the channel to HFCs to concentrate more and more on the segment. But the good news, as I again said, is 30% of the bookings below 10 lakhs is not a bad thing at all. Just to give a background, the urban population is estimated to move to about up by 41% in next 3 years, which is to 377. Primarily aided by two things: migration of population from rural and also split of the joint family system. Right? Even at the lowest segments, the joint family system is falling off. And when I was addressing this in the World Bank, somebody said in 10 years' time, if the husband and wife lives together, you will call it a joint family, right? But it has a different challenges when we think of housing for all, because the needs for housing increases, pressure on infrastructure increases. With about 4 crores houses on the rural and 2 crores on the urban, it provides a very big challenge, which is probably one of the largest goals, right? When I said this and presented, the first reaction on the international forum is, this is so complicated, it's not possible. So I told them, you have underestimated the ability of Indians to decomplicate the complicate. The reverse is also true. I will tell you a small thing. One of my classmates once went to Australia and took a part-time job while he's studying. So we texted him, what is the job you have taken? And he said, I'm working on an aquathermal treatment of ceramics under constrained environment. So we thought it's some high-tech job. Till next day he tweeted, I'm washing dishes in a restaurant, right? So many of the complications we think are really not so complicated when it is broken down in stages, which I would say which I would just show you in my next slide. So the whole challenge is, how do we bring this up? What do we do? And I'm primarily covering the urban side because the rural scheme is just getting fine-tuned, and you would see the rural scheme getting finalized probably in about next 2 weeks or whatever it is. I would not dwell much on this because I presume Secretary would cover this in detail. It's our baby. There are 4 legs which the HUPA has identified, essentially covering the entire segments where housing need is to be there. One is the in-situ redevelopment we do. States like Maharashtra have taken it to the next stage where they almost have made it self-financing to the builder by allowing them to build one set of slum redevelopment and the other as commercial buildings at high-value buildings. The CLSS scheme, which we would cover, which NHB administers, as most of you know, and has successfully now done about 142 crores out of the total 144 crores of disbursement, thanks to all of you participating with enthusiasm. The affordable housing in partnership, private-public, and subsidy for beneficiary land housing. As on date, I think 8,54,000 and odd houses, units, have been sort of sanctioned or in progress. So whenever people ask me, will it work? I always say, look at the data, which is much, much probably more than all the earlier schemes put together, with 36 states and central assistance of 12,000 and odd crores. So there is definitely traction, and if we can do much more, yes, always we could say much more could be done. So what is NHB's plan on this? As many of you know, one, we regulate and supervise the HFCs. The interest in HFCs, especially the low-cost people who do it, is amazing. Last year, we have done about 11 licenses as against 5 or 6 the previous year. And I think we have another 8 or 9 applications pending. And most of the business plans clearly talks about they want to concentrate on the low-ticket housing. And when I talk to some of my friends in HFCs or when we visit them, we find amazing amount of evolvement of underwriting standards to gauge this segment and to make that let's say, delinquent free, because a high delinquency will kill the entire initiative. We also have a lot of financing, as you know. But what you might not know is under the rural housing scheme till date, NHB has done about 24,000 and odd crores with 15 lakh units. And under the urban housing fund, about 6,000 units with 1.7. A total of about 30,000 with 17.3 lakh units. On the promotion and development, we are now doing a lot of capacity building for the sector. One of the initiatives which we have taken is creating intellectual capital. You would have seen some of the requests of MISs, formats getting changed sometimes. As I've said in my earlier meeting, bear with us. We are trying to evolve a complete credit, not only credit, a data analysis, so that most of the data will come back to you as an opportunity or as a warning, saying this sector is eating up, this segment is eating up, take care of it. We have also commissioned some of the research studies. One is the insurance on properties and MRTA, which at this point in time, I'm not sure how the end customer is fully getting benefited. But again, we want to look at it when the data comes in. And a land acquisition study, how we could help it. As I said, on the CLSS, we have done about 142 crores. With 57 PLIs and 8,327 households with 29 states. We are revamping the Residex. A lot of you ask me what is happening to the Residex. We are completely, and I thank Hoopa for giving us a lot of inputs and contribution there. We are now reworking it so that it would reflect completely the market value, which will be coupled with the building materials index and a rental index. So when you start using it, it will be a composite kind of data, composite kind of output which you could see. We are working with the states on stamp duty and registration, and I would cover that a little later. And as I said, the research studies. I've covered the cumulative disbursements, so I'm moving on. The other one which always I get is, can you get a lot of funds? Yes, we are working on bilateral funding, which will be only channelized through banks or housing finance companies. For the World Bank Fund, many of you is used. We have already disbursed $45.3 million on it. And I'm told that this is probably the first time World Bank is seeing so much of traction. They are taking the India Urban Low-Cost Housing Fund disbursements as an example to many of the third world countries. We also are DFID funding. We have got 50 million. I think we have disbursed about 20 million or so. No, 20 million or so. And then we are also working with KFW for a energy fund or a green energy fund, which again, we would pass it on to you. So as I said, stamp duty and registration, because we think it's one of the primary factors which is sort of help to reduce the cost, especially on the low value. The stamp duty on conveyance deed, registration charges on mortgage deed, as you all know, has taken to in some of the states to the level of 6% to 12%. The Minister of Hoopa announced in the last ASSOCHAM meeting, Sri Venkaiah Naidu ji announced that he has already written to all the states, and independently the Hoopa ministry and us during all our meetings or talking to the states, can we rationalize it down to probably 1 or 2%. We are also in the process of commissioning a study where we could, with data, go and prove to the state governments by reducing it for the low-cost housing, 10 or 15 lakhs, it wouldn't significantly affect the revenue, and on the contrary, might actually increase the revenue because of the offtakes. Just a small working here, because sometimes I get asked, how does it benefit? If you take a working, look at it, if the interest rate is 9.5% in 15 years, loan amount of 7.2 lakhs, this is how the subsidized interest rate works, with an upfront, clearly the loan amount coming down on a 7.2 lakhs to 5 lakhs with a 2.3 lakhs benefit. And from NHB side, the last few disbursements have been given at 4 days, not even 4 working days. Our target is anyway to give it within 10 days, so that before the first EMI hits the customer, you are able to pass on the principal reduction to the customer in his account. So what are the sort of way forward? We just put the entire specs to sum it up. One is urban population is expected to grow by 1 crore per annum. Amount required is 2 trillion, but I'm told by many of the private equity players today that if we have a very transparent system, getting money on the affordable housing segments is not such a big issue. Land is another challenge which is working on. I think government has made some amendments already to the land acquisition and is working on more. 30 to 35% of housing cost consist of fees and taxes. Work in progress with the state government in a federal structure. 6 crore houses between urban and rural. And 70%, as we know, is required in the segment, and 30% is in 2 states. So this is the total facts if we put together where the opportunity lies and the challenges. Now, what are the reforms which probably we are discussing and government and us are working on? One, decentralize decision making, streamline approval process, relook at building development norms. All three put together, most of the state governments, especially the Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, are all in progress. Gujarat, we had a long meeting. They have said they are able to give approval with the present process within 35 to 40 days. Telangana is talking. I believe they moved the industry already to an automatic deemed approval process, and they are saying below a particular level flats, they will move to a deemed approval process. Madhya Pradesh has moved completely online, and I believe from the 7 or 8 stages, they are working on to reduce it to 3 stages. Gujarat is moving towards a single window approval. Many of the states, UP is working with us, Tamil Nadu is working with us to get this done. So many of the states is happening. While you're saying there is a lot happening behind the scenes to get this approval process, because we are all aware that if I cut down the 2-year time frame to start the construction to probably 4 or 5 months, there is cost benefit to the customer. The KPMG report, and this I quote from there, said form a nodal agency to coordinate effort of various stakeholders. I could say that NHB is working as that nodal agency. Empower the EWs, LIG households. We talked about CLSS. No better empowerment. As I always say, in the first 2 meetings when HUPA hadn't even published their booklet, there's complete disbelief. People said this cannot be true when we said there is a 6.5% subsidy to be passed on upfront. Revise rental laws to promote rental housing stock. I think rental laws is under progress, and we have also been part of a couple of discussions. Rationalize fees and taxes, we just covered the action in place. Infrastructure status, yes, once the RERA Act gets implemented, I think it's only a question of time before they get the infrastructure changes. Channelize higher funding in housing. NHB is willing to do it with the bilateral. We saw SEBI announcing a relaxation last week on their funding requirements of the take the percentage which the mutual funds could take. I thought I read something today, but I haven't gone through it fully, that government is going to release some PF funds, right? Something came in today. In fact, PFRD chairman was supposed to be here. He couldn't be here. He said he will talk on long-term housing, what they plan to do. Unfortunately, he was called for another meeting. Schedule, reduce cost and overruns in housing project. Once the approvals become automatic and simple, I think this would automatically happen because it is more in the interest of the builders to reduce the time run and promote mass housing construction technologies, which HUPA is working on. We at least have seen 3, 4, and last time when I was in Gujarat, the Gujarat Chamber of Commerce said they have come out with this one which they could put a 4-storied house in probably 12 hours, right? They are going to make a presentation shortly. Let's see how it works. From the government side, a couple of things. First time house buyers concession has been given. Rationalization of tax for securitization, which was a big demand. Tax exemption to builders has been given. Of course, we would have been happy if the amount has been raised to 10 lakhs or 12 lakh houses, but it's not a bad thing to have a complete tax exemption if you complete on time. And all these activities, the proof of pudding, as they say, is in eating. I don't know, yesterday you saw the Cushman Oakville report, which had come in May. Total launches across segments rose by 17% from a year ago to something like 60,000 apartments, right? Most of it, they are saying, is in EWS, LIG, at least 50% of this. And these are all private, outside the data what we had given on the government. Highest supply of affordable housing is in cities like Bangalore, Pune and Bombay. Total launches in Bombay is probably the highest. So what I am saying is to make the whole dream come true, and in a federal structure like our country, it's a grand coalition between center, state, urban local bodies, public agencies, builders and financial intermediaries and regulators like us. We are all the agents, executors and implementers of this grand goal. But executing such a large goal needs sustainable commitment, a great dedication and utmost devotion. I think this is an opportunity for us to make this happen, to take the housing for all. And I end with the outgoing President, Mr. Barack Obama's quote, "Change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we have been waiting for, and we are the change that we seek." Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Hind.
Thank you so very much, sir. And once again, may I request the presence of Ms. Thar on stage as we thank sir. Thank you once more. Thank you. Moving forward, I'd now like to invite on stage Dr. Nandita Chatterjee, Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Poverty Alleviation, Government of India, an IAS who's been a career civil servant for the last 36 years. During this tenure, she has served at the level of a state cadre with the Government of India and with international organizations. Let us put our hands together for Dr. Chatterjee.
Respected delegates, ladies and gentlemen, friends, it's very relevant that Economic Times and the National Housing Bank has organized this very crucial summit on housing finance, and particularly at a time when the demand for affordable housing is being articulated. And also, suppliers are looking for opportunities as how to realize this vision of housing for all. Given that this summit will deliberate on policy development, product innovation, as well as dynamics of housing finance, I have selected a theme which is entitled as Emerging Trends and Dynamics in the Housing Finance Industry. This importance of the housing sector and its multiplier effects has already been highlighted in the welcome speech, but I would like to focus on it a little more, just to make you all realize or make all of us understand how important is the growth of this sector of the economy, GDP, and the government as a whole. The housing has very strong multiplier effects, linkages with 250 industries, as already my predecessor speaker had said, and it accounts for 11.39% of total output of the economy, 8.2% of GDP, 11.52% of employment. And in terms of employment generation, this sector is only next to the agriculture sector. Let's look at the various parameters in economics. It's highly labor intensive. The output ratio is 2.34, and if you invest $1,400 US, you generate 2.69 jobs. The primary sector has a backward linkage with raw materials, the service sector with skilled labor, design engineering, banking and finance, and we are going to talk about finance in great detail today. Fiscal impacts, we have thrice income multiplier effects, generates 12% in terms of indirect taxes, and of course manufacturing of construction material. Now the policies and incentives that have been rolled out so far are in three categories. One is Government of India and state policies and programs. Other is development control regulations and relaxations. And then of course you have the state level tax and charges exemptions. Priority sector lending, housing loans up to 35 lakhs are considered in this category. Income tax exemptions and interest on principal on home loans. We heard the two predecessor speakers, and also we are aware, all of us have been following the budget of 16-17 very, very keenly. A lot of emphasis, a lot of fillip has been given on the housing sector. And this is perhaps one of the years where there has been a whole lot of encouragement, fiscally speaking, that has been given to the sector. We have the Credit Guarantee Fund for covering lending to low-income housing. The National Housing Bank, you just heard the CMD speak. They refinance schemes for banks and financial institutions. Tax-free bonds, HUDCO and NHB to permit them to raise finances at low cost. Tax breaks, exemptions for developers under service and income tax. There was a reference made by the CMD and NHB just now on the harmonized list and infrastructural status. If you all have realized from this year's budget, actually all those who are going to invest in affordable housing in the next 3 years are actually going to get a break from the taxes on profit. So we have actually got that benefit of infrastructural status, though as a declaration in the budget. We have, of course, the external commercial borrowings allowed for affordable housing projects, and FDI has been relaxed considerably under automatic route for construction and development sector. Now, this, of course, is almost, stating the obvious in front of an august audience which has all finances. But let's just get back and recapitulate. What are the different housing finance avenues which are available? Okay, you have your own savings, you borrow from your friends, relatives, or informal lenders. You take the more preferred approach of scheduled commercial banks. You go to NBFCs or MFIs, housing finance companies, cooperative banks, regional rural banks, agriculture rural development banks, and cooperative housing finance societies. And of course, developers and individuals. They also have developers of avenues such as investors, FDI, ECB, etc. Now let's look at the current housing finance market. I'm sure NHB and the other speakers will have a lot more to speak on this, but let me just briefly touch on the topic. Housing loans form a significant portion of personal loans and overall cross-bank credit. Now, what is the share of housing loans and cross-bank credit? As a percentage, it's 11.7% to personal housing loans and around 3% for commercial real estate, which also includes commercial residential housing or large housing projects. Share of banks and housing finance is surprisingly declining. In 2006, it was 75% of market share, and if looking at the 2016 estimates of NHB, it's currently around 60%. Coming at the priority sector housing loans and the general housing loans, housing is about 45% of PSL and 55% of the general. Now let's look at the HFCs. I've just talked about the banks. HFCs, obviously, their main mandate is housing finance. So they cater predominantly to housing loans. Of the housing loan portfolio, the data we have, of course, from NHB again, 80% is to individuals, 16% to builders, and 4% to other corporate bodies. What are the source of funds? Own funds, non-convertible debentures, foreign investments, FDI, ECB, commercial papers, cash certificates, refinancing like by NHB, securitization, public deposits mainly for banks, and long-term infrastructure bonds introduced in the Union Budget of 2014. Now, I've distinguished between the large HFCs and the smaller HFCs for obvious reasons. Large HFCs have significant access to capital markets, and the cost of own lending is more or less at par with banks, because they are able to access through commercial paper, refinance, deposits, bank borrowings, bonds, and so on. But the smaller ones who rely mostly on bank borrowings and NHB refinance, their own lending, as you would all understand, would become much more costlier. Also, the reach is a significant issue in this. Trends of credit flow to housing sector, again, I have borrowed from NHB, but if you see, it's a disturbing trend, particularly if I look at the affordable housing sector. If we look at these little concentric circles, which are moving from 2012-13 to 2015-16, you will see that the loans up to 2 lakh has gone down from 2 to 1%. to 5 lakhs from 12 to 5%, and up to 10 lakhs it's gone down from 22 to 16%. So although housing loans as such has not done too badly, it's more the big ticket housing loans which have become more popular with the banks, but as far as the small ticket ones are there, this is losing gradually their attraction. Now I come back to the situation which I think the CMD NHB introduced, but I would like to speak on this in detail because this has been the initiative of the Government of India. This Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana was launched in June 2015, and while dedicating it to the nation, the Honorable Prime Minister said that we dream of an India where by 2022, nobody should be there who doesn't have a roof over his head. Sabka ho sapna, ek ghar ho apna. So we introduced this Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, which is also popularly known as the Housing for All Urban Mission. And we introduced this with 4 distinct components. One was slum redevelopment, which could be of 2 ways. One is in situ or relocated. Now here we were encouraging developers through extra FSI, TDR, FAR if required. For every unit that got rehabilitated, 1 lakh would come as a subsidy from Government of India. Affordable housing and partnership was the 3rd vertical, where we said that the state parastatals, urban local bodies, any government authority in the state dealing with housing or whose rules of business permitted housing could have a partnership either with a public sector or with a private sector entity to do affordable housing projects. Now this was quite attractive because we said that only 35% would be for the EWS category. And by economically weaker sections, we talked about people whose income would be, annual income would be up to rupees 3 lakhs. The rest of the land, and we were presuming and we were hoping that the land would be made available by the government. So what is the attraction for the developer? The balance 65% of the land, the developer could develop as he wished, of course, with the permission of the parastatal or the state government entity, whichever was supposed to be his partner. But even for those 35% that he would take up for economically weaker section, the Government of India would give a subsidy of 1.5 lakhs. We had the 4th vertical of beneficiary-led construction or enhancement, which basically meant if you are an individual which could be a family of husband, wife and unmarried children, who doesn't have a pakka house anywhere in India, you could construct your house, you could renovate your house, or you could enhance your house. For this, Government of India gives 1.5 lakhs per unit. But I want to share with you here that till now, we have already accepted funding for nearly 9 lakh houses. And of those 9 lakh houses, state governments have also started contributing. For example, an average cost of house, say, in Gujarat is 6 lakhs. So Government of India gives 1.5 lakhs, Gujarat state government gives 1.5 lakhs, and the balance is put in by the beneficiary. So ideally, it's a win-win situation because the state government and the Government of India contribution is a grant. And the best part of this is that you don't have to build completely a new house. You have a house, say it is 20 square meter. You add a room of 9 square meter, or maybe you add a room and you have a toilet or something with it. And you get grant up to 1.5 lakhs to enhance your house. And if any of you have analyzed the reasons for housing shortage, 82% of the housing shortage is because of congestion. It's not because people don't actually have a house in urban India, or they don't have a house in rural India, but too many people live in a room or so. Now I come to the most important vertical, which is directly linked with housing finance, and housing finance by banks and other PLIs like HFCs. This is, I think the CMD NHB introduced it, but allow me to speak to you in detail. It's called the credit link subsidy, and as CMD jokingly said, it is true. For the first time in this country, the government is actually placing upfront a credit subsidy subvention of 6.5%, which basically means If you have an EMI of 6,000 odd, it actually becomes payable as 4,000 odd. Now the banks should be happy because that amount is upfront, it goes to the loan account of the beneficiary, and self-certifications are also being accepted, which means the beneficiary doesn't have to go around and get a certificate from the urban local body or what have you. Of course, the banks have to do their due diligence, but that's in their DNA. Talking a little further on this, what are the features of CLSS? It's a demand-side intervention on home loans available by the eligible urban poor. Now here, when I say urban poor, I say more than EWS. I'm also bringing in a category of low-income groups. Low-income groups are that category of people whose annual income could be up to 6 lakhs of rupees in India. And in India, you will find a large number of entrants, particularly in the service sector, whose incomes could actually be around 40,000, 45,000, 50,000 per month. These people could actually think of having families, of buying houses, taking advantage of the situation. You've heard the government has accepted the 7th Pay Commission recommendations. So which basically means, and if you have studied, if anybody has studied the profile of the composition of the government servants, 62% actually are Group C, which basically means they largely up to the assistant level are people whose incomes are in the LIG category. Now they'll be given arrears. This is the month in which everybody is getting arrears, ladies and gentlemen. You get the money, so what do? Okay, why don't I think of a house? State Bank has done it. They've already introduced a couple of products piggybacking on this. So now I am asking State Bank that since you are actually taking advantage of this, why don't you put CLSS? So the banks gain, government gains, the beneficiary gains. He takes a loan, say of 10 lakhs. And of that 10 lakhs, for the first 6 lakhs, 2.3 lakhs is picked up by the government. Rest of the 4 lakhs he can pay at the market rate. So eventually, if you have seen that little red sentence which I put on that slide, the interest subsidy being about 2.3 to 2.2 lakhs for a 6 lakh loan, presumably at a rate of 10.5, the reduced EMI is 4,050, coming down from 6,632. And since self-certification is admissible, subsidy is credited upfront, it couldn't get better. Yesterday, in fact, I was having a review meeting in which we discussed this in great detail. And we said, let's target. I have actually shared with National Housing Bank. The way we are doing Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojanas like this, all states are actually assessing the demand. That is, there are only 2 eligibility conditions: husband, wife, unmarried children, or it may not be a married person also, but adult children and married children are not taken to be part of a family. Also, no pakka house anywhere in India. If you fulfill these 2 conditions, you articulate your demand. We have already been able to articulate, now this is very interesting, I thought I'll share it with you in this forum. Already we've been able to assess a demand of 77.2 lakh. Urban residents have articulated their demand for affordable houses. It's a big figure. And of this, about a quarter wants to take a bank loans to acquire a house. Yesterday itself, I have shared some details of beneficiaries who are willing to take bank loan, which have come on our database with the National Housing Bank and the HUDCO, saying these are the willing beneficiaries. Please facilitate them. If they are eligible, if they satisfy the bank's due diligence procedures, by all means. I'm sharing this information so that all of us can realize that the demand for affordable housing has now been enabled. It's been strengthened. It's been facilitated. In fact, I think it was last week when I saw a very interesting article in Economic Times where the caption said that there has been a lot of enablement in demand for affordable housing. And now suppliers are looking at opportunities as how to take advantage of this freshly, newly articulated demand. So here I come and I request you to please take advantage of the situation where we can take our country forward, where we can make everybody realize their dreams by having a Pakka house in this country. I continue with CLSS. I have already described the house sizes for economically weaker section is 30 square meter. For low-income groups, it's up to 60 square meter. Preferences, again, we have said manual scavengers, widows, the vulnerable population, minorities, differently abled, transgenders. Please give them preference. They really need shelter, security, empowerment. The two central nodal agencies are, of course, National Housing Bank and HUDCO. The way it works is like this. The Government of India has a budget for CLSS. Of that, depending on the demand from the central nodal agencies, certain amount of funding is released to the central nodal agencies. The central nodal agencies release this money to banks depending on their claims for subsidy, furnishes a utilization certificate to Government of India, takes further money amount. And as the CMD NHB was just telling you, I think 142 crores of subsidy has already been released. I think we are already looking at about a figure of nearly 9,000 beneficiaries who've been sanctioned a loan, and we are looking at much more. And we are too happy to provide further funds to the central nodal agencies to finance this particular vertical. Coming back to the original topic on which I was speaking, let's look at the dynamics and emerging trends in housing finance. What are the emerging trends? Average ticket size of housing is increasing. HFC's role in housing finance is growing. In fact, we did an analysis when we sat with NHB, and we saw that about 80% of the claims were actually coming in from HFCs. So the HFCs are really coming in a very big way. As is the case with NBFCs, albeit for incremental housing or refurbishments. Demand for non-metro cities are increasing. Margin money, of course, being a challenge still because they have to try and find out their own sources of balance, source of finance. The CMD NHB just said PFRDA, EPFO are interested for investing. We have to look at the scope of financing. Then, of course, we look at covered bonds, mortgage bank securities, reverse mortgage lending, which has been tried, and we look at PSL certificates, which has been, I think, notified in 7th April of this year, whether that could actually act as a game changer. The priority sector lending certificates. Looking at some of the new areas, you would have read that in the governance sector, the Real Estate Regulation and Development Act has been enacted in 2016. Some of the sections have been notified in May 2016. So bringing in governance, regulation, transparency and accountability in the real estate sector. We would try to maybe discuss throughout the day whether new products and offerings are required for the new customer base at the bottom of the pyramid, those who are looking for affordable housing. Do we look at changes in outlook? Do we explore possibilities and changes in outlook and appraisal procedures? Land issues, the CMD NHB has already talked about it. Land tenure, property rights, because ownership is an issue when you do due diligence. Looking at parity in banks, HFCs and NBFCs for housing finance, you can discuss it. Project finance to be made attractive for affordable housing, not retail per se, but project finance as a whole. And whether affordable HFCs could be promoted with certain incentives. Some global international practices, I just quote, development of secondary market for housing assets, some mortgage guarantee companies and covered bonds. These have been globally more or less been accepted. How far we could take it forward in India, I leave you to deliberate and discuss, given most of you are financiers here and you would like to take it further. There were 3-4 issues which I think the CMD NHB just raised while he was speaking. And I think one of them was on rental housing and tenancy. Yes, let me just give you the developments. we had formulated a draft rental housing policy because we strongly feel that rental housing could very effectively complement ownership housing, particularly in urban India. And this is almost, we are about to finalize it, and the process is ongoing. We have also developed a Model Tenancy Act, and we are now talking to the legal counterparts to see how we can formalize it. The basic purpose is to encourage landlords to let out their premises, to encourage tenants to move in without any fear of ad hoc eviction, to have a well-documented process where both are confident, both have a system and an agreement to fall back on, and nobody unnecessarily will need to take legal recourse until and unless there are exceptions. So we are trying to have a framework where both landlords and tenants can have a happily agreed, comfortable relationship. Another discussion came in on single window. I think you all are aware, but let me just once again introduce the issue. In Delhi and Mumbai, there has been considerable progress. There has been online integration of all the clearances required to get construction permit. It's going to be one single form, one single payment gateway, one set of online clearances, and within a very specific time schedule. Our Honorable Minister himself is chairing all the monitoring meetings, and we're reviewing it very, very frequently, not only with the Urban Development Ministry, which is the nodal body for the urban local bodies, but also with Environment and Forests, Culture, Defense, Ministry of Civil Aviation, and Ministry of Consumer Affairs, which are the other stakeholders in the process, because you need clearances from all these bodies. Talking about technology, I think CMD NHB briefly touched upon it. We have, as a part of the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, a technology submission. What we are trying to encourage is that fast-track technology, innovative technology, energy-efficient technology, green technologies are made popular and accessed and utilized. We've gone ahead, we are working with IITs in this. We have a specialized organization called Building Materials Training Promotion Council, which is with our ministry. We also have the Hindustan Prefab Limited, which is with our ministry. We are working on EPS, we are working on monolith, shear wall. We are also doing work on precast, and GFRG. So there's a lot of work that's going on. There's a technology park which has been set up in the premises of Hindustan Prefab Limited at Jangpura. If you get time, please do take some time to go and have a look at it, where we have done little units using these technologies. We also are working with 7 state governments which have given us land to set up demonstration housing projects. We demonstrate how to use a technology. The engineers, architects, and urban local bodies come and they see how to do it, and they try and take it to scale. So this is very much part, because you will appreciate and understand that if I have to meet this demand of nearly 1 crore to 1.2 crores in 5 years, we need to move very fast. So I hope I've been able to give you certain information on the thinking of the government, the initiatives taken, and of course I would like to thank all of you who have been together with us in this process, and I hope we will get you with us in the coming process. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I wish the seminar and conference all success, and I would like to thank you once again. Have a good day.
Thank you so very much, ma'am, and we thank you and the government for this continuous support towards the dream coming true in 2022. Let us now put our hands together for Ms. Dhar as she steps forward to thank ma'am with a token of our appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Chatterjee, thank you so very much for your presence, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Dhar. Taking things forward, I'm now going to invite a very dynamic leader. Yes, when we speak of him, let me tell you that as I introduce him, while he is a qualified chartered accountant, and not just that, but a finance professional, along with being a Harvard alumni, he is, even today, a student because he believes in learning and more. Yes, he's currently a student of London Business School, comes with an experience of over 20 years in finance, banking, real estate investment, and a lot more. Not just that, but because he wants to do his bit for the society, he has a charitable trust which he is very active in, His Wish Charitable Trust, which provides schooling and, of course, medical help to the needy across India. Well, because he wanted to fulfill people's dream of owning a house, he came up with the idea of Khush Housing Finance Private Limited. I am talking about none other than Mr. Amit Magia, Managing Director and CEO, Khush Housing Finance. Let us put our hands together as he steps forward and takes you through his and his team's plan. Welcome, sir.
Dignitaries, colleagues and friends. A warm welcome to first ever Housing Finance Summit. It's my privilege to be associated with this summit. Same like NHB and Government of India, this subject is very dear to me. Friends, normally we look for a solution in a summit like this. How about posing some tough questions? With all the great minds assembled here, I'm sure this question leads us to solutions. To begin with, who? Who are the target customers for affordable housing finance? Less than 3% of the population pays income tax. Out of 120 crore population, working population is about 50 crore. Out of that also 3 crore population works in a formal segment. That means just 10% of a working population works in a formal segment. We all are aware that less than 1% population has availed home loan till now. Maybe only 1% population set in the existing parameter of availing the home loans. For that 1%, the competition among this player is ferocious. Almost 90% players fight for a 25 basis point there. So, where do these remaining people will go? Are they not earning enough to fulfill their housing dreams? So what if they don't have a credit score? Are they not credit worthy or bankable? As of now, 80% of PSB and 90% of HFC's portfolio is above 10 lakh ticket size. So who will cater to this huge affordable housing finance demand? I'm trying to emphasize that target customer for this segment are those who are not normally catered by our regular players. So, is there any mechanism to help these customers? With this, now I want to move on to why. Why we need to do this? Every additional rupee invested in housing sector will add 1.54 rupees to the GDP of the country. Housing sector is the second largest employment generating sector. Housing shortage is 20 million urban houses and 40 million rural houses, and of which about 96% shortage is in EWS and LIG category. The current home loan outstanding is approximately 10 lakh crores. With just this mission of housing for all, potentials increases to more than double in next 5 years. So it's a big social requirement and the economy's need. Now is the time for how. How we can do this? Enablers. There are various stakeholders for how. To start with, a government. The Honorable Prime Minister has shown us the way by launching Housing for All by 2022. PMAY CLSS schemes, additional income tax benefit for the first home buyers, income tax benefit for the affordable housing developers, so on and so forth. Then comes the regulator, NHB. NHB under the leadership of Sri Ram Kalyani Raman is leading from the front.
Frankly, it was a pleasant surprise for us when we received our first CLSS claim within a 15 days time. Super fantastic implementation, sir. NHB issuing new licenses because they know market is huge. There is a room for everyone. Then comes the HFCs and the bank. I would say it's time now for us. Do we still want to fight for a 25 basis point? Do we still want to be absolutely just rely on the credit scores? Or we start thinking differently? Can we use technology with more human approach? Can we do innovation in our processes? Can we all together look beyond the bank statement and the credit scores? Can we start understand each customer's need like we understand each corporate's need and try to customize our offering? Government is here with 20 million houses. Can we put 20 million multiplied by n number of smile? Market is big, potential is huge, cause is great. Which business gives satisfaction, scalability, while you put smile on the face and still you make money? Can we be instrumental in making difference in the life? It's not just one life, I would say it's an entire generation. What are the hurdles? What is it that's stopping us? Construction of affordable housing is one aspect and funding that individual borrower is another aspect. How are we ensuring funding to this individual borrower? Let the big companies become bigger, but let's have an environment for the growth for small and mid-sized HFCs as well. As in this segment, regional player, a niche player, is better placed. With their fast decision making, nimble and a cost-effective structure. As an industry, we need to think how we can empower them. The small and mid-sized HFCs, how they can access a faster funding. My urge to all the lenders to HFCs, don't wait for seasoning, do it now. We need to work together. Otherwise, this mission of housing for all will not happen. As underlying asset here is not subprime. This is a super prime asset. This is a less of risk. This is a funding real India, which lies in a EWS and a LIG. This is more than 95% of our population. Let's bet on their employability. This is a best bet than some A-rated corporate or HNI. As this is their first home, they are so much emotionally attached to it. This is their lifetime savings, which eventually they intend to pass on to their children. With the lady of the house as a part of loan structure, it is the best asset ever to have after OD against FD. When it is a retail portfolio, first home, ready house, no construction risk, with CLSS comfortable LTV, then there should not be any problem on immediate refinance. Can I propose NHB or government that like CLSS is getting disbursed within a 15 days time, balance of this loan should also get immediate refinance? Don't you think it can be a major game changer for implementation of mission of housing for all? We need to fill up the gaps to make this dream a reality. I want to be part of this dream of housing for all. I want to work for turning this dream into a reality. I'm sure you all also want to be a part of this dream. Let's work together to turn this into a reality. We all need to be part of this mission of housing for all and need to play a super active role. It is going to make a lot of difference in the life of a lot of people, society as a whole, economy as a whole. We need to think differently because this segment is different. I'll not take much of your time, but I would like to leave all of you with these thoughts of mine. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so very much, sir, and wishing you and your team all the very best to make this dream come true. May I once again request the presence of Ms. Thurch. Thanks, sir, for joining us and making this summit possible. Let us put our hands together for both of them as we capture them in a frame. Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much, Ms. Dhar. And once again, a reminder to all of you who happen to be active on the social media, hashtag ET Housing Finance. If you have any questions, please put them forward. We'll be selecting the best few questions and we'll be raising them to our speakers and our panelists a little later. For now, I'd like to welcome all of you to join us for tea and coffee. Let's network and get to know each other better. We meet again in the next 15 minutes for our first panel discussion of the day. And may I please request our panelists and our panel chair to please meet us next to the sound console so that we can mic you up. Once again, 15 minutes, we meet again. Thank you. Once again, I'd like to request our panelists for our first panel discussion to please join us next to the sound console. We'd like to mic you up, please. May I request Mr. Gupta to please join us next to the sound console, please? May I also request Mr. Alok Prasad to please join us next to the sound console?
is not called as a panel discussion, it becomes a free flow discussion. And from a television angle, it becomes still about the panel.
Said our hustle's work is never through. We making it 'cause we making moves. The only thing we know how to do. Said it's the only thing we know how to do. Work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard. We work hard, play hard, keep partying like it's your job. Work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard. We work hard, play hard, keep partying like it's your job.
With a legacy of over 175 years, the Times Group is today India's biggest media conglomerate, with a 360-degree presence in the world of media and reporting. An integral part of that great legacy, ET Edge, is the conference platform of the Economic Times. It is an initiative that has been taken to create knowledge platforms across multiple industries that would connect, engage, and empower businesses.
The ET Edge Summit is an extraordinary idea. I think it is the need of the hour. I think this idea of talking about how to build our future is the mandate of our Prime Minister.
The basis of effective and result-oriented interaction is connecting the right people at the right time and at the right place. ET Edge provides the ideal platform for interaction and exchange of knowledge. These platforms not only serve as meeting grounds for the industry, but they also become highly motivational for the delegates and young minds.
India is a $2 trillion economy today. Can we not dream of an India with a $20 trillion economy?
By engaging minds through carefully researched modes of summits and conferences, ET Edge creates an ideal social and business ecology for the industry. To ensure that these platforms are unrivaled hubs for seeking information in the vertical they cater to, agendas for each conference are designed after extensive market research.
For smart city concept to first of all succeed, there is a need for change of mindset.
Our business is our people and people are our business. And that's really what leadership at Eureka Forbes is all about.
ET Edge engages itself to ensure that the forums would ensure senior decision makers are equipped with information to respond to challenges they face, not just in India, but also
Once again, I'd like to
globally.
thank all of you for being a part of Kush Housing Finance presents the Economic Times Housing Finance Summit towards Housing for All. I'd like to request all our guests to please take their seats. We're about to begin with our panel discussion. May I request our guests in the pre-function area in the foyer to please join us inside the hall and take their seats. A reminder to all of you to please put your cell phones in the silent mode. Once again, for all our guests, all those of you who'd like to put up questions to our panelists and our speakers, please use our hashtag ET Housing Finance and put it online. We'll be selecting a few of those questions and sharing the same with our panel chair. We truly hope you enjoyed the tea break there and got to know each other a little better. Once again, I'd like to remind all of you, if you would like to ask any questions to our panelists, please put them online with our hashtag ET Housing Finance. We'll be selecting a few of them and sharing the same with our panel chair. And of course, the speakers and panelists will be more than happy to share the same. And as we welcome you to our first panel discussion of the day, the need and its impact, meeting the demand, government policies and initiatives towards inclusive housing. I'd like to present to you our panel chair, Ms. Nayantara Rai, Deputy Bureau Chief, ET Now. Let us put our hands together as I welcome her. A warm welcome to our panelists, Mr. Ajit Kumar Mittal, Executive Director, Indiabulls Housing Finance, India. Let's put our hands together. I'm sure we have more energy than this. This is our first panel discussion. Mr. Sanjay Gupta, Managing Director, PNB Housing Finance. Welcome, sir. A warm welcome to Mr. Sharad Venugopal, Private Sector Development Advisor, DFID UK. A warm welcome to Mr. Alok Prasad, Director, Khush Housing Finance. I'd now like to hand over to Ms. Rai.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us here for this special event that's being putting up together. We're discussing the affordable housing today and how we can get the lenders and everyone else together on board to meet the Prime Minister's vision of housing for all by 2022. Mr. Mittal, I'm going to begin with you. You're of course representing one of the lenders. You're part of the Indiabulls group. You know, we need what? More than $2 trillion to achieve housing for all by 2022. It's a very ambitious task. Do you think we'll meet it? Is the government, the central bank doing enough to even try and reach somewhere near that?
You know, Nayantara, when I was on the flight this morning from Bombay to Delhi, I was just trying to put together my thoughts for the theme. And you know, it was down the memory lane by 35, 40 years. I think I was a high school student, 10th grade or 11th grade, and there was a movie by a popular actor, Manoj Kumar, called Roti, Kapra or Makan. You know, the food, shelter, clothing, these were the basic necessities of life. Today when we look, you know, some of the luxuries, the hitherto luxuries like, you know, television, fridges, mobile phones have become increasingly affordable. Whereas the most basic necessity of life, which is shelter, still remains a luxury, still remains unaffordable. You have, I mean, it's amazing to see our country having made so much progress when you see a street vendor, you know, a vegetable vendor, our own maid servant, an auto rickshaw driver having a smart card. Even a beggar who's begging on a street corner may also have a smartphone. But the point is, have we ever wondered where that auto rickshaw driver or your maid lives? She or he continues to live where they used to live 40 years back or 35 years back, which is a slum. I mean, there has been overarching ambition on part of the successive governments, Prime Minister Awas Yojana, its predecessor Rajiv Awas Yojana, and so on and so forth. They've all been quite ambitious in terms of their outlay. But have we changed things in a very significant manner? Unfortunately, no. Where have we gone wrong? While affordable housing or inclusive housing, as the theme suggests, is a single point solution to the woes of the housing, for the country. But it requires massive collective will on part of all the stakeholders, which includes the government. As the secretary alluded to, quite a few initiatives from the government, and government here doesn't mean only the central government, state government, central government, the builders. Fortunately, unfortunately, I also am the second largest builder in the country. I am second largest housing finance company, but I also represent the largest builder, second largest builder, and I am also an ex-regulator. So I can wear all the three hats, and I can see the solution coming only from the stakeholders.
As a builder, you have so far not been incentivized enough to, focus on affordable housing.
Yes. I think time is at premium, so I'll have to summarize it in 3 quick points. One is the land. The land value here is way above its intrinsic value thanks to the rapid urbanization. And who is the largest landowner in the country? Is the government. Be it the railways, be it the port trust, be it the local bodies, they ironically own the large tracts of land in the city centers. And saying that affordable housing, housing for all, economically weaker section is one thing, but how do you make those units available at really affordable piece, and affordable for whom? Something which is affordable for Amit may not be affordable for me, and something which is affordable for me may not be affordable to some others. So who is the target audience? We are trying to reach out at the lowest, at the bottom of the pyramid. And for that, if we really have to make a meaningful contribution, then the land has to be provided as a pre-packaged template, not just the clearances, not just the permissions, not just the design and the technology and the specifications. Along with that, land also free from all encumbrances with all the clearances that has to be made available. Point number one. You just give a complete template to the builders and invite them to work on a cost plus basis. So I'm sure there's enough incentive for people to come in this segment. Second is the cost of construction, which of course is a sum total of all these factors, the delays, the clearances. Third, in my view, is the public-private partnership. If to mitigate the woes of the sector, you have to see a massive public-private partnership, not just in the realm of policy making, but also in the realm of actual implementation. Okay. And second, another important point, a couple of months ago, there's some friends from the National Housing Bank, they also held a similar seminar about 3 months back. And I was on a similar panel there. And we were having a couple of representatives from Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. They are urban development secretaries or housing secretaries or whatever. And I happened to have a very close interaction, and it's very counterintuitive. See, these are the two states which serve as an important template in the housing, affordable housing. The amount of units they have built is enormous. But majority of them are lying unsold. It's just not a supply side phenomenon, it's also a demand side. And I drilled a little bit more as to what is the problem. Problem is not in terms of housing stock, but have you been able to reach it to the intended beneficiaries? No, we have not been, because cost of unit is 10 lakh, but 1 lakh they have to contribute. Even that 1 lakh, those people are not able to put on the table for housing finance companies like us, or maybe Khush, or maybe banks to pay the remaining 9 lakhs. So that is a big issue. Way forward for that would be rental housing. The secretary mentioned that there is something in the offing, but I am very disappointed why it has taken us that long to really push rental housing in a meaningful way.
Well, better late than never.
Yeah,
If I can bring in
hopefully.
Mr. Sanjay Gupta now, he's the Managing Director, Punjab National House Banking Finance. Mr. Gupta, you just heard about how there's this whole problem about the gap that exists in the funding. Is there an opportunity for PSU banks like yours?
Well, first and foremost, I would like to correct you. I'm from PNB
Housing Finance, sorry.
and not from PNB
Housing
Bank.
Finance, yes, my bad.
Right. I'll, develop on what Ajit just said. And I have been in housing for the last 32 years, and this is the only thing I know. There are always two sides of this housing, I would say, issue. One is the demand side, where is the customer, and the other side is obviously the supply side. And in good old days, and that was the time when I had all black hair and a lot of hair. There are government enterprises, there are quasi-government enterprises like the housing boards, the development authorities. They were very, very active. And somewhere, we sort of, as we generally do, we buckle them down in the name of liberalization, and their role was totally muted. Now those enterprises or organizations still exist. The exchequer's money is still going to maintain them. But what are they doing? So, and especially with the advent of PPP, I mean, I sort of represent the largest and the most successful PPP in the country. It works. So why can't the development authorities and the housing boards get together, you know, supply land approvals, etc., have a very constructive and a demonstrative sort of public-private partnership with a lot of construction companies which are there in the country, and really supply, you know, good product. And in the product side, the 3 Ps are very important. I mean, the place, the price, and the product itself, along with services, total transparency. So that's on the supply side, I would like to say. It cannot happen overnight just because of private enterprise. There has to be some sort of very active government participation in that. On the demand side, when it comes to giving loans to our customers with dignity, with fair play, at reasonable cost, the debt market has to really develop. It's very narrow and shallow. You know, a lot of housing finance companies, especially those which are in their formative years, which are highly specialized to give loans to assessed income group people who are at the lower segment of the pyramid, they need debt. Right away, what is happening is that all these specialized agencies are putting in capital. And as we say it, we are doing equity funding of loans. How far will that happen? You know, there is a ICRA report which says that even if HFCs were to grow at about 20% CAGR for the next 5 years, and the internal accruals are 16%, most of the companies are not making that. We need 3 lakh crores of tier 1 capital alone. You know, and if we are using capital to fund assets or give loans to our customers, God help us. You know, we are certainly defying ourselves and putting a very limited resource, because if a good housing finance company or a bank needs to really flourish, it needs to sort of lever its capital by at least 10 times. Correct. Where is that debt? You know, when you go, so I'm not saying that there is no possibility to raise debt, but instruments like MBS for the secondary market, because the portfolio of these companies is sterling, is better than the large HFCs or the banks, but they are not able to put it out and raise NCDs. So, you know, covered bonds is a call of a day. And for that, we will require a little bit of change in our Securitization Act. And the second thing is MBS. So we have CMBS by way of REITs, etc. We should develop the residential or the retail housing debt secondary market, so that we are not limited to hold our portfolio till maturity. We can turn it around faster. And we have a large population, and we were supposed to be listening to the chairman of PFRDA. You know, we can give instruments to the retired segment or to the segment of our demography which lives on interest income, a fixed income. Yeah. Another bane which I see in this segment is the variable interest rate home loans. And unfortunately, what has happened is that, so this segment which we are talking about since morning do not understand what is variable interest rate, and they do not have the tenacity to sort of absorb the risk of a variable rate home loan. But unfortunately, at an industry level, more than 90% of the portfolio is sitting on variable interest rates. So these are certain things that I would, you know, just to begin the conversation.
Mr. Gupta, before I go to the left side of the panel, you know, since you talked about strengthening of the debt market, this is something we've been hearing about, not just from this government, the previous government, successive RBI governors have also talked about it. But, you know, just quickly, what do you think should be the lessons that we learn from the entire CDO crisis that did take place in the United States?
See, Nayantara, I was the country head of AIG at that point of time, and I was working on the mortgage guarantee piece for our country. Let me tell you what happened in the Western Hemisphere was very, very different and alien to us. We are funding homeowners. We are not funding Alt-A or Ninja and all those complicated stuff. Our LTVs are still very conservative. You know, maximum we can go is 90% in the lower segment, or basically 85% or 75%. And we don't have derivative products. So don't confuse me or, you know, confuse the issue that we are going to go for derivatives. We are not. But at least there should be a secondary market. So we have a entire segment of our society which lives off their interest income. And we have a huge portfolio of 10 lakh crores already existing. Why can't we lever it? You know, and just have a guarantee on it, or a 10% extra cash collateral and float bonds. I think even regulatory bodies can do it, or trustees can do it. We ought to develop a secondary market for this entire, and it's a sterling portfolio. At an industry level, the gross NPAs are just 1.5%. You know, so if we have an additional cash collateral of 10%, we are through. So I'm not talking of derivatives.
Okay.
Right.
Alok Prasad, come in over here. Why do we keep talking about the debt market, but we don't see that secondary debt market? Is this government, the RBI, now making the right noise about it at all?
Nayantara, with your permission, I'd just like to dwell upon a couple of the macro numbers.
Sure.
Because we're talking about the issue of housing in the country, and unless we're able to look at the big picture, I think we have a problem. And we've talked in terms of a lot of details of this and that, but the big picture, I think we need to get right, and then get down to what do we need to do to be able to address this big picture. For some folks in the room, of course, know me well and are aware that I was a part of the startup team of the National Housing Bank way back in '89. And just to share with you a little story, which will tell you as to the way life has gone and has not gone well, really. '89, the Minister of State for Finance was a gentleman by the name of Mr. Eduardo Faliero from Goa. And he was in charge of banking and finance in the central government. And the flavor of the month was housing finance. What do we need to do to be able to build this? Because at that point in time, as you're aware, the only significant company was HDFC. And that was about it, '89. And the banks were not getting into it very much, truly. So Mr. Faliero says, where is the problem? We have, let us say, 60,000 bank branches. The ministry will issue a fiat saying that every single branch of a commercial bank will make 2 housing loans every month, which means that over 1 lakh housing loans made every month, and therefore 1 lakh into 12, 1.2 million new housing loans every month will be made, and the problem is solved. Housing finance is available to everybody, and life is great, and this is all over the country. What happened, of course, we know very well. So that is just to highlight the core point that we cannot address this problem purely by mandates and fiats. And there's got to be solid market forces at work, at play, and government must intervene, the regulators must intervene, as they have in fact, but it's got to be really the interplay of the market on the one side and government intervention on the other. The second story, of course, which is a shorter one.
And again, from the time when you and he had black hair.
That '89, take a guess, what was the balance sheet of HDFC, the largest home finance company in the country? Anybody, take a guess.
Nothing.
'89.
I was just a toddler. I have no idea.
Ah, correct. You were
It
in
was 2,000 crores.
Sorry?
I know it. It was about 2,000 crores.
No. 800 crores.
800 crores, yeah. I used to work there.
Right. 800 crores in 1989, and today what? It's a lakh crores, a ballpark number?
No, it's 2.5 lakh.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. No HDFC person in the room, I hope.
No, really is there.
my apologies. So, short point. HDFC grew in that fashion. And even today is the largest mortgage company in the country. Gone very well. Government fiat, not gone very well. So, getting back to the core point that as we look ahead and as we look at the demographics as they're evolving, you know, they are truly very frightening. By 2030, we will have 68 cities of a population over 1 million, up from 42. these cities or the urban population will actually generate something like 70% of the country's GDP. Now, while we might talk of smart cities and all of that, the fact of the matter is that what is the kind of real investment being made in cities to be able to address the housing problem? Not really happening. We can talk of smart cities, but the reality is very different. Also, again, look at the gap. Today, people talk in terms of aggregate number of about 20 million units plus shortage in the urban and 40 million units plus shortage in the rural. Is this shortage actually getting reduced? The answer is no. It is widening. The annual supply you need of fresh housing has got to be in excess of 7 million units to ensure that the housing gap from the supply side is able to, let us say, over 2 decades catch up with the shortfall. Now, you look at the shortfall, you look at the demographic trends, and there is a huge problem staring at you in the face. And I think the question which everybody here or in the room has to actually look at, apply their minds to, is how do we collectively, it's about us as Indians actually, it's not about government versus private sector or this or that, it's about all of us as thinking citizens of this country as to what do we need to do to be able to address the problem of this
No,
magnitude.
we understand that, and that's exactly what I was asking you.
Yeah, sure.
Obviously, people want houses, and
Correct.
they want pakka houses,
Correct.
not kacha houses.
Absolutely.
How are they supposed to buy it? Are the lenders comfortable lending to this category at all in the first
No,
place?
Nandara, I think
And
they-
their income may not be enough to get...
Great question, and let's sort of again look at it from 2 parts. You have the real sector, which is about housing and housing stock, and you have the financial sector, which is about the supply of housing finance. So what you're now asking me is about housing finance end of it.
Yes.
And the supply of finance for being able to buy the houses. So let's assume that the house is there, and how do I buy the house? Now, as we know very well, which is one of the policy failures or market failures too, is that every lender today in the mortgage market needs 2 key pieces to be able to make a loan. Determine income accurately and determine title, or ensure that the title is clear so that I have a good security. Without these 2 things, it doesn't work out. And that's why everybody pretty much, and my colleagues here will of course
very touchy topic.
talk about it, more as actual lenders, that who has these 2 things clear, determinable income and a clear title. Is the good folks upper middle class or government housing with a clear title being made available at a low cost. Otherwise, in the informal market, and particularly as the lenders have tended to now, you have a number of affordable housing finance companies, and I'm very glad to hear about that, of course. But the fact is, when these affordable housing finance companies go outwards to tier 2, tier 3, peri-urban kind of areas, there's a huge challenge, because what kind of titles are available? No, who knows? Are they titles which are actually enforceable? Probably not. And incomes anyway in the informal sector, there's no paycheck, there's no pay slips to look at, there are no ITRs to look at, and so on. So how do you ensure that the income you are determining is actually the income?
Well,
and not only that, you're prepared to recognize that.
There are housing finance companies like ours.
I don't disagree. I'm saying that
today we have about 7 dozen housing finance companies.
And all I'm saying
and
is the smallest.
the smaller ones, they specialize in that.
If it is happening, great news. I would argue right now that it is starting to happen. It's a small percentage of the total.
Yeah, and I think, because I'm also associated with one of these companies, is the debt. How far can you keep on funding from capital?
Absolutely.
You know, and if the debt is coming to these housing finance companies at 14-15%, at what cost do they lend? And their OPEX is very high, because you know the target operating model or the way you make these companies work is very different than a formal institution like mine or his, or where Alok used to work previously. Their OPEXs are in positive of 5%.
It's not just the cost of funds. It's not just the cost of capital or the cost of funds. Mr. Gupta, what I want to understand is there an appetite to lend to this sector too?
There is, let me tell you. and their portfolios are sterling quality portfolios. And if there is a covered bond and there can be some sort of a guarantee, their corporate rating.
Or maybe, I don't know whether that mic is working on the podium. Let's check that. This is working, yeah, you take that.
For the corporate level rating to go up, to notch up to the NCD level where they can raise debt at, let's say, reasonable rates of interest, will take decades together. We can pool their portfolios, we can ride a guarantee on it, and that is where I say, and just have a simple non-derivative, either securitization or a covered bond issuance. And they keep doing that. So the pool rating or the rating of the trustee, which holds that pool, will be far higher than that HFC's rating. And a reasonably priced long-term debt will start flowing in. And as these HFCs are just going to the banks, banks are not giving more than 5 years. And you are on lending for 30 years. And again, there is a systemic risk. The banks lend at variable interest rate, MCLR, and for that segment, they lend at fixed rate. And so there is a term mismatch and there is a rate mismatch. We have to, do something to moderate this huge, I would say, delta or a demand which is emerging to satisfy this segment spatially. And it's a very, very specialized job. Their target operating model, their technology, their people, their offices, everything is different.
So you're saying the appetite very much exists. We just need to get our act
Yes,
together, address the delta.
And a lot of housing finance companies, specialized housing finance companies have cracked the code. So they are successful companies. But for how long capital will keep on coming? And today we are, as Indians, in a very lucky situation where the world wants to invest in our country. Tomorrow, if capital is scarce, and especially the imported or the foreign capital is scarce,
Flight of capital
where will the
also.
capital come from if you are going to do equity funding? You have to lever these companies at least 7-8 times. Today, they are not even levered one time.
Shahid, come in here. Bring us your experience in the United Kingdom, the lessons that we can learn.
So I'm based in Difford, India. So the thing in coming on last is that all I need to do is just agree or disagree with everyone who's spoken here. And given that most of you have been doing housing finance since when I was a toddler, it's mostly just agreeing. But I also noticed that I'm the lone public sector representative here. So Difford is the UK government, and it leads the UK government's...
No, you join me, I'm a government of India.
Okay.
I also represent the public
You're
sector.
closer to
PNB,
market
yeah.
than we are. And so I just want to really frame it from our point and maybe take the liberty or risk of speaking for the entire public sector here. So a couple of things, just reiterating some statistics that all of you know. So Alok had mentioned as well that we've got close to 20 million in terms of urban housing shortage. And most of this is EWS LIG. So around 95% of this shortage is in the EWS and LIG sector. What you may not know is that over the last 15 years, 10-15 years, the numbers say that the number of households in India increased by 60 million, but the number of houses, the shortage increased by 60 million, but the number of houses went up by 81 million. So clearly the market is supplying, and as economists would say, markets tend to overshoot. But it looks like the oversupply is more in the higher and the middle income groups. So the challenge here that public sector agencies like Difford and the World Bank and the NHB face is what can the public sector do to really stimulate or catalyze the market in the lower income segments. So as Alok pointed out, there is a market failure that the public agencies are trying to address. How we think of inclusive housing, because the whole topic is inclusive housing, is to really invert the whole question and talk about what exclusion is. So specifically what DFID is doing is really looking at what are the pockets of exclusion. So one is there is clearly exclusion by income groups if you look at it. So the EWS and LIG are underrepresented in the client bases of most of the HFCs. There is exclusion by geography. Some states tend to have a larger market share than other states. And the other point that many of you have raised repeatedly today is in terms of documentation. So what public agencies really need to be looking at is how do informal sector households who possibly have the capacity to pay but not the documentation that the typical HFC is used to looking at, how can public agencies really kind of get the markets to move to that sector? And so typically you see the response from the public sector, like some of the panelists have spoken, is looking at things like PPPs. State governments across the country, and many of them are more advanced than others, have had now dedicated affordable housing policies that have aspects of the private sector, in a sense incentivizing or catalyzing the private sector to come up. So there is a lot of activity in this space, or there has been in the last couple of years. But the one other thing I want to really talk about is definitions and precisions. Now, since we've been doing housing finance, we're in touch with regulators and PE funds and MFIs and banks, and everyone says they're doing affordable housing. Everyone is catering to a vastly different income segment, but still everyone is telling the truth. So there are these competing definitions that are floating around. And so I think the need of the hour is precision in terms of what we're going to target. One way to look at it is in terms of EWS LIG, because you still have organizations that perhaps may follow an RBI definition of affordable housing, which is substantially higher than other definitions.
Those definitions are also, different.
I mean, this is a catchphrase, affordable housing, as I mentioned at the
It's very
beginning.
subjective.
It's very relative. Affordability is defined in terms of your annual income. As per the national statistics in US, 30% of your annual income should be enough to pay the mortgages, then that is affordable. So, I mean, it's totally variable, but the target audience, who are the intended beneficiaries, that's the point here. Those are the people which are largely excluded, which would be comprised of economically weaker sections and to some extent lower income group. Now the point, I'll come back again to the inevitable imperative of public-private partnership here is not just in terms of making the units available, but also in terms of developing the support infrastructure. All these units that are coming up are in the far-flung outlying areas. They are in the outer peripheries of the metro cities. People have to travel a lot for their livelihoods. So unless you have a rapid transportation system, mass rapid metros or something like that, I mean, those units are likely to remain ghost houses. I have seen that with my own eyes. So that is where the public sector and the government agencies step in. I mean, you have to develop the entire ecosystem. It's not just enough to create 1,000 odd units somewhere in the back of the world, back of beyond. You have to have, the entire ecosystem, the support structure coming up there. And that is where housing finance companies or the banks or the financial institutions or the builders are not going to do. That is where you have to have massive involvement of the public sector and the government agencies there.
So, because we talk about multiplicity of definitions right now and the lack of infrastructure, Mr. Gupta, how do you deal with it? Because you do have a situation where for FDI it's one definition, for priority sector lending is another definition, for incentives under budget is another definition.
So, I mean, for us, life is very simple. Our regulators are National Housing Bank. So we follow their definition. And, luckily for housing finance companies, there is no sort of straight-jacketed target to do a PSL. But yes, I mean, there is a lot of demand, when it comes to ECB, then we have to follow the definition. But that definition is very different from the bank's definition of affordable, so it complicates issues. And then when you are set to sort of, securitize your portfolio as a means to raise funds, then there's another sort of a definition. So those are challenges, but somehow, housing finance companies, because they are specialized companies, they are single product companies, we do not come to a lot of challenges in our daily lives. But yes, for smaller housing finance companies, as I said, debt is a nightmare.
Just to back up Mr. Sanjay Gupta's comments, which he made earlier, very profound observation he made that, you know, housing finance companies in particular, or all lending institutions in general, need to really be able to lever, and for that their capacity to raise long-term debt is of absolute importance. Also, one has to see the evolving paradigm. Now there is a complete shift that is going to be there away from the bank borrowing. Reserve Bank of India has already come out with a discussion paper where they are going to put outer caps, the limits, how much you can borrow from the banking system. Large companies, I mean, I'm not talking of the smaller companies, even the larger companies are going to have tremendous problem accessing bank credits. So it's now imperative that they have to resort to more market instruments, whether it's NCDs, whether it's bonds, whether it's commercial papers, masala bonds, domestic offerings or whatever. So that has become the order of the day. There is no way you can rely.
There should not be flip-flops that, this sector can invest so much in housing finance as a percentage. It certainly drops.
Fortunately, that has been.
But it matters.
It matters.
It matters because if you were supposing going to raise funds, all of a sudden that window is closed for you.
Yeah. Fortunately, SEBI woke up to that. And that was a very important step.
But are you gentlemen now satisfied with the ECB limit? We had seen some flip-flop there as well. Is it enough? You think it needs to be revised?
See, there is no love for foreign debt, let me tell you that. It is one of the sort of avenues to raise debt.
And that's so minuscule. There is a sovereign limit of $1 billion every year, and which is available for all the housing finance companies as also to the leading builders. So, and predictably, they are the usual guys, 2, 3, one of them is sitting here, who raise it. So, we are not a great advocate or a votary of it, but yes, this is available.
But do we need to revise this limit?
The domestic debt market has to become more wide and more deep. And as you all know, Indians have a great propensity to save. And they are very, very loan averse. On an average, a 20-year loan gets finished in 7 to 8 years. So Indians are great to save. They also need now instruments to save. So supposing the bonds, the deposits of the banks are almost coming off, the hook. They are at 6.5%, 7%. A retired guy wants a higher yield, and let's say a public deposit of a bank is not secured. If you can give him a real mortgage-backed paper at, let's say, 8.5%, 9% for 20 years, he or she is going to be very happy.
And so we discussed the various sources, and if I could get your view specifically on where do you stand as far as the risk weightage goes? What should be the ideal risk weightage if you want this sector to flourish, if the long-term capital is to flow in?
Frankly, there's no one good answer for that because at one level...
Don't be so diplomatic.
No, hang on. You heard me earlier, so that's not me. The short point is that the HFCs, if you look at purely at the performance of the portfolios, as Sanjay just now mentioned, at an industry level, it's the NPAs are sub 1.5%. And therefore, there is, and in any case for mortgage assets, the risk weightage actually is fairly low. And in any event, you've got to now comply with Basel norms and all of that. So again, with your permission, let me flag a different issue actually, which is to do with mortgage insurance. Because when you talk in terms of the affordable housing segment, and we just talked about the issues around titles and the risk, of course. Mortgage insurance is an area where there have been efforts at the housing bank and so on, attempting to build that as a product and build that market. Hasn't happened very well. I'm told among the reasons is that the cost is very high, and I think Sanjay can comment on that because ultimately what happens is that every cost gets bundled into the final cost to the client.
Yeah.
Now, here is a client who's anyway at the lower end of the pyramid, and therefore cost is an issue for that kind of client. But that is the very same client who actually can benefit by mortgage insurance. So how do we create a package whereby with mortgage insurance, the risk being taken by the lender is lower, but at the cost which is working both for the company and the client?
I actually wanted to discuss that as well as foreclosure, because if you have to foreclose, is it It's very difficult. It's very, it's not?
No.
No, not true, not true.
The SURFACE Act is really effective. And the amendments which are happening to it, even your hire purchase and your leases will be covered.
Exactly.
And that is when there is a huge opportunity for rental housing or hire purchase housing, where the customer can pay a rent and buy an option to buy that house every 3 years, 4 years, 5 years.
That's the need of
And you can create a massive sort of a housing stock, back it up with MBS, so any lending institution which lends to a developer can trade that paper in the secondary market long term. People can buy houses, they start paying their installments even if they don't have their own contribution in the beginning, and can have an option at 3 years, 5 years, 7 years and things like that. So the new the existing SURFACE Act of 2002 and the new SURFACE Amended Act of 2016 is a beautiful act. It works to to nobody's advantage, but a very effective legislation.
This is going to be a huge opportunity.
No, it is already there. It is already there.
working
It is a
very well.
very effective tool. The housing finance companies or anybody who uses it, today NBFCs are also covered and all HFCs are covered. They have to crack the code of the process. If once you do that, it's a very effective act.
So how does life change post this?
Well, life goes on as usual. This is just one of the several enabling factors to make this sector vibrant. I would rather go to the extent of suggesting that this same dispensation should be available to micro housing finance companies as well, which to my knowledge, I think use of SURFACE
is now effective to all the housing finance companies.
No, I think all NHB recognized companies will be are covered by that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So also now it has been made available to NBFCs, I am told, but the notification is yet to come.
Yeah, so it will
this is
come
a
now.
very important.
Now lenders have no business not lending to the sector.
See, mind you, let's not put words into each other's mouth. My business is to
now
lend.
you're covered today.
My business is to lend. If we are saying that the velocity, transaction velocity has fallen, it hurts me more. The customer puts in 20% or 30%, I put in 80% or 70%. And if the volumes go down, I get hurt first, like all of us, right? So we are very anxious. The only thing is, as I said, the 3 Ps in affordable housing are very, very critical. The right price, the right place. If you are going to sort of uproot a family from where they're living and generating their income, 20 kilometers away, they are not going to move. As Ajit said, they are going to become ghost cities and the right price. They have to be served with dignity. The dignity that we like, the dignity they like. It has to be like that.
And the point that Alok brought up, what do you take from them to lend to this sector? Because how do you get a clean title and a regular income for the sector that we're talking about?
So that is what I was saying, ki the supply side, please reinvigorate those public enterprises which were supplying. Believe you me, I started my career in '86. Right till 2000, that was the segment, 70% that we used to fund in HDFC Limited. Right? So it is not rocket science that we are talking today.
Then why don't companies like yours
But
do it?
today
Mr.
there is
Mittal?
no supply.
So can I comment on that?
Yeah, let Mr. Mittal just answer. Why is this not seen as an opportunity anymore?
There is no supply now. Viable supply.
Correct.
He could create the supply.
So what can he create? So supposing, I will answer that question.
No, I'll be
sir.
fair. I think.
Now if you from sitting here create affordable housing in Neemrana, I will not fund it. Because I know people who will buy there will only buy for capital appreciation and will never live there.
Well, you have a huge auto belt in Neemrana.
No, but
a huge Japanese quarter coming
yes,
up.
so if the people who are employed there buy, I will fund. But people who are migrated,
you won't buy.
yes, we won't.
But why shouldn't housing be a tool of investment?
No, but
why do we not consider it to be good asset
where
class?
will the Delhi person go? You first answer that. Investment opportunity comes later. We are talking of the basic need and demand of shelter. We are not talking of an investment instrument.
And to come to your point as to why big players like us or some others don't get into funding these economically weaker sections, to the extent that some of the smaller companies are doing, to tell you the truth, this is a highly localized business. You have niche players at different geographical locations who are able to do this job better. They are able to have better networks. They are able to have a better behavioral and demographic study of the areas, and they are doing a phenomenal job. And national level players are doing what they are doing. Let them do what
But
they
your
are doing.
presence is very limited. It has not been incentivized. At the end of the day, it's fair to look at your bottom line and top line. It's fair.
There are constraints for us to reach out to those geographies. And
Shad, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, so I just wanted to chip in on the question of supply. So what we've seen in the last maybe 12 or 18 months is that at least from the state government's side, supply seems to be picking up. And we speak to them quite often. And these are different states across the country. And the one recurring theme from their side is that, listen, we've either built these houses or we're building all these houses, but there's no one to lend to our people, right? Exactly. So I think specifically on your point of your 3 Ps, I think the question of supply, at least, I think supply is now slowly starting to come up at a scale that is meaningful to HFCs.
Exactly.
The one thing that we've seen, which is a little intriguing, is that again I come back to the question of definitions and being very precise. When we speak to state governments, they don't seem to know that there is a class of institutions, HFCs or banks, that can possibly lend to their income groups. And I see this term being used quite interchangeably. They say we need MFIs to come in to lend to these people. But MFI is a very precise definition. And so in their mind, they're thinking that there are these institutions that make unsecured loans of 15,000 that could lend to our people at, say, 20%. But then the next statement is that no, MFIs should come, but they should lend at 5% and so on. So in many states, I think just getting them to understand that such institutions exist
Actually exist, yeah.
is a huge starting point. And so it comes back to your point of financial literacy. So there is literacy at the borrower level on the question of variable interest rates and so on, but also literacy at the policymaker level. For them
the
to
awareness has to come in, you know, that spread the good word, that there are institutions which expertise in funding these type of segments of the
That's,
society.
I think, something which the National Housing Bank ought to be able to do much better, because as the apex institution, and I was a part of that also, by way of being able to engage with the state governments in particular, and exactly what Sanjay was saying, to be able to spread that kind of awareness that there is a whole specialized class of institutions on the ground whose core business is only this, and therefore it's there, and it's a fairly good network, and many more new companies. I think 68 NHB recognized companies currently in existence and counting. So therefore, I think certainly the NHB needs to be able to work much more on that.
So specifically on that point, I think in the last 18 months, so we worked with the NHB and the World Bank in trying to get some of these platforms where the state governments can meet with HFCs. And often it's a first meeting where they're just getting to understand each other's business models and so on. But in some instances, that has culminated into state governments inviting HFCs for subsequent discussions and so on. So it is happening in pockets.
Fact, just to share my own experience, because certainly you mentioned MFIs. The fact of the matter is MFIs were a bad word in 2010.
Very bad word.
And we were able to succeed in ensuring that MFIs are now becoming banks in the space of 5 years. How did that happen? It happened because the industry body, MFIN, which I was heading, built a very robust engagement model with the government, the central government, the state governments, and with the regulators. And literally over a space of 3-4 years, we went out there, talked to everybody, met them regularly, and ensured that, exactly as I said, from being a bad word to being
very credible,
exactly,
you know,
exactly.
channel of, let's say,
Financial
financial inclusion.
Sanjay, look at it. Of the 2 banks who get a bank license, one is an MFI, Bandhan. Of the 10 NBFCs and so on who get a small finance bank license, 8 are MFIs, right? It only tells you that how in a space of 5 years, this entire industry could move the needle in that fashion, right?
But that's because the entire industry was also being painted with one brush because one failed.
Correct. Nayantara, spot on, which is exactly
because
the point I'm
one
making.
failed and you all painted with the same brush.
From being black and the darkest of blacks on the one side to suddenly becoming, hey, you're good guys actually, and therefore, and a part of the financial architecture for delivery of financial services to the lower end of the pyramid. So getting back to it, it's all about the way you reach out and the way you connect.
The other problem is, like Mr. Gupta touched on it, like he will not want to maybe finance people wanting to buy Neemrana unless they're the end user.
Yes.
But the problem also that you're having is that we've seen a huge bubble that burst in the tier 2, tier 3 and the smaller cities earlier, right? You're seeing a migration of population that's taking place. So given all of this, how do you build affordable housing in the metropolitans and the suburbs? Suburbs are also very expensive now.
Very expensive.
So how do you build affordable housing?
Yes, so
Mr. Mittal believes that it should be government giving out land in,
it will have to be.
It will have to be.
It will have to be.
Nayantara,
Today, Nayantara, I mean, leave alone Bombay. There the land cost the proportion of
But
land
even the
cost.
suburbs of Bombay, too
Just a
expensive.
second. The proportion of land cost to the end price is very high. 60-70% is actually land premium. Even in smaller cities, it is as high as 35-40%. Because when we do builder funding, we come to know all the costs, right? Now, if that can be supplied at a reasonable rate, and I'm not saying that government land should be given to private enterprises, please don't do that. But yes,
Why not? But
just
why
a
not?
second,
not?
hold on.
Why not?
So just a second, government land remains government land,
Please
but let a private developer develop and have a joint venture where you share the profits. See,
So there's no
every
CAG
segment,
report, there is none of that.
every
That's it.
segment,
It's too
every
complicated a model, easier said than done. It just can't. These days, in fact, government also has become greedy. I am sorry. The way government is auctioning lands, you should see they
Yeah.
extract the last drop of juice from that. And then the builders are blamed that, they have jacked up the prices, they have delayed the projects. Some of the national level agencies like National Textile Corporation, you see the bidding they do, the way they do the auctions, online
Yeah, it
bidding
was
and
the
all.
largest auction
Largest
in Bombay,
auctions
yeah.
in Bombay or even smaller places, tier 2
some
cities.
can be
like
identified.
Indore.
You lost to DLF.
Yeah, we won quite a few. We lost. We are disciplined bidders, so we don't aggressively bid. But then the point is, if government behaves in a typical
actually,
But why does the
profit-motive
government
fashion-
also increase
No, there is
FSI
a
for
welfare-
affordable
there is a
housing,
welfare-
for example?
There is a welfare function the state is supposed to perform, particularly in respect of the economically weaker sections. For that section, at least the government, it's bonded duty of the government to make land available at reasonable prices. Otherwise, how do you blame builders for not?
And why
They
not
can
just have
identify
higher-
parcels of land. They
Or
can
have
ident-
higher FSI for such projects as well.
No,
Well,
see,
You
higher
can put
FSI
taller, you can put
FSI
taller, more volumes.
No, but then
FSI will be
associated with that is the
eventual.
problem of infrastructure.
You
I mean, you
can't-
can't really go on vertically rising unless you have
because
the
the
support
cost of
infrastructure.
construction also goes
up as you go higher.
astronomically. And mind you, the per square foot cost of constructing a smaller house at times is higher than a larger house because the toilets and the kitchens are most expensive to build. So if you have a concentration of kitchens and toilets and all, your per square foot cost goes up. And if you go vertical, it will be totally undoable. So you have to have a reasonable vertical building.
Shahid, come in here. This is where technology could play an important role, like we have seen, for example, in Latin America and pockets of Europe, US, etc. We've not seen that kind of construction come here at lower cost, good quality construction for such houses.
So you're right. I think technology both on the supply.
I mean, we're using the same technology, whether it's a luxury house costing 5 crore rupees or, it's the same, it's pretty much the same technology. We have,
So I think-
we have prefabrication.
I think
sir.
at the higher
Even for
end
luxury
of the-
housing now we're using prefabrication, but the kind of technology that exists perhaps in Latin America, etc., we've not imported it as yet.
See, that may not be very sort of tropical, but there are a lot of developers, especially down south and in Rajasthan, etc. They do very nice MyVan and prefab, and they're
that has
able to
become
crash
common.
timelines in a very, very big fashion and deliver, very good quality affordable housing. So.
But it's very small, it has not
Yeah,
spread.
so augmentation, or as I said in the beginning, whether it is lending, anything, that awareness has to be re-brought into our thought process and the way we work, that how to crack this. It's a huge sort of I would say, ask from anyone, leave alone the government as a nation. It's a national ask and a big challenge.
So let me just comment on your specific point on technology being used. I think the answer again to that is scale. So technology, we've, for example, worked on a couple of pilots where at a small scale, the say cost per unit would be say 10 lakhs. But at a large enough scale, that comes down to 4 or 5 lakhs.
Yeah.
So there are enough people who are able to kind of demonstrate through pilots that certain technologies are available. The challenge really is now for someone in the private sector to come in and do some heavy lifting and kind of scale it up substantially. So the per unit cost comes down to half or say 40% of what it is at a pilot level.
What is the experience? What is it turning out to be on an average scale? I understand it will be different from place to place depending on cost of land, but would you say the average cost of construction has been brought down where we can actually have a booster shot for affordable housing, or is it still too high?
No, not my area of expertise, of course, and therefore a broad point again. I think we've got to understand that affordable housing must be seen as a public good. And as a public good, the government has to intervene. As a part of the intervention...
So we should have tax breaks too?
Yeah, exactly. And that's a part of it. I mean, tax breaks work for guys who pay tax. Most of the affordable housing folks are folks who don't pay tax. So therefore, getting back to the...
But the builders of affordable housing pay.
No, absolutely. That could be a good way to go. No, but to me, for example, Singapore is a great model. In Singapore, there is a large-scale public housing which the government creates and makes available to middle classes and lower income categories, and equally there's a very vibrant private sector housing industry on the other side. So I think here also we need to be able to make this bifurcation that one set has to be viewed as a public good which the government must come into and provide, whether it is by way of a partnership model with the private sector or directly. And for that technology and all the other good things to be applied to it. Then there has got to be the more regular kind of housing for the middle classes and the upper income groups, where the private sector comes in and therefore does what it has to do. And that has been the policy, actually, if you look at it objectively, for pretty much every segment, every industry. The government does come in for providing basic goods. I mean, what is, whether it's LPG or food rations or this or that, it's all about being able to provide basic goods from the government as a public good at an affordable price.
We also have to fight how the illegal construction keeps sprouting up everywhere, and that's free, right? So I think we can now take questions from the audience. I believe they have been collated, and my colleague has got them online, so we'll wait for that. Questions? Okay, so would anybody here like to take questions, ask questions before we bring on the ones that we got from the internet? Yes. Please do identify yourself and tell us who the question is intended for. We can hear you, yes.
But at the cost of my KAI, I mean professional commitments, we don't find any discussions on rental housing. Especially I think in Europe, it is one of the major things that literally post-World War and all that. For the affordable segment, it has been a major thing. Why is our infatuation, obsession with owned housing?
Yes.
And I have been, I mean Shriram Housing, we have been for the last 6 years doing housing. We have not talked affordable housing, but willy-nilly the geography, the segment we are working in, it's completely affordable housing. But why is there never, I think right from the morning, all the discussions we heard, this was completely overlooked. But I think one major solution for the whole problem that we have today, especially on the urban shortage, is rental housing. Any thoughts on that?
Can I respond to this?
Sure. Yeah, it's for the three of you.
Yeah. If you remember, that was probably my beginning remarks, rental housing, and I did allude to the Secretary's remark also, although it was at the end of her speech where she concluded by saying that the government is looking at it. And this is coming not from housing finance perspective, but from a builder's perspective. We in India Bulls at Mumbai Panvel were the pioneer in rental housing. We built close to 20 acres of rental housing in Mumbai. Basis that, we got the FSI to launch a township. This was done in 2009 because in Panvel, because it's an eco-sensitive zone, it's perceived to be eco-sensitive, so you don't get floor space index unless you build rental housing. This was the approved policy of the government of Maharashtra. After we complete the project, we built the houses and we requested the government to take over the houses The government was not forthcoming. Phase 2, after we got the location clearance, we went ahead, we started launching the commercial project. They suddenly said the rental housing has been scrapped. I personally believe that this rental housing is the way forward.
Is the way
Is the way forward.
Is the way
Absolutely. There's undue fascination for owning the house in our country. The society, we as a society need to definitely inculcate that mindset that rental housing is a viable option. But now government has certain impediments why they are averse to scaling it up in a significant way. One of them is that rental housing primarily is meant for very backward or economically weaker sections. The rent stops coming after a few months, which is expected. Getting them evicted becomes a huge emotive and social issue. So no government worth its salt would like to get into an arena which can be politically sensitive. So this is the inside story. But yeah, I do entirely agree that one has to really come out with the appropriate bylaws or rules to make rental housing a vibrant option. Absolutely no second opinion on that.
No second.
Let me react also. I mean, I think the point you make is absolutely valid. And what you're flagging is actually an extremely large public policy issue. It does call for very high levels of investment on the part of the government, and the state governments particularly in this context. And the issue really, as he rightly flagged, is that when you are providing this service, in a manner of speaking, or public good, to the lower income categories of people, you need to be able to collect on the rent. And typically what happens is that this is a category of people who are used to free services given by the government. So be it power, be it water, whatever. If it is government, it is to be taken as free. And this entire challenge and issue of being able to collect rentals on a monthly basis from the residents there is something which I think the government is always very wary of getting into. And in any case, it can always turn into a political issue, and then as we have had loan write-offs and stuff like that.
No, so even if, besides collection, would you also agree that maybe rental yields have to be an incentive? Right now, our rental yields in the country for the luxury segment are not good enough. For this one, how is it going to help developers like Indiabulls, for example, address this?
We give those rental housing free of cost to the government. Government in turn gives us the incentivized FSI. So we don't care whether it yields 1 rupee a square foot or 1,000 rupees a square foot. And government also cannot be behaving like a typical landlord. For them, the end objective is not to really better their yield, but to really reach out to the intended beneficiaries who can't afford a house of their own. Let them get a dwelling unit to live. So rental yield for this segment is not really...
I mean, I don't think it's a yield issue. It's a pure operational issue that once people begin to stay in that house and they see it as government, how does the government ensure that they're able to collect on it, number one. Number two, and also maintain it. Because that again is an outgo on the part of the government.
Maximum government, minimum government.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we have time for one more question.
I think there.
Yeah, can I ask a question?
My name is Manish Srivastava, and I represent Muthoot Housing Finance. My question is actually to Mr. Gupta. I think, Mr. Gupta, you are absolutely spot on about your comment about the deepening of the debt market. My question is actually a follow-up on that. From your experience and extensive experience in the housing finance industry, it does seem like something which should have happened some time ago. Where do you really feel the bottlenecks to kind of implementing this really lie? And if you have a few words of advice or a few words of guidance for people who would want to implement those, what really would those be?
Well, Manish, thank you for your kind words. I sort of grew with the housing finance sector from '86, and those were tougher times. So I can assure you, you people are operating in a far, far better and a more streamlined environment. But having said so, and having said that there are a lot of challenges for small housing finance companies, I think if we can look at the Securitization Act, which comes under the purview of the Reserve Bank of India, both covered bonds and MBS can come very quickly. And I think there's a huge market. And the best example is that if one of our colleagues just raised a large public debt bond, and instead of 4,000 crores, he was able to manage 19,000 crores, right, in a single day. So that means there's a lot of appetite for secured sort of paper in the country. And I think it's just the Securitization Act of Reserve Bank of India. If we have a relook and we can allow just plain vanilla mortgage, covered bonds and one layer of securitization, MBS and covered bonds will not take much time to come into the country. Moody's or ICRA, as we know, they are the leaders in rating such papers internationally. And by the way, in Europe, 80% of the mortgages get funded through covered bonds. I will not talk about the US because that's become a dirty word ever since 2008 crisis. But that was all synthetic paper. That was not pure mortgage secured paper. And there the rating agencies were at far greater fault than the mortgage creators or people like us or the guarantors.
So we are, you want to say, okay, we are running out of time and I'm getting
Signals.
gestures from the side of you to wrap up. So I'd like to thank each of the panelists for taking
you.
time out and joining us here. If you have questions, catch them offline. Thank you very much.
Thank
We'll
you.
wrap up.
Have a nice afternoon. Thanks.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Rai, and thank you, panelists. It was a very interactive session indeed. And as she just mentioned that the team will be more than happy to take the questions offline. Of course, they'll be joining us for lunch. And we also have a prize which will be given away to the best question. But please remember to put it online, tweet it with our hashtag at Housing Finance, ET Housing Finance, and you also have the address on your 10 cards on every table. So the best prize is yet to come, but to thank each one of you, I'd like to invite on stage Ms. Marlene D'Souza, conference producer, TCL, BCCL. Let us put our hands together as we have her on stage. Thank you so very much, sir. What a pleasure having you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks. Thanks for calling me.
Thank you, Mr. Mittal. What a pleasure. Mr. Venugopal, thank you so very much. Mr. Prasad, a pleasure, sir. Ms. Rai, for chairing the panel, we'd like to thank you. Thank you, Marlene. And I'd like to invite all of you to join us for lunch and networking. We meet again in the next 45 minutes for our next session, a very interesting session, and a reminder to all of you to please tag us if you happen to be socially active with our hashtag ET Housing Finance. Enjoy lunch.
Till today, through its summits and conferences, ET Edge has empowered industries across various sectors. The partners associated with ET Edge have a strong standing within the industries as well. With 80 plus summits, 270 plus ministers, 1600 plus speakers, 12,000 plus delegates, 1,000 plus associates and partners, ET Edge today has become the #1 meeting ground for the industry.
And India has a huge talent pool and gives us ideas, new thoughts, new possible solutions to issues that we are grappling with.
I think the delta to be made in India versus China is just extremely significant, and that's why people are coming here.
It is time for, I think, the developers lobby to come together and really push the government for a quantum change.
And the challenge is not only growth, the challenge is how do we manage this growth.
A great brand is not defined by any one thing that a company does, but it's actually a summation of all the various things that a company does.
The future of this country depends on our ability to enhance the power of human mind.
Swami Vivekananda had said, arise, awake, do not stop until the goal has been attained.
तुम कभी सुर्खियों में नहीं आ सकते। तुम्हारी बीवी तुमसे ज्यादा कमाती है। जिंदगी नाप तौल कर नहीं जी जाती। तुम्हारे माँ बाप से जो ना बन सका वो तुमसे भी ना हो पाएगा। ऐसी ही बातें सुन के तो अब आदत सी पड़ गई है। मैं पूरी मेहनत से अपना सपना पूरा करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं। मेरे सपने के लिए थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ रहा हूं। मेरे साथ मेरा परिवार भी हाथ बटा रहा है। हम सारे मिलकर घर की पूरी जिम्मेदारी उठा रहे हैं ताकि मेरे बच्चों को एक अच्छा मुकाम हासिल हो, एक बेहतर जिंदगी हासिल हो। अच्छी जिंदगी जीने के लिए हमें जरूरत है अपने मकान की, जहां खुली हवा हो, जहां पानी हो साफ। मेरा सपना मेरे अपने घर का, जिसमें मेरा परिवार खुशहाल हो। वो घर जहां मेरे बच्चों की उम्मीदों को नए पंख मिले। कई दिन तो इन्हीं उम्मीदों में चले गए। लगा कि मेरे घर का सपना तो अधूरा ही रहेगा। हमेशा जगहों की बढ़ती कीमतें और मेरी जोड़ी हुई कमाई, इनमें अंतर बढ़ता ही गया। लोन लेने के लिए जहां भी कोशिश की वहां नाकामयाबी ही मिली। लोग क्रेडिट कार्ड या लाइफ इंश्योरेंस तो आसानी से देने के लिए तैयार थे, मगर घर के लिए लोन देने के लिए तैयार नहीं थे। मैंने भरोसा दिलाया कि मेरे साथ मेरा परिवार भी तो है, सबकी मिला के आमदनी अच्छी है। ये भी समझाने की कोशिश की कि कभी ऐसा नहीं होगा कि कोई मेरे दरवाजे पर किश्त मांगने के लिए खड़ा रहे। ये मुझे मंजूर नहीं। मेरे पास मेरा स्वाभिमान ही तो है जो मैं खोना नहीं चाहता, और वो भी अपने बच्चों के सामने कभी नहीं। मगर ये सारा सच किसी को रास ना आया। मैंने इतना ही सुना कि भरोसा सिर्फ कागजों पर किया जाता है। पर एक दिन मुझे पता चला कि मेरा सपना पूरा होने की उम्मीद पे है। कम से कम कागजों के आधार पर मुझे लोन मिल सकता है। उस दिन जब खुश हाउसिंग फाइनेंस नई खुशियां लेकर आया, उम्मीदों की डोर में ख्वाबों को बुनते हुए, उस दिन मेरा सपना किसी भी सवाल में नहीं उलझा, क्योंकि वो लोन कागजों को नहीं, हम जैसे भरोसेमंद इंसानों को देते हैं।
We are not the normal finance company like every other finance company is doing that. They want to fund up people who are already having a set pattern of income, and let's say people are working for Infosys or people are working for Reliance. It's very easy to fund them, finance them. We are doing different. We are doing it in a different manner. We want to finance a vegetable vendor. We want to finance any grocery shop owner. We want to finance a nurse. We want to finance a security guard. We are trying to figure out set pattern in their income, which can be from informal segment.
In just 3 months, our company has grown from 2 branches to 6 branches, and they all are collectively working very hard. And in next 3 months, I would say it will go from 6 to 12, and maybe in 3 years' time, we will have 30 branches all across India, which is really commendable. And I would say the kind of happiness people who are associated with us will have, seeing the kind of growth this company is making, will also have a very, very impactful happiness, like because they are achieving what the company is targeting. So for them, that happiness is what even we are looking out for.
We are here to spread happiness. At the same time, I would say our underwriting should not be a riskier one. But we believe in these people, we want to serve these people, we want to cater these people. And probably in next 3 years, I want to see at least 5 to 7,000 happy families.
With a legacy of over 175 years, the Times Group is today India's biggest media conglomerate, with a 360-degree presence in the world of media and reporting. An integral part of that great legacy, ET Edge, is the conference platform of the Economic Times. It is an initiative that has been taken to create knowledge platforms across multiple industries that would connect, engage, and empower businesses.
The ET Edge Summit is an extraordinary idea. I think it is the need of the hour. I think this idea of talking about how to build our future is the mandate of our Prime Minister.
The basis of effective and result-oriented interaction is connecting the right people at the right time and at the right place. ET Edge provides the ideal platform for interaction and exchange of knowledge. These platforms not only serve as meeting grounds for the industry, but they also become highly motivational for the delegates and young minds.
India is a $2 trillion economy today. Can we not dream of an India with a $20 trillion economy?
By engaging minds through carefully researched modes of summits and conferences, ET Edge creates an ideal social and business ecology for the industry. To ensure that these platforms are unrivaled hubs for seeking information in the vertical they cater to, agendas for each conference are designed after extensive market research.
For smart city concept to first of all succeed, there is a need for change of mindset.
Our business is our people, and people are our business. And that's really what leadership at Eureka Forbes is all about.
ET Edge engages itself to ensure that the forums would ensure senior decision makers are equipped with information to respond to challenges they face, not just in India, but also globally.
We could become the workhorse of the world, the manufacturing hub of the world, the people supplier of the world, the human resources supplier of the world at all levels.
Till today, through its summits and conferences, ET Edge has empowered industries across various sectors. The partners associated with ET Edge have a strong standing within the industries as well.
Once again, I'd like to welcome all of you. May I request all our guests in the pre-function area to please join us inside, and may I request all our guests inside the hall to please take a seat. We're about to begin with our next session. Once again, we'd like to thank you all for joining us, and a reminder to all our guests, whoever would like to ask a question, we have a prize to be given out this evening for the best question, so we'd like to request you to please tweet it on our hashtag ET Housing Finance. We look forward to giving some great prizes out.
मैं 2011 से रूम देख रही हूँ, बहुत जगह रूम देखा, लेकिन मेरे को किधर भी रूम नहीं मिल रहा था। रूम मिलता था, मेरा बजट बैठता नहीं था। अगर बजट बैठता तो फिर बिल्डर का कुछ ना कुछ पेपर का प्रॉब्लम या कुछ ऐसा, इसके वजह से मुझे कुछ किधर रूम मिल नहीं रहा था। फिर मैं एक दिन ऐसे खोजते खोजते कल्याण स्टेशन पे देखा तो बोर्ड लगा, मैं साइट देखने गई। फिर उसके बाद मेरे को उनका रूम पसंद पड़ा, तो उसके बाद उन्होंने मेरे को टोकन मांगा, तो मैं 1 लाख रुपये उनको टोकन दिया। फिर हम लोग ने रूम फाइनल किया।
मैंने बिल्डर को पूछा कि भाई मेरे को पेंशन वजह से मेरे को पैसा नहीं मिलेगा, अमाउंट जो आपकी बाकी के अमाउंट देने के है, तो इतने पैसे मेरे पास नहीं है। तो बिल्डर क्या बोला मुझे, ठीक है मैं हमारे ऑफिस से आपको हफ्ता लगाऊंगा, हर महीना जो आपको बैठेगा वो हम हफ्ता करेंगे, आप हर महीना हम हमारे ऑफिस में आके हफ्ता भर दो। लेकिन फिर बाद में बिल्डर का कुछ प्लान अलग हो गया, और फिर उसने मेरे को 2-3 साल मेरे को आ जाओ कल आओ ऐसा करके मेरे को तंग कर दिया।
मैं एसिलोर इंडिया प्राइवेट लिमिटेड में जॉब करता हूँ। मेरा 7,000 इनकम है। मेरे पिताजी जो MTNL में थे, रिटायर हो गए, उनको कुछ 20,000 पेंशन है। मेरी मदर वो हाउस जॉब करती थी, उनको 5,000-6,000 जो आता है वो पेमेंट, और मेरी वाइफ नर्स है, उनका 5,500 पेमेंट है। लेकिन हम लोगों का पूरा 4 जनों का मिला के घर में पेमेंट कम से कम 40 के आसपास आता है। लेकिन कोई भी बैंक हमको लोन देने के लिए तैयार नहीं थी। लेकिन उस समय खुश फाइनेंस के अधिकारी जो हम लोगों को घर में जब डैडी को मिले, उनका कुछ संपर्क हुआ, और उन्होंने डैडी को बोला कि हमारे तरफ से आपको करके देंगे, आप हमको इतना जो कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स लगता है वो हमको रेडी करके दे दो। और वो जो कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट और मेरा जो कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट उतना उनको बराबर अप्रूवल हो गया। खुश फाइनेंस ने हम लोगों को लोन करके हम लोगों को खुश कर दिया।
लोन मिलने के बाद हम लोग खुश थे, हम लोग को चाबी मिली। फिर एक दिन हम लोग को खुश फाइनेंस से फ़ोन आया। फ़ोन आने के बाद हम लोग खुश फाइनेंस गए। उधर जाके हम लोग को मालूम पड़ा कि कुछ प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना है, वो सब्सिडी हम लोग को मिली, और हम लोग खुशी हो गए। हमारे जैसा हर इंसान को, हर गरीब को हमारे जैसे ही घर मिले, ऐसे हम प्रधानमंत्री को आवाज़ करते हैं और विनती भी करते हैं, बोलते हैं कि सबको ऐसा ही घर मिले।
Thank you, Khush Housing Finance.
कुश हाउसिंग फाइनेंस, खुशियों भरी उड़ान।
I'd like to request all our guests to please take their seats. We're about to begin in the next couple of minutes. May I remind all our guests in the pre-function area to join us inside and take their seats. We're about to present you our next special address.
I'd like to welcome all of you back. We truly hope that you enjoyed lunch. Okay, how many of us here happen to feel sleepy after lunch? Let's see those hands up. Honest ones, come on. Fantastic. But I assure you one thing, that our next speaker is definitely not going to let you fall asleep. Yes, a very interesting session coming up next. Let's look forward to that as I welcome on stage Mr. Mohan Jayaraman, Managing Director, Experian Credit Information Company of India. Let us put our hands together as he steps on stage. He's someone who comes with an experience of working with the global lines of business to ensure the company's world-class credit bureau platform and a lot more. Let's put our hands together. We have more energy. We just had lunch. Thank you.
Thanks. A very good afternoon to all of you, and thanks for drumming up the enthusiasm. I was just going to start off by saying that I have about 150 slides that are fairly complex looking. I thought that would wake you up a little better. But let's go with what I have right now. I should, over the next about 10-15 minutes, take you through some interesting things that we are doing in the Indian landscape relating to managing fraud, application fraud, an important part of the business, especially as we are going towards the hinterlands, going towards financial inclusion, and covering more people within the scope of what we are trying to do within financing. I start with a quick introduction to Experian by way of agenda, take you through the solution that we have in place that's actually working in India for the last couple of years now. Some of the things that we are seeing as trends that are coming through on the retail side relating to fraud, and talk about some of the next wave of fraud detection techniques that we're trying to put in place in the country. By way of a quick introduction, Experian, for those of you who've not been introduced to us in any form, is a data and analytics company. We are one of the largest companies in our space, about a $5 billion company globally with presence across 39 odd countries. We are a FTSE 25 company and have a presence across multiple areas in the data and analytics space. We are, as I mentioned, market leaders. This is a slide that we go through in some level of detail. You'll notice a few names here, Experian, Equifax, TransUnion, etc., as names that you are acquainted with in some form. You'll notice again that Experian is by far the largest player in this space. We are about 2 times the size of our nearest competitor. The 3 big players in this space are the players that you are acquainted with in India: Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion, the 3 bureaus in the country. The thing that we point out about this slide is the fact that you'll notice that there's a blue patch that we've talked about in terms of our revenues there that talks about the amount of revenues that we have coming through from the geographies outside of the US. Our presence in the developing markets is fairly large. And why is that relevant to us, and why is that relevant to this discussion? To a great extent because we believe that the developing market presence and the developing market requirements are very different from the developed market pieces. The work that we do in the developed markets are more around advanced analytics, whereas work that we do in developing markets more around areas like fraud detection, identity detection, and so on and so forth. And that's exactly what we'll talk about over the next few slides. We have a presence across multiple businesses. We run credit bureaus in about 19 countries. We run an analytics business that's fairly large by its own right. We run a marketing services business, and we also do a lot of work on the direct-to-consumer side of the business. Essentially, if you look at the spread of the products that we have, our presence is across the entire life cycle of the customers. So if you look at the typical life cycle that you go through as a financial institution, you prospect and source the customers, look at underwriting them, look at managing them through their customer life cycle, and then move on to the collection phase. Our solutions and services are basically centered around all 4 of these areas, and that's broadly where we have a presence. The Indian presence of Experian is about 10 years old. We started our journey in India in 2006, and as we stand right now, we are one of the 4 bureaus that's licensed by the Reserve Bank to run a bureau in the country. We are also the providers of the largest fraud detection service in the country. We run also, for the insurance industry, a closed user group of fraud detection service, again, arguably one of the largest in its scale and size. What I wanted to talk to you about, and the focus of this session, was on the solution called Hunter that we have had in place in India for the last couple of years now. Basically a solution that's focused on trying to detect fraud. And the key theme of what I wanted to cover was to give you a sense of what Hunter does differently from some of the other products that compete with it in the marketplace. To start with, I wanted to give you a context of experience in the fraud landscape and talk about what we are doing there. As I mentioned, we are one of the largest players in this space and have a closed user group to detect fraud that we've had in place for the last about 6 years now. Today, Experian Hunter processes about 2 million credit applications, and I'll talk about the latest savings later. But in the year FY15, for instance, we would have saved the banking system upwards of something like about 1,100 crores odd in frauds that they have prevented from entering the financial system, money that's well spent in perhaps ensuring that the customers are supported a little better. Today, Hunter has about 51 banks and institutions that are member of the core setup, and also 18 life insurance companies that are part of the life insurance extension of what we put through in Hunter. I already mentioned the scale of the number of applications that we process within Hunter. I'll talk a little while later of some of the fraud trends, and I promised that earlier. But the key thing that we have been trying to do within the industry is to highlight some of the key trends in fraud that's happening within the industry and within specific verticals within the industry, and you'll notice some quick good trends that are coming through there. I also wanted to give a sense of Hunter in the global plane. While we are talking about fraud detection, the thing that stands apart as far as Hunter is concerned is the fact that it's also a global solution that we put out not just in India, but across multiple geographies. You'll notice a presence that we have across multiple geographies where we run this as a service for the banking system and have helped the banking system save hundreds of millions of dollars over the course of the years. So, getting on to the subject on hand then, the theme of today was to focus on detecting frauds. But for all of us who are running businesses here, the key theme is not just to detect fraud, but to ensure that we are doing this with as little disruption of the business as possible to the remaining 99.9% of the customers who are the good, right customers for our institutions. So, the necessity of a good fraud detection service is not just the fact that it needs to ensure that it's capturing the set of people who are fraudulent, but also ensuring that the people who are non-fraudulent are being taken care of and are able to pass through the system in a much faster way with as little inconvenience as possible. The Hunter solution basically is a solution that is a hosted setup that we provide to the industry and operates at two levels. The first level that it operates in is within your own individual organizations, where it resides within with a set of rules that it tries to apply to your local data sets. And it also has what we call a national Hunter profile. The National Hunter setup basically includes data from across the closed user group of the 50 odd institutions that we talked about that are part of National Hunter that share data among themselves. The key thing that I wanted to point out here is that this is a fairly unique thing that we've done in India and perhaps stands to scrutiny as one of the largest closed user groups for fraud detection that we put in place world over. This is a unique setup where 50 odd institutions have today come together and have said that they will share fraudulent data and ensure that the fraudsters are kept out of the system. So between the local Hunter mode and the national Hunter mode, Hunter basically ensures that there is a lot of prevention of fraud that can happen within your institutions, as also preventing fraud that's taking place in other institutions that it can prevent from coming into your own setup. The kind of frauds that it can identify, move on from omitted information to identity theft, false identity, the man of straw applications as we call them, data manipulation. You'll notice when I talk about the fraud trends over the next few slides, that there are a lot of things that come through in terms of data changes that people make in their credit applications while they apply into institutions in order to make themselves eligible for loans. And the data manipulation is a key part of what Hunter tries to detect. And the last part of this, the service is also to look at the way it can detect organized fraud rings. The way Hunter does this is through looking at the credit applications that come into your organization. Let's actually take a hypothetical case of a credit application that's been made into your organization. What Hunter does is it takes a credit application that's come in and looks at the various component information pieces that are there, goes back into the database and looks at all the information that's available. So for instance, if I as Mohan have applied into your organization with a certain set of certain pieces of information, my mobile number, my address, few other details, my employer and so on, what it does is go back into the database and pulls out all kinds of related records. What it then does is looks at whether there is any discrepancy that's coming out in the noted application, which might come on account of, let's say, changes in name that somebody might have made, changes in PAN number that somebody might have made, address information that somebody might have fudged, bank account information that somebody might have fudged. The basic principle that it operates with is the fact that fraudsters tend to slip up on some of the common parts of the application data that they end up getting wrong. So most fraudsters get about 99% of the information right, but they miss about 1% of the data. And this is the 1% that Hunter focuses on to try and see if it can actually detect that discrepancy. The second thing that it does is also look at what we call velocity rules. So for example, the number of times that somebody has applied with the same kind of details into the system, for instance, number of applications within a certain period of time, application for the same product within a certain period of time, the same address appearing in multiple applications and so on and so forth. All of these also trigger off what we call velocity rules within Hunter, and a composite of these two are used by Hunter to detect frauds. So what makes the Hunter fraud repository different from the other fraud repositories that are present in the country right now? We've tried to compare the key components of what Hunter does differently from what, let's say, some of the other systems do. The basic difference between Hunter and some of the other systems that do fraud detection in the country right now is most systems depend on trying to find out the fraudulent person. So again, taking a practical example, most systems focus on trying to see if someone has made an application into your organization. They try and find out if that individual is fraudulent. Later on, I'll talk about the trends of fraud in the country, where we'll talk about 77% of the frauds that happen in this country happening on account of identity thefts, which means somebody applying, impersonating another person. So by the way, that person is not going to appear in a negative deduplication because that's incidentally a good customer. So what Hunter does differently is it does the obvious check of ensuring that it's looking at the fraudulent customer, running the negative deduplication, so to speak. But it also does what we call a positive deduplication. Go back and look at whether this customer is appearing in the positive data in any form. And why is this important? What happens in the case of someone who's impersonating another person? So for example, if somebody has impersonated me and applied into one of your institutions, the odds are that they would have gotten 1% of the information wrong, but 99% of the information will be correct. So what ends up happening in a positive deduplication is that you end up going back into the database and picking up my applications that are appearing within the system, and you compare the two of them, and it will be obvious to you that there is that 1% difference between the two applications that are visible right now. As a consequence, the positive dedupe actually ensures that you are able to pick up the fraudulent cases much better. What Hunter also lets you do is to encode the IP that you have created within your own organization to manage fraud as something that it puts in as an additional set of rules that you can encode within Hunter. It also lets you create a set of rules that are local to Hunter and a set of rules that are part of the national repository. That way ensuring, for instance, that there is a common set of rules that you are able to apply at a common industry level. One of the examples of this is what we have done, for example, in the insurance industry, where we basically put a set of rules for the insurance industry on the whole. About 8-9 months back, the life insurance industry, as an industry, had come through to us and asked whether we could actually take up the job of putting an application for them which would actually detect life insurance fraud. As it turns out, fraudsters are reasonably agnostic to industry. They don't mind going to life insurance or going into mortgages or into any other product. It's an industry. They don't mind making money wherever they can get it from. So what we ended up doing is putting a system that actually detects fraud from within the life insurance industry. And the way we did this here was to look at actually the rules being applied at a national level across the industry. And there, we find that the ability to sort of impute some of these rules across the industry is extremely strong, and the ability to predict fraud is fairly strong as well. The other thing that's implicit in the solution is the fact that Hunter already comes with the fact that it's embedded within the banking industry. So it comes with a data repository of about 300 odd million consumers whose data is present within it, another about 20 million fraudsters whose information is also residing within the database. And lastly but not the least, the primary difference is also the fact that Hunter comes with a clear set of future proofing that we've actually put in place. So for instance, I'll over the next few slides talk about, for example, the new kinds of frauds that are happening in terms of devices being used to impersonate individuals and perpetrate fraud. So some of the things that Hunter can do is actually prevent the ability to stop, bring in the ability to stop some of these kinds of frauds. Quickly to go through the kind of members that we have on board right now across the banks, you will see most of the large banks are already part of the Hunter closed user group, as are, for example, non-banks. Within the housing finance industry as well, we have a fair bit of presence. And it's also pertinent to note, for instance, that some of the banks also have their own LAP portfolios or their mortgage portfolios. So to that extent, the coverage of mortgage data is fairly comprehensive within Hunter. Last but not the least is also the life insurance industry coverage, with most of the large names again already present within the Hunter data set. The next 1 or 2 minutes, I'll possibly quickly take you through the last fraud report that we prepared, which had looked at the kind of fraud trends that happen across different products. The key thing to note is that across all products, predominantly two-wheelers, home loans, personal loans, etc., we've seen higher levels of fraud rates come through over the last 1.5 years. We have seen consumer durables record the largest amount of fraud, again, not surprisingly. We have seen certain categories of frauds grow while others have come down. The one thing that I'm happy to usually point out is the fact that if you notice within this chart, we've called out the fraud type. And one of the things that we point out is that the repeat attempts at fraud has actually come down within the Hunter users. So the fraudsters are learning individuals. They find out that somebody is already using Hunter, and they don't try and perpetrate fraud on them. So the instance of fraud has actually come down in terms of repeat attempts within the group from about 10% to about 5% now. Great thing to note about 3/4 of the fraud that happen in this country is happening on account of identity theft, which means people who are impersonating you and me going into the banking system to take loans. Which also means, by the way, that when the credit report for these individuals is taken, this is a positive report that's likely to come out. And hence, the credit bureau check is not a good check enough for you to prevent fraud. A fraud check is independently required to ensure that identity theft is taken care of. There's also a lot of information that's actually presented that's fraudulent. If you look at the amount of contact information fraud that's increased between Q1 2014 to Q1 2015, we've seen about a 4-fold increase in the fraudulent contact information that's come through. Mortgage by itself has seen about a 50% increase in fraud levels that we've seen reported across the 2 years that we've actually tracked this information. Last but not the least, the industry savings on account of use of Hunter over the financial year 16. The industry has actually saved something like about 4,000 crores of frauds that they have prevented from entering the financial system as a consequence of using Hunter. The last thing that I wanted to sort of leave you with was the next wave, so to speak. I mentioned that Hunter provides certain level of future proofing in terms of ensuring that frauds that can come into your organizations in the future are taken care of. What is the means by which it does that? We talked about identity theft moving into the realm of devices primarily, and one of the things that Hunter is capable of doing right now is ensuring, as we speak, that it can also track the identity of the devices through which applications are happening. Consequently, the ability to sort of prevent fraud at a device level. We call this feature the device insight, but it's something that ensures that it's able to track fraud at the level of a device. Increasingly, Fraudsters are, they don't buy a different computer to go and impersonate another person. They use the same computer to impersonate two people. So as a consequence, the ability to sort of determine that it's the same machine that's doing both of these is an important feature, and it's an important attribute of what can actually future-proof you in terms of your fraud requirements. The last part of what I wanted to talk about was the theme, fundamentally is in terms of the next wave of solutions providing transaction monitoring, moving into device authentication, the device through which the consumer is operating. For many of us, it's mobile phones right now, it's tablets. These are becoming our identities. Means by which we are able to detect that this is the right device through which the consumer is dealing with us is going to become increasingly important. And the last is to ensure that the consumer identity is something that's also highlighted as a part of that service, and that you're able to associate the consumer with their devices. So with that, I'm going to leave you with the thought that the whole theme of what the industry is looking to in terms of financial inclusion requires also strong systems of fraud detection as you're going out into the marketplace and sourcing customers. And we believe that some of these solutions in the new age are absolute requirements and base necessities as you venture into the next domain. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. And as we thank you, may I once again request the presence of Ms. Dhar on stage to thank you and the entire team of Experience. Once again, thank you for sharing those thoughts with us. Let us put our hands together for him yet again. So you had one of the most difficult slots of the day, being the one post lunch. We appreciate your presence. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Ms. Dhar. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now about to present to you our next speaker, who we know very well as we've seen him on the silver screen. Being a celebrity and being humble to the core, a very difficult task indeed, but he does it with fine qualities. Yes, indeed, somebody who's very active when it comes to social causes. He's also the National Brand Ambassador for Habitat for Humanity, and along with holding qualifications in the field of cinema and acting, he also has his qualified in business as he graduated from Mithibai College with a Bachelor of Commerce degree. Not just that, but he is somebody who truly believes in doing his bit for the society. You've seen him in company, you've seen his skills in Krish 3, Grand Masti, and the list goes on. Let us put our hands together as I present you Mr. Vivek Oberoi, film celebrity and a man you know very well as National Brand Ambassador for Habitat for Humanity. Joining us with his brilliant smile and more, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vivek Oberoi. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. You're very kind. Thank you. Gillian? Just the bottom, right? Other side. When is he going to reflect?
Request all of you to please bear with us a couple of minutes till we get our technicals in line.
So it's... Hold on. आएगा उधर ये उधर रिफ्लेक्ट करेगा कब आएगा आ रहा है आ गया thank you. Well, good afternoon everybody. Like it's been said a few times before, it's the post lunch very sleepy session, but I'll try to brighten it up. I think some of you know me as an actor, some of you know me as a philanthropist, a social activist, but I've been a little bit of a Chupa Rustam in terms of a developer also. So I'm here to share that aspect and more today. So I think you have a starting point, something that inspires you to enter into a certain phase. Now for me, becoming a developer actually started very strangely. In 2004, ये चलेगा भैया? रीटेक करना पड़ेगा फिर से. Technical difficulty. Go back.
Our apologies for this technical hitch.
बिल्कुल, थैंक यू. वो रहने दीजिए, मैं इसको ऐसे ही कर दूँगा. उस पर रिफ्लेक्ट करेगा. All right, we're back. I think technical team ने भी ज़्यादा ही lunch कर लिया आज. So, what am I doing at the Economic Times Housing Finance Summit? So in 2004, we had an event which changed the lives of many people, including mine, which was the tsunami. So I remember I was partying because it was Christmas season, and छोटी-छोटी मना के party वाटी करके दोस्तों के साथ, I think it was 4 or 5 in the morning that I got home. And like you casually, before you go to bed, I mean, मेरी तो आदत है that those days I was a bachelor. So I switched on the TV just to see what's going on TV just before you go to bed. So I see TV on करके देख रहा था, and then I saw these images, and I saw what's going on. And one thing led to another, and when I saw the kind of pain, the kind of suffering that was going on in there, like it affects all of us. हमारे देश में हमारे लोगों के साथ ऐसा हो रहा है. I couldn't go back to bed. And that just started bothering me कि यार, I live right on the ocean in Mumbai. अब ये ईस्ट कोस्ट पे हिट हुआ है, अगर ये वेस्ट कोस्ट पे हिट हुआ होता तो क्या होता? What would have happened to my family? What would have happened to my home, my people? And that really bothered me to a point where I remember it was 7 or 8 in the morning. I went to meet my parents. We live in the same house. And I said, I'm going there. I said, कहाँ जाओगे भैया, क्या करोगे? What's the plan? I said, I don't know what the plan is, but I know I want to help. I want to go there and I want to do something. And so I landed up in Chennai. And there is some truth to how the universe conspires with you. You know, when there's a will, there's a way. Ways start to open up. I started meeting fans, and fans started asking me what I'm doing here. And I said, I want to do something, I want to help. And college kids started saying, sir, we want to help with you. Aap boliye kya karna hai? So I picked up the phone, I got in touch with a collector, and he was very helpful with what they need. And within 48 hours, we had raised 14 trucks full of medicines, emergency supplies, clothing, blankets, food. It was incredible to see how people just came together. You just had to give them a platform, And we went there to do initially a certain amount of relief work. The relief work was a big challenge in itself because I remember कि वहाँ पे जब हम वहाँ पहुँचे, जिस दिन हम वहाँ पहुँचे, and I had taken close to almost 70-80 kids with me, volunteers, बच्चे जो कह रहे थे कि हम भी आपके साथ चलेंगे. मैंने कहा चलो. हम वहाँ पहुँच गए and we got a warning that there's a possibility of another wave, another tsunami might hit. Tremors were happening. So there was so much of a mental pressure and responsibility, and people who were already in trauma and were shaken with fear were going through that, and I got to live as part of that for those few days. Khair, we scaled up operations and it was phenomenal to see people from all over the country. I mean, I can't tell you, it was like miracles. हमें किसी चीज़ की ज़रूरत पड़ती थी और कोई वहाँ पे पहुँच जाता था, and he started saying कि I want to help. So we named the project Project Hope. I have a foundation called One Foundation that has been now globally recognized for the work we've done in terms of non-profit. So One Foundation structured a project called Project Hope, and my idea was to do something disruptive. Because when I was there, I realized कि इतने सारे NGOs हैं, और एक हफ्ते के अंदर ऐसा हो गया था ट्रेंड, जब हम रिलीफ का काम कर रहे थे, कि क्रेडिट वाली बात आ गई थी कि नहीं नहीं, ये तो हमारा NGO का नाम आना चाहिए, नहीं नहीं, यहाँ तो हमारी फ़ोटो आनी चाहिए, नहीं ये काम तो हम कर रहे हैं, हम इतना पैसा दे रहे हैं. So it started becoming more of that. And I started realizing it became political, it became all about credit, it became all about, you know, who's paying how much, who's doing how much, how do you measure somebody who doesn't have the money but is there morning, noon and night, seva kar raha hai, is giving his time in his life. How do you measure that? So I devised something which was called a lateral platform. Rather than creating a vertical platform, I created a horizontal platform and said Project Hope is for everybody. It belongs to everyone and it belongs to no one. You want to come on board as Khush, you come on board, you participate. You want to come on board as Economic Times, you come on board. You want to come on board as HDFC, you come on board. Everybody came on board. And it was great to see that. And what we did was we kind of divided the work and said कि चलो ये आपकी team handle करेगी, ये आपकी team handle करेगी. And our focus was purely on administering it. Now the relief, luckily for us, and it was the largest village, it was the largest, Devanampatnam Gaon was the largest village affected, with 14,000 plus people directly affected and becoming homeless. Now what happened because of this new approach was the relief work happened at a phenomenal scale, at a really rapid scale. अब वो ख़त्म हुआ काम, and it was time to go back home, and I just couldn't. I think I was just so emotionally connected by then, and I remember what kept me back was I kept saying, बच्चों के लिए एक playground बनाना है यार. तो people said, क्या बात कर रहे हो, रहने के लिए घर नहीं है, मतलब खाने के लिए खाना नहीं है, कपड़ों की प्रॉब्लम हो रही है लोगों को, आप प्लेग्राउंड की बात कर रहे हो. And I realized, I said कि जो बच्चे हैं, they're so badly affected right now. Some of them have lost their families, some of them lost their siblings, some of them lost their homes. The psychology was so badly affected, and I realized that the survivors, वो अपने बच्चों को देखते थे और दुखी हो जाते थे. They used to get more depressed. And I said, no, I just know instinctively we should put up a playground here. And we put up a small playground, some swings, seesaws, maybe merry-go-rounds and stuff. Two things happened. One, all the women started changing, becoming really, really positive. Started saying, you know, thank you for this, and it's great to see my child smile. The second thing is, बच्चों को पकड़ना बड़ा मुश्किल था. Now they used to be consolidated in one place. Playground पे मिलते थे. तो जितनी inoculation की हम programs run कर रहे थे, vaccinations की program run कर रहे थे, because there was a big threat at that time कि उस पूरे area में there could be an epidemic, there could be any kind of a disease outbreak. So we managed to give them all their vaccinations, their, you know, doodh, biscuits, the basic nourishment that they needed. And that got us a partnership of sorts with the women. And I truly believe that even though in this women are underrepresented in this room, but I truly believe that women are superior. They actually lead the way. If you partner with women, you will definitely be very, very successful. Because the men would find something or the other about to get upset, get angry, start throwing a fit, start saying कि चलो हम धरना निकालते हैं, government को जाके झगड़ा करते हैं. But the women were always looking at something constructive. तो हम उनके लिए सब्जियां ला देते थे, तो वो बना के सब्जियां पकाना शुरू कर देते थे. They would feed everybody. So they always had a positive approach. And the one thing that we always heard from them, that I always heard, I mean, most of them started calling me Anna, Nadigar Anna. They didn't know me from my films, but Nadigar in Tamil basically means actor. So it was actor bhaiya. And they started communicating with me कि हमारे घर नहीं है, हम क्या करेंगे? And that kind of triggered my first, foray in quote-unquote development. I said, इनके घर बनाने हैं, कैसे बनाएंगे? And started putting funds together, started bringing people together. Again, I met this very strange mindset. I met a mindset where people used to say कि अरे आप फ्री में दे रहे हो तो इतना फैंसी करने की क्या ज़रूरत है? फ्री में दे रहे हो तो ठीक ठाक दे दो. गर्मी रहेगी छत के अंदर, टिन रूफ के अंदर रहेंगे तो क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है? घर तो आप फ्री में दे रहे हो ना. सो आई स्टार्टेड फीलिंग, ये फ्री में दे रहे हो मतलब तो दो ही मत ना. देना है तो कुछ अच्छी चीज़ दो. You want to give quality, otherwise don't do it. And when we started taking that approach, I said, how do I do this? I picked up the phone and spoke to some friends who were developing all these fancy golf villas in Bangalore. I said, bhai, aana hai, I need you to give me your vision. I need you to give me your time. If you were going to redesign a village, how would you redesign it? Bring me your planning guys. Bring me all your guys who get paid, who I can't afford, but tell them they have to do it free. फोटो खिंचवा लूँगा, फैमिली वालों को फ़ोन करके थैंक यू बोल दूंगा, 2-4 आपकी तारीफ़ कर दूंगा, आपके लिए कॉर्पोरेट वीडियो शूट करना है वो भी शूट कर दूंगा, बट ये इसके पैसे नहीं दे पाऊंगा मैं. एंड पीपल जस्ट स्टार्टेड कमिंग टुगेदर. पीपल सेड, यार आप मुंबई छोड़ के, अपनी फिल्में छोड़ के हमारे यहाँ साउथ इंडिया में आके ये काम कर रहे हो, हम आपकी मदद नहीं करेंगे. एंड दे जस्ट स्टार्टेड कमिंग. एंड वी बिल्ट द मोस्ट क्वालिटेटिव स्मार्ट विलेज एट दैट टाइम. And it was delivered within a record time of 12 months, which had everything, whether you look at what today's standard of sanitation is. What is exciting is that just a few months ago, I was in Delhi for Habitat for Humanity's launch, the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. We were partnering with them. As their ambassador, I was here. And suddenly, out of the crowd, out of the audience, one young gentleman stood up and said, Vivekana. And I didn't understand because I was on stage, addressing the gathering. He says, I want to just say one thing. And he came forward to me and he kind of just hugged me. And he says, I'm one of those kids. I grew up in Devanampatnam. And that house in 2016 is still rock solid. To me, that was greater than all the Filmfare Awards I've won. For me, that as an award and satisfaction was unbelievable. So I decided, how do I expand on this now? How do you make something scalable? I mean, I do a lot of CSR. We run schools. We run a project in not far from here, 2 hours from Delhi, in Vrindavan, where we've rescued young girls, 5, 6, 7-year-old girls from child prostitution, from forced labor. We rescue them and we give them free food, free education, free healthcare. We were lucky to have Forbes acknowledge the project and myself as top 40 philanthropists in the world under the age of 40, because of which I got a huge amount of international single individual donors, readers from the Forbes, started picking up and calling and saying, "Aap itna acha kaam karo, we want to associate." People who have nothing to do with India, not NRIs, even white folk, just calling up and saying, "We'd like to sponsor the education of one of these girls." So it scaled up really well. Now, something that kept bothering me when I live in Mumbai, and it's also been projected all over the world with Slumdog Millionaire as, the land of slums. And I really feel that these people are so industrious and hardworking. Do they deserve to live like this? I'm fortunate. I have a beautiful bungalow by the sea. I have a garden. I have a rooftop. I live in luxury. But 5 minutes away, where my staff comes from, where my driver comes from, where my cleaner comes from, they live in jhopadas. They have nothing there. I discovered that also very strangely. How many of you seen a film called Company? So I did Company, and I was never going to get the film because Mr. Ram Gopal Verma said, I just finished my master's from New York University and come back to India. And he said, "Yaar, tum bahut polished lag rahe ho. Tum bahut zyada well spoken and articulate lag rahe ho. So I need a guy from the underbelly of Mumbai. He has to be rough. He has to be a bhaigiri kind of character." I really wanted the role. I really wanted to get my break. I really thought that this is it. And I was a big fan of Ram Gopal Verma. So for that, I actually went and lived in a slum for the first time. I spent 2 to 3 weeks living in a slum to study the character. And I experienced what it is to live there. I remember one of my crazy experiences was कि रात को I heard some rumbling sound inside the खोली. वहाँ पे मुंबई में खोली कहते हैं, एक छोटी सी खोली मिलती है आपको. If you're lucky, it'll be 10 by 10. And आप उसका भाड़ा देते हैं, पगड़ी देते हैं. And then you get to use it for I don't know, छत. So उसके अंदर आवाज़ आने लगी and I started looking and I thought ये बिल्ली है but बिल्ली लग नहीं रही है. And then when I kind of looked closer, it was a big rat. इतना बड़ा चूहा ही इतना बड़ा था कि I was wondering कि how do people survive this? I mean, how do people live here? बाथरूम जाने के लिए सुलभ शौचालय के बाहर लाइन लगानी पड़ती थी. I used to sit and watch कि their joys of life used to be that गर्मा गर्म चाय, वहाँ पे ओपन सुअर चल रहा है, आप अपनी खोली तक वॉक करने के लिए जो बीच में पाथवे है, वो पाथवे के अंदर पता नहीं ग्रीन, ब्लू, ब्राउन अलग अलग किस्म के वाटर just flowing through and you're kind of just dodging it and jumping on either side and walking through it. And it was always in the back of my head कि this cannot be how we let our society progress. We live in big fancy glass buildings that are centrally air conditioned and just behind them we have these slums. It's going to be something bad. Something's going to explode if we don't start taking care of our own. It takes me back to the French Revolution. We are that 2%. Everybody sitting in this room wearing a suit and tie. Everybody sitting in this air-conditioned environment. We are that privileged 2%. And that privilege comes with a responsibility. And if we don't fix that, there is going to be a revolution. So I wanted to do something. This is the present housing conditions, what I was just referring to in terms of the slums. This is what we see in Mumbai. 4.9 is the average household size. That means about 5 people living in a room. I've just managed to get all my staff to acquire small 300 square foot units in Mumbai, help them finance their acquisition of their houses. Because one day I went to see my driver who was really, really sick. And I saw him living in a kholi which would have been smaller than my bathroom and had 10 people living in there at the same time. And I said, भाई साहब इसके लिए आप 4,000 रुपए देते हो महीने का? Can you imagine that? For that humiliation. Anyway, so this is what's happening. On the other hand, you have vacant apartments. You have a lot of development. So people are saying, भाई toxic waste है. Don't go into development. क्या कर रहे हो? Flat बनाओगे, हालत खराब हो जाएगी. हर builder की बैंड बजी हुई है. People are on one hand saying हमारे पास घर नहीं है. On the other hand, builders and developers are saying they're vacant flats. So there's some sort of a gap. There is some sort of a slip in there, right? So you have regulation. The government is putting out. You have Rajiv Awas Yojana, Indira Awas Yojana. In fact, I was just chatting a few minutes earlier saying that we are all waiting with bated breath to see what happens in terms of Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Grameen, because everybody's focus has until now been on urban. But Grameen is going to be a game changer. I'll get to what we're doing. This is my company, Karm Infrastructure. And we had a kind of a vision that, we wanted to be a pioneer in affordable housing segment. हम उसके पास जाना चाह रहे थे जिसके पास कोई नहीं जाता है. हम उसको जाके बोलते थे, जैसे वड़ा पाव वाला है, उसका सिर्फ ठेला है और रोज वड़ा पाव बेचता है, उसकी वर्किंग कैपिटल उसी में लिमिटेड है, सीमित है. अब वो कहता है मुझे घर मिलने का सपना तो इम्पॉसिबल है, क्योंकि मैं अपना धंधा चलाऊं या घर के लिए EMI भरूं, और मुझे अगर बैंक को अप्रोच करना है, हाउसिंग फाइनेंस कंपनीज को अप्रोच करना है, तो द काइंड ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट्स दैट आर रिक्वायर्ड, आई डोंट हैव देम. सो वी स्टार्टेड अ प्रोग्राम इन थाने व्हिच वाज zero documents. Come with 0 documents, come and do your booking in 1 rupee. You can't imagine the line. There was a line. And our vision was, how do we get these people, train them? And it wasn't easy. We had to spend, in fact, a large component of our expense was in employing people, doing the reverse of what people do in terms of repo and recovery. Working with people, saying, अच्छा आपकी problem क्या बताओ? How do we help you work a recovery pattern that suits you? आपको per diem work करता है? आपको per month work करता है? How? How do we get you into a saving habit? So we actually worked with the people. And that gave us phenomenal response. In our first project, I look at this as a proof of concept. I wanted to say, ठीक है, आज तक की single integrated development में सबसे बड़ी affordable housing की scheme कितनी बड़ी है? And I was told that Shapurji Palanji has built something which is kind of mid-segment, somewhere I think in the east. We decided to beat that number and by a huge margin. We had 15,000 homes in a single gated community. 15,000 homes. People said, 500 नहीं बिक रहे बाजू में, आप 15,000 कैसे बेचोगे? Impossible. आपने जितना पैसा कमाया सब डुबाने के चक्कर में हो आप. And it was the reverse. We have still today vacant projects with developers that are way more established, have delivered a phenomenal track record all around us within a 5-kilometer radius. उनका 500 फ्लैट का माल नहीं बिका है, and we are sold out. Because of the kind of disruptive methods, the disruptive ideas that we kind of used to understand what is the psyche of the end user, what does he want to buy. And instead of going behind that one customer that has his banking documents in order, that 5 people are chasing, ये इसको मेरे पास लाओ, इसको मेरे पास लाओ, इसको मेरा घर. I went behind the opposite. I went behind everybody who nobody wants. ठीक है, आपको नहीं चाहिए ना ये? I will make you see that he is worth it. And we had a phenomenal result where we had only 1.2% defaulters. That's it. The default rate was 1.2%. In that 1.2% also we would address it. हम बैठने लगे, उनसे बात करने लगे कि how do you fix this? Okay, you're having a problem. You couldn't make your monthly payment. You couldn't make a payment for 2 months. How can we help you? So it's just about perspective. We've completed, like I said, 3 million square feet. Another 2.5 million square feet under construction as we speak. And 36 million square feet, we're looking at 128,000 apartments more in what we already own as our land banks. Now, what is the vision? The vision is to be India's most preferred affordable housing brand, to be known by the actual end user, not really in the corporate sector, but more in the rickshawala, in the community of bhaji bechne wala, ready wala, कि यार घर चाहिए तो इनके पास जाओ, अच्छी क्वालिटी का मिलेगा और आपकी मदद भी करेंगे. So our core strength is that we've had a proof of concept in building, developing, delivering these homes of great value. In fact, you come and see our project in Shapur and you'll be shocked at what we are providing. We've already sorted out our land bank. We've already got our teams ready for us to launch into a major project, which is our Mission 360. We're in line with the government. In fact, in Maharashtra, we've been interacting with the Chief Minister's office, talking to them about what we've gained as experience and saying that how do you involve the government more in terms of creating that ecosystem and infrastructure for people like us to do our job better. What is our mission? Our mission is, like I said, to build high quality homes affordable to the common man with best in class amenities. Now when I say this, you'll be shocked that in the project we've already delivered, we have clubhouse, we have swimming pool, we have gardens, we have fruit trees that have been planted, so that tomorrow the kids of my customers can just climb a tree, pluck a fruit and eat it. You know, that is the vision, to create an environment that is green, that is friendly, that has every amenity that you can imagine. We'll get to that in a minute. So here's what our target is. That, and this is a big target, we're building 360 talukas of Maharashtra. Not a single one of our projects is going to be within an urban local body. Nothing is going to be within municipal limits. All rural. 360 talukas. Most of these 360 talukas we already have partnered or acquired in terms of land holdings already. Our target is to build 5 lakh homes within the next 5 years. Now, that's a very, very big target. No one's done it. But that's our target. And we believe we can do it. We believe we can do it because we've partnered with some incredible people. So I'm really, really happy to announce that we've partnered with NCCL. Mr. Jasdanwala is a legend in his own right in terms of what he's achieved. He's going to be all of 82 this October and is still more vigor and energy than I have when he starts talking about this project. He's extremely passionate about this. I mean, they have delivered more than 20-25 crore square feet in terms of construction. They've had a huge, I mean, you can see the slide itself explanatory in terms of what they're doing. Their order book value currently is about 4,000 crores and they have 1,600 professionals running it. Now, just to give you the scale of an established company like NCCL coming, what they're doing with us over the next 5 years has an order book value projection of 15,000 crores. That's 3 times, more than 3 times, almost 4 times what their current order book value is existing. That's the scale we're looking at. That's the scale we're exploring. We're looking at building something that's never been done before. So in every rural taluka, every aspiration that a man has, a rickshawala has, ki mera beta cricket khelega, you need guidance. Where are you going to get that guidance from? In every one of these talukas, we are setting up a Dilip Vensarkar Cricket Academy. We're lucky to have the legend on board. And we're sitting with him and designing how we can take his expertise and reach every one of our townships. How do we do that? How do we improve the quality of their lives by doing this? We have Suresh Wadkarji. For every child, housewife, closet singer, why shouldn't he have the opportunity? Why shouldn't he finish his day's work, 8 ghanta, 10 ghanta kaam karke ghar pe aaye? Why shouldn't he have the opportunity to pursue his music? So we have a music facility in every one of these 360 townships. We have a dance academy, which maybe I shouldn't say it because I haven't signed the dotted line with him, but hopefully we are tying up with Remo, and Remo is a good friend of mine and is really, really excited by doing this because he feels that this would really be in truly giving back in society. This is something unique what we're doing. Everybody in Maharashtra has a dream of ki beta afsar banega, government mein join karega. So the study circle coaching classes, we're bringing them on board to do 360 such coaching classes in every one of our facilities to help train people who want to attempt the MPSC. Now he's had phenomenal success with it, and we're really, really happy to have Dr. Anand Patil on board. So these are the announcement. We're getting a multiplex in every single one of these facilities, a little shopping center, tying up with Brick and Click for all the people who want to sell insurance and all kinds of SIP schemes, connecting the whole facility to VSAT, every single one of them, so that today you are connected with every one of my 500,000 home clients. That means close to 20 lakh people. And this opens the avenue for things like telemedicine, opens the avenue for things like tele-education. There's so much that we can do. We're really excited about partnering with the National Skill Development Corporation too, to use the same facility in the relevant hours to impart skills and improve the quality of life, the revenue. Now, this is something that we're doing in Maharashtra. We've already started. We've tied up with the MSME ministry under the Spurti scheme, and we're empowering women to be homeowners. And I feel that that's a whole different level of empowerment. क्योंकि पति से झगड़ा हो गया तो वो बोल सकती है घर से बाहर निकल जाओ मेरा घर है. But we're empowering women to be homeowners. So what are we doing for that? We're making them, through my foundation, make self-help groups, tying them up with the MSME, working with corporates who will do the entire offtake. So whether it's organic farming, whether it's making of garments, whether it's making of artificial jewelry, and we've tied up with people who are doing huge level of exports, and we're saying, okay, what is your price point? Can we beat it? And our target is to generate 12 to 15,000 rupees of income for each one of these households, and to encourage them to utilize that money to become a homeowner. That's the only target. We're giving them a mission and saying, we empower you, you keep at it. This is what we're looking at giving with each apartment. Our vision is to have an air-conditioned low-income group house. What's wrong with that? Why not? In our Shahpur property, we are giving everybody a cycle because Asangaon station is 5 kilometers away. And once he gets to Asangaon station, he's 45 minutes from Andheri, Thane, central Mumbai, to go ahead and do his job. He doesn't have to be one of those 10 guys sleeping on the floor in a 10 by 10 ki kholi and saving that rent. And instead of paying that rent, he's actually becoming a homeowner and developing an asset for himself and his family. And all of this is at this kind of unbelievable price. All of this comes in at 7,90,000 rupees an apartment. So this is the dream, this is the vision, and the scale is huge. 500,000 apartments multiplied by roughly 8 lakhs, we're talking about 40,000 crores of work. And every single person in this room is a potential partner for us. So I invite you to come, share this dream, share this vision. I know our company's name is Karm, but I won't tell all you money bag guys that Karm kar, phal ki chinta na kar. We'll fix it in such a way that we make sure that everybody who associates with us participates and benefits from the wealth we're trying to create. Jai Hind.
Thank you so very much. So today we've got to know something new about you, the entrepreneur in you. Thank you so very much for joining us, and may I request the presence of Ms. Dhar once again. Like he said, that it's going to be a very interesting session, a very interactive one, full of some fantastic pictures and anecdotes. Let's put our hands together for him yet again. Thank you for joining us. Why don't we have a picture, a frame for both of you? Sure. Once again, a small token of our appreciation. We'd like to thank you for your presence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dhar. And moving forward towards our next panel discussion, a reminder to all our guests to please put up the questions. And like we've said before, the best question is going to win a prize. Please use our hashtag #ETHousingFinance. And let's put our hands together as I welcome on stage our panel chair, Ms. Kavita Krishnan, Head of News, Magic Bricks Now. Let's put our hands together for the lady. I'd also like to welcome on stage our panelist, Mr. Rakesh Singh, Chief Executive Officer, Aditya Birla Housing Finance. Warm welcome to you, sir. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Harshal Mehta, CEO, DHFL. A warm welcome to Mr. Vaidyanathan Ramachandran, Managing Director, Tata Capital Housing Finance. I'm sure we have enough and more energy. And Mr. Manish Srivastava, CEO, Muthoot Housing Finance Company. A warm welcome to Mr. Shekhar Godgalkar, Executive Director, Khush Housing Finance. After about 45 minutes of our panel discussion, we'd like to open the house for questions, and a reminder to all of you to please put them online so that we can select the best few. Over to our panel chair.
Mobile is there, I'll take it.
I'd like to request all of you to please bear with us as we mic up our guests.
So hello and welcome, and we are going to be discussing how the regulatory environment, and when we say the regulatory environment over here, we are talking about the regulatory environment of real estate and how that is proving to be a bottleneck for essentially financing all those affordable homes that we are speaking about. And gentlemen, we have a tough act to follow. We don't have the sleep-inducing properties of the Rabdi Jalebi, nor do we have the charms of Mr. Oberoi over here. But we'll do our best. We have a stellar panel. So let's get started. Now, everyone over here is in the home finance business, and I just thought I'll throw some numbers. I'm sure all of you are familiar with it. Home loan share currently is at an 8-year high in non-food credit. These are the recent RBI numbers. We are talking of 11.8% of outstanding loans, some 7.73 lakh crores that has been lent only to finance homes. So demand clearly is not a big problem over here. There is a huge amount of demand out there in the market. The problem is how do we get the money to those people who actually need it. And that's why we've got all of you guys here. All of you, each of you in fact head businesses, and you are trying to take those businesses to the next level. You are looking at affordable housing as the next big thing. So let's start. Why don't you all start by telling us what are the biggest problems you face when you actually have to finance an affordable housing project? What is the one big problem that each of you faces? Can we start with you, Shekhar?
Well, I think mainly the availability of good builders right now. I think there were not too many quality builders in this business before. With the change in the tax structure, which has gone to the advantage of builders, I think a large number of big builders are coming into the business now and setting and working on affordable home projects. I think with that, I think the things like constraints on delivery time and those kind of things will really move out, and the customers would get proper homes from these developers. But however, the small builders will continue to be in the fray. They are not going to move out of the business. They're going to be there. I think with respect to that, the new regulation that has come out controlling the builders, the upper middle class, and the higher level customers are aware of the regulation, but our customer, who's an affordable housing finance customer, would not really be educated about that regulation. So I think it will come upon us as housing finance companies in the affordable finance sector to really educate our customer about that regulation and to inform him that he has rights if delivery does not happen, and those kind of things. So and plus, I think there should be some kind of a structure that develops in amongst the players in this industry, where builders who don't deliver in time, builders who don't meet their commitments, some kind of a database comes out. The regulation is there, but the regulation is not going to ensure that every finance company knows about defaulting builders. So it's essential that some kind of a body gets formed where names of these defaulting builders or the builders who don't deliver in time is shared amongst everybody, so that all are aware, and it will become a deterrent for builders not deliver in time or not provide good quality households.
So the capability to deliver on time.
That needs to be controlled, so that it doesn't so happen that the delay in delivery results in the customer paying rent and housing loan EMIs at the same time. That would most certainly turn him into a defaulter.
That's a valid point, especially considering the fact that we are facing so many project delays across the country. I mean, buyers nowadays are scared of putting their money in an under construction project simply because they do not know when they are going to get to see that home. Harshil, what do you think is the biggest problem?
See, from an affordable housing perspective, if you look, Kavita, financing is never an issue. Okay. One of the biggest challenges which perhaps lie in front of us is the question of supply of affordable housing, and whether this supply is also coming in the places, in the locations where it is required. You have situations where you have high inventory, but those inventory is lying in those areas where there is not much demand. So more than the supply, it's also a question of whether the supply is coming in at the right place. Along with that is also another aspect is what kind of construction is happening when you look at affordable housing, because purely from a financing perspective, if you look, it is also equally important that various things which are related to housing, which the most important of that is the titles, where the titles are absolutely clear in those scenarios, because that forms the basis of the security. Second aspect is also to do with whether all the necessary approval plans are in place. See, many times it so happens that you may have received plan approvals with certain conditions to be fulfilled, and actually at the ground level, when you go for financing, you find that the necessary approvals are not in place to the extent to what kind of construction is happening. And all this also results in a situation where the finance company, the financier, becomes responsible for those acts because they went ahead and financed those kind of properties which may not technically be acceptable as security. So along with the affordable housing, there are a lot of other finer details which needs to be seen and need to ensure that they are complied with. For example, from a housing finance perspective, you have to ensure that apart from the titles and the construction, it also meets certain NDC guidelines. And if the construction does not meet those guidelines, technically you cannot go and fund, and that's why you many times come across situations where customers keep on saying that in spite of all these advertisements and affordability, banks and HFCs are not financing.
In fact, I would like to bring in Vaidyanathan here. You were earlier talking about how bankers have actually started checking for the earthquake soundness of housing, because that is one of the NDC guidelines. What according to you is the biggest problem when you have to fund an affordable housing project?
See, the affordable housing project to be successful, a reasonable infrastructure should be in place. That has to be planned. Merely constructing a house or the apartments is not sufficient. We have to really see that a primary school and a small hospital or a nursing home along with the housing units are present of 1,000 or 2,000 in number. Then the takeaways by the customers are quick. Recently I have gone through an example in Mumbai near Karjat. A very big builder is coming out with around 25,000 units in phase 1, and in phase 2 another 25,000. The cost of each apartment is going to be around 7.8 to 8 lakhs, in that range. What is the USP? When they run through us as an housing finance company, we are going to do the construction finance for them. When they run through us, we have asked a few questions. Are you going to give a school up to 8th standard at least, and also keep a nursing home, and also a reasonably a good playground for the children to play, children play area? These three things, apart from the routine provisions and kind of vegetable small markets and a supermarket, mini supermarket, if these are all identified in phase 1, then it will be a kind of easy call decision taken by the customers, because as far as the customer is concerned or a bread earner is concerned, he can travel by motorcycle or scooter or whatever the conveyance 2-3 kilometers to reach the Karjat station. From there he can reach 1 hour 20 minutes VT. So the infrastructure is a must for affordable housing success. So we have been insisting as a financier on that point. From the regulators' point of view, our request is, at present insurance on the credit life of the person who availed the loan as well as the property insurance, both are treated as non-housing items and the risk weightages given are high. If that is treated as a housing item, then it will be able, we will be able to fund more affordable housing units, and the customer also will get the benefit if it is part of, included as a part of the loan, so that, because he has to shell out for insurance, he has to shell out for stamp duty, he has to shell out for other charges. So it's all form parts of the loan, and his own contribution considers all put together as a project cost. Then the customers will be willing to come and take a position on that, instead of not having a shelter over their head. Some roof will be there, and the Housing for All 2022 will be definitely an achievable one by this process.
Right. So just to quickly run through, we've covered the quality of the developer, supply of affordable housing, land titles approval, infrastructure, and the tax burden on consumers. Have we left anything on the table for Rakesh and Manish?
No, so if you look at 1/3 of India's population stays in the urban centers, and that's growing quite fast. And if you look at the shortfall in the housing, that's primarily in the urban centers, which we need to really provide, and the affordable housing which we are talking about is what, and 95% of this is the economically weaker section. How do we really reach out to them and provide them the affordable houses, and the way Mr. Oberoi mentioned earlier, 7,99,000, something like that, a quality product which we can offer, and also finance those projects. I think that's the challenge which we have in front of us. And the biggest issue in this is that we don't have, it's not a very organized so far. There are not large developers who have come in. If there is a large developer who is building a project and you know that there is a track record of this developer, you can really take a bet, and you can, because there is a track record, you can go ahead and finance that development or that project. But there is no, these are all one-off small time developers. So I think somewhere the rating or some kind of parameters which needs to be fixed, that which projects one can do and the others one can avoid. The second is the customer segment also in this. There is no consistent repayment capability which you can establish. And from a traditional banking point of view, you cannot really reach out to this segment. How do you really build underwritings and everything else which is so differentiated that you can understand the repayment and give him a repayment flexibility, that he doesn't have to pay you on a monthly basis, but he can pay you 3 times a year or 4 times a year, something like that. So both on the organized developer point of view, it's a challenge that there is none right now. There are large developers who are getting into it because there are some tax benefits which has been declared. So they are coming, and that will help. And also the customer segment. How do we really understand their repayment capability and fix our repayments, not basis a EMI which is on a monthly basis, but how do we give them a flexibility which they are more comfortable paying us?
Manish, but just before you speak, I was having this conversation with a banker, an entrepreneur in fact, who set up one of these micro housing finance companies. And one of the first things he told me was, we actually went out in field and studied how people make their money. So they figured out that the sabzi wala in Dadar makes more money during the summer rather than during the rainy season. True. Because people apparently buy lesser amount of vegetables during the rainy season because it perishes faster. So he says that we have to then, like you said, we have to decide our repayment, the entire EMI structure. We have to structure it in such a way that you can actually pay bulk of it during the summer months rather than the monsoon period, And that is something we'll discuss at length, Rakesh. But let me just bring Manish in first.
Yeah, so just to add to that, Kavita, I think those models can be perfected. You started off by saying that is there what kind of challenges do you face in lending to these customers? And to my mind, after being in this industry for about 4 or 5 years, being able to assess their suitability credit from a credit point of view is not really that much of a challenge. To the extent that the model can be perfected to saying that if you're lending to an auto rickshaw driver, if you find out from him how many kilometers he drives per day, his auto, you can actually figure out on the basis of templates that you've developed over a certain number of customers, what is the amount of loan that you can give in if you have the tenor and the interest rate kind of pinned down. So those models are now reaching a fairly advanced level of sophistication. Coming back to the point that you just said, that where really the challenge lies, and I think on that one I would agree with my co-panelists that supply continues to be a challenge. But I would like to offer a slightly different point of view, that we always think of supply as something which is going to be developer-led, something which is going to be project-led. When we talk about housing for all and the kind of supply that we need to see there, it requires, can we do it project by project? I don't think so. I think we need an explosion of supply all across the country because the task is huge, humongous. And one element of supply which almost always gets missed out is something which is self-build or self-supply. There is this large segment of customers who own a plot of land who are wanting to construct. They can create their own supply. All that they need is transparency in terms of where they are constructing, whether that is the right place for them to construct, and they need simplification in approval norms. And that is where I think one of the biggest challenges people like us face, that corporation limits within cities end after a certain distance. What happens after that? Whose approval authority it is? Is this going to turn into a pond or a national highway or a recreational area 10 years down the line? One doesn't know. So if you're looking at providing housing for all 5 years hence, at least think 15 years hence and do the zoning for areas going out of big urban centers for a radius of about 60-70 kilometers, and not a city like Bombay. I'm talking about some of the smaller centers.
In fact, Manish, that's a huge ask considering the fact that Mumbai itself doesn't have a development plan. I mean, the last plan expired in 2012, and we are still waiting for BMC to come up with a plan that, you know, satisfies all the parties concerned. Having said that, coming back to the question of supply.
So that's if you remove the uncertainty, people who are wanting to finance these borrowers know for certain that you can go ahead, you can finance because his house or his layout kind of falls in a particular area where you can do that. The second aspect is that of developers who kind of finance, who construct in these localities. When you're looking at developers, you know, developers always talk about delays in approval, and delays in approval is something which is an outcome resulting from two things, which is lack of percolation of the government policies top down. You know, in a city like Ahmedabad, there is an 80-kilometer circumference ring road. 3 years ago, an area of 1 kilometer from that was declared as an affordable housing zone. Now, such a large area declared as an affordable housing zone should have seen an explosion in affordable housing supply in that city. It hasn't happened. It hasn't happened because on the ground, there is not enough clarity in terms of how the zoning needs to be done, where the layouts need to come up, what is the kind of infrastructure which is going to come up where. And unless and until these things kind of get implemented, it is very difficult to go out and select. And I'm not talking about as a finance company, because finance follows where the customer goes. If the customer goes to that particular locality, starts buying, the finance company will follow. I think the finance companies have not been lagging behind in going where the customer wants to go. The distribution can be set up pretty quickly. There's not much cost involved in that. So that is where the government needs to kind of provide the necessary infrastructure. And finally, for the end borrower, we're talking about people, you know, who's a Kamwali, who's an auto driver, who's a small provision store owner. What does he know about which builder has what capacity to construct? What are his finances like? You know, when is he going to give the project? Is he going to kind of do it on time? And that's where, you know, the thing about having a mechanism where these guys can be certified that this is a guy from whom you can buy because an independent authority has checked him and found him to be kind of delivering on his commitments in the past. Finances are sound, everything is all right, please go ahead and buy. That is where I think the buyer will be comfortable, because, you know, we can talk about all kinds of laws. We can talk about there's RERA, there's this law, there's that law. What is the capacity to litigate for a borrower at that level.
You know, more than the capacity to litigate, my concern here is that a lot of the buyers that you're actually speaking about may not even be able to read and understand the agreement that they're signing.
You are
For all you know,
right.
they are not even able to sign that agreement. They're probably just, fingerprinting it. And if that is the case, then you are actually playing with that man's life savings, and you need to ensure that he gets a home at the end of it. And, to bring in the issue of supply that you raised earlier, a lot of bankers I've spoken to also tell me that one of the reasons is that the RBI norms, the NHB norms, for what constitutes an affordable housing project, even the PMAY project, the scheme, what constitutes a project, what makes a project eligible for a PMAY tag, all of that is apparently the norms are so stringent and they are so, I was told, disconnected with reality, that it makes it very difficult for bankers to actually go out and finance these projects. Is that true?
I would not entirely agree with that. I think the PMAY norms have been fairly clearly laid out in the latest edition of the scheme that have come out. But I would agree with you to the extent that the word affordable is rather loosely used. And just this morning on the flight in, I was reading a newspaper article about affordable housing launches having gone up some 40-50%, and affordability was tagged to a unit which was costing about 10 times what Mr. Oberoi just said. 70 lakh unit was affordable. Well, it could be affordable to somebody, but to the vast segment of population that you're talking about, that's not affordable housing. But yes, I think coming back to the PMAY norms, I think as much clarity as can be provided under this scheme, I think has been provided. So I think, to be fair to the government, they've done a good job on that one.
Right.
Manish just said, see, by and large, be it RBI or be it NHB, the affordable, the definition of affordable housing is what is used by MUPA, is what is followed across. And to that extent, the lending institution also, follows the same one, because in order to get qualified for various refinance schemes and all that, and hence to the end user, you need to follow that. It's a question of whether the developers are using that formula as a basis to call it and qualify it as affordable housing is a question to be seen. And like Manish says, affordable is interpreted in so many different ways. But I think, you ask any of the housing finance companies, they will usually tell you that affordable housing is what is defined as by MUPA and hence followed by both RBI and NHB. To that extent, there is enough clarity around that,
So what you're saying is the norms are clear. My question is, are there enough homes being built that actually follow those norms? Are there enough homes that are being built which you can actually go ahead and finance, which the RBI and the NHB norms allow you to finance?
I can answer in this way. There is a 60 square meter kind of a home under Prime Minister Awas Yojana is there. There are certain states like Rajasthan where they are very clear that no governmental approval is needed. If you have a land on your own, you can construct 60 square meter. This is the law is getting introduced in Punjab. If all other state governments also follow that kind of a principle, then lot of lead time in getting sanctioned by a common man going to the government and standing for months together to get the approval. They are not going to construct multi-story building kind of a thing. 60 square meter house, it's a simple, a very small makan for the people to live. Similarly, there are certain state governments like Tamil Nadu and Andhra, they have a very clear rule passed through the government gazette that the executive officer of the Gram Panchayat can approve the plan. Otherwise, state like Maharashtra, they said it's only a developmental authority can approve. Even in Karjat, we will have to wait for the developmental authority of the particular municipal corporation to approve, or in Thane, it has to be approved by Thane Municipal Corporation. Even for 60 square meter kind of a building, we will have to go there, planning, we have to wait in the queue. These are all certain modifications if the government is looking into that and adopt the other state governments' proactive measures, then the affordable housing will grow in multifolds.
So that's yeah.
Staying with the theme of constructing in large numbers, anything which requires to be produced in large numbers needs to follow a certain element of standardization. You cannot have custom built large scale production. And that's where I think there is a need for standardization of these norms. Now, he just talked about 2-3 states, and all of these are different. The norms for approval in the peri-urban areas are all different. And that is where really the complexity, and putting myself in a developer's shoes really, that is where the complexity comes from.
You know, Manish, we have quite a few developers in the affordable housing space who have sort of pioneered the concept of assembly line manufacturing of houses. So they are working with prefab, they are getting in, they are making their own material on site, and you know, they are making those houses.
Which is a good thing from a construction point of view.
So do you think, are you saying that the government should probably come up with a standardized set of approvals or norms that will govern affordable housing across the country?
Precisely. I'm saying exactly that if you standardize the norms for approval, and if you standardize the rules to a certain extent across the country, you know, you could probably have 10 Karams being replicated across the country, and that's going to be an explosion of demand. There are 10 guys, 15 guys, 20 guys who've come out in a certain geography in a country trying to do affordable housing. These are all well-intentioned people trying to keep the cost down without compromising on the quality of life of the end buyer. We need to encourage such people to take their mission and to take their aspirations all over the country. So 10 developers constructing 50,000 homes suddenly start expanding all across the country, and you have an explosion of housing. But as we see, there is not one national level developer. You cannot say there is one developer who's got successful projects going on in 10 different states. Not one can be named. Whereas if that is something which is made possible, then that will see a huge amount of increase in supply.
So the government has made a sort of a beginning with RERA. There is a standardized agreement that has been made, a builder-buyer agreement, also that which has been written by the center, which they are asking states to adopt. There is a uniform building code. Now, do you think this is a good time to, you know, sort of push through these standard set of approvals for affordable housing?
If I can just add one point, I think we should look at new technology of constructions. How do we really bring down the time taken to build a project? Because in this segment, a customer who is taking a house, he's paying the rent as well. So he's paying the EMI and he's paying the rent as well. So if we can crunch the time with the new technology, and you mentioned about the prefabricated technologies and all, I think we should look at and explore these new technology to bring down the cost of construction and crunch the time of construction. And that will be very, very critical and important for this segment.
The builders are basically standalone projects. There are not many, like big builders are just entering. So standalone projects form a large proportion of the supply that is there in the market right now. I think a prefab and all those things, if capital expenditure is high, then these people may not be able to afford that at the moment to come out with something like that. So if that is made a norm, it might become a little tough for the smaller builders who are in the market to really come up with
But duty exemptions can help if somebody is willing to import that technology.
It's available in different, in other countries, and you can import these material.
So some kind of duty exemption and those kind of things can help. I think, and bringing the capex down for those builders, I think it can help. But that is something which will need to be done.
Right. The other issue that came up was land titles. Now we know that a lot of states in the country are actually trying to digitize land titles. Maharashtra, we know, is undertaking a satellite survey as we speak. Do you think that will solve the problem? Like you said, the uncertainty of whether this land that I inherited from my grandfather actually belongs to me or belongs to, in whole, or does it belong to any of my siblings? Will that actually solve the problem?
Actually, it is like a demat form of a share. Before the physical shares were there, lot of issues, duplicate shares, printing of shares, all the issues are sorted out once the shares have become in a demat form. Similarly, the land records, like USA, if you also make it a digitized At least phase 1 is a digitization, second is the DMAT form. The sub-registrar office will not able to, or not sub-registrar, even the other like Aadhaar kind of an agency who can go for a registration of the title or change of transfer of ownership from one person to another person. If it in a DMAT form, if it is exist, then it will be a very clear proof that no fraudulent things can take place. But present today we are facing with huge problems. Even the gifted ancestral properties, if you look at it, chain records or chain parental documents are missing. With the result, banks, public sector banks will not be able to fund. We as HFCs will land into that. We take some risk and fund them, taking into account that 20 years or 30 years of stay by the landowners. If government comes out with some clear guideline, those who stay for more than 15 years in a particular land, and even though chain records are missing, they are the real owners of the land by way of a digitization certificate, that it will help especially in the rural places and in hamlets. It will become a very big boost for affordable housing to grow in individual houses.
Right. We are left with three more issues. One is of course infrastructure, which is a biggie. I'm leaving builder quality for the last because that is something that I want to address separately. And the tax burden. Very quickly, we are seeing the rollout of GST, and we know that home buyers are paying a humongous amount as stamp duty. In Maharashtra, I know when I bought a home, I had to pay something like 6% stamp duty and 1% for registration, which is 7% of my pocket. By the time I end up buying that home, having paid my service tax and all of that, I'm paying something around like 10 to 12% of that cost of the home only in taxes. That is a huge sum for someone to pay to own a home, and this is not covered by a home loan. So how can that be addressed? And do you think that this is the fact that we are rolling out GST, we are moving towards a single tax regime, is this a good time for the government to actually think of standardizing stamp duty rates across the country, and will states be open to that?
Absolutely. One word answer. The government has taken the steps to now say what constitutes affordable homes. I think that definition is now more or less clear. If we can take that a step further and say anything which is up to 25 lakhs attracts a standard stamp duty across the country. And the GST is as good a time as any to kind of roll that out. There are various positive headwinds that can support such a move. One, that this is a very large constituency across almost all states, and therefore there should be very little opposition to whatever is the supposed loss of tax revenue from this segment of customers. And secondly, it will reduce the burden for borrowers, like you just said, that 5%, 7%, which is to be paid at the fag end of the transaction, can tend to be quite backbreaking, and that is and will continue to remain an unfinanceable component.
So you don't envisage a situation where at some point in time the home loan will actually cover the stamp duty and the registration? And why shouldn't it? I mean, it's at the end of the day, it goes into that house that I'm buying.
Yes, I think in affordable homes you can cover that to a certain extent, but I'm saying that still it is something on which the customer still ends up paying a certain outgo. There are other costs associated with the purchase which are not apparent initially. There is maybe he's paying brokerage or he's paying other costs and everything, the cost of moving in. So there are a number of other hidden costs which are not immediately apparent to the housing finance company. But an overall lessening of the burden, I think, is a good thing for this segment.
Just to add, maybe we can look at for this segment, reduce the tax burden, especially the stamp duty and registration. So for this segment, where we want to really push affordable housing, I think we should waive off, or it should be very, very nominal in terms of. So I think that's a recommendation we should do to the government.
So what you're essentially saying is, you don't have to reduce the stamp duty in a blanket fashion across the country, but you cross-subsidize.
Yes.
Let the rich pay whatever they're paying, but if
for this segment, yes, you should
this
look at.
This segment you can reduce.
Yeah.
Great. Also, the issue of infrastructure. You brought it up. One of you also brought it up. The fact that most of these houses are built in the outskirts of cities, and there is really no way to get to the city. And unless you have that vital infrastructure link, Why is anybody going to live over there? So, I mean, we know that typically in India, infrastructure follows development, which is what we've generally seen. Except in the case of Hyderabad, where probably the infrastructure is made first and now they're actually looking at real estate development.
No,
how can you address this?
No, so I don't think infrastructure is a basic issue in this country. So forget whether it's outskirts or inside the city. If you look at Mumbai, inside the city, the infrastructure is not there. And that's a challenge with this country. I think, see, unavailability of land is such a big issue, and whenever you build affordable housing, you will have to go out on the peripheries where the land can be made available for these projects. And unless you connect that to the main centers, the town where the individual comes to work, if you are not able to connect that, then this affordable segment and all, there will be hesitancy in people to really go and stay there. So building the infrastructure is such an important, critical part of really affordable housing, because unless you really make the schooling, the healthcare, the commute, everything seamless and easy, I don't think this really succeeds. So infrastructure is very, very critical to the affordable housing.
Which kind of brings us back to the entire issue of zoning and having a proper master plan in place, which will then probably give impetus to affordable housing.
Why do you do that? I was thinking as Rakesh was speaking, that what does infrastructure finally boil down to for the customer or the borrower who's going to be staying there? It essentially boils down to two things, and those in our experience are the most critical for him: the ability to commute and schooling for the children. Really, if these two things are taken care of, all the other things can be taken care of. We have had examples of people who have gone 20 kilometers, 25 kilometers away from their source of livelihood and started staying there because the schooling was available. Instead, if I have to travel 1.5 hours, I will make that sacrifice to give a good quality of life to my family. So essentially, infrastructure stripped down to the core really boils down to the ability to commute and the schooling for the child. Commute, when it comes to larger cities, is essentially if you can extend train connectivity or some kind of public transport connectivity to those areas. If you can take care of this, I think over a period of time, local industriousness and all the other supply factors will come together. Suddenly one provision store will come in, 2 vada pav stalls will come in, and before you know it, you have a thriving commercial area, catering to the requirements of the family and their entertainment needs and everything. All of that will come in. But to get people to move, these two, to my mind, I think are most crucial.
Water and electricity and those kind of things have to be.
Those will make it livable, yes.
Those will make it livable.
Otherwise, it will not be livable at all.
Okay, and now coming back to the last one, which is kind of tied in, the reputation of the developer and, to my mind, the customer's repayment, because what we are seeing at least is that with the amount of delays that is happening and the amount of customers who are stuck, home buyers who are stuck paying EMIs and rent, a lot of them have started calling us and they're actually asking us whether they should stop paying EMIs. For the simple reason that the house that they're paying for is not being built. That project is stuck. So what am I paying? I'm paying all that money for. I would rather put that money in some other ready-to-move-in property and actually have a home at the end of the day. And this is a question that people are raising and I feel it's quite valid. So how do you really address the issue of builder quality, especially in a space like affordable housing, where again, like we discussed earlier, people may not know how to read and write. So what do you do there?
I think that is where educating the customer on their rights. And that is something that housing finance companies will have to do, affordable housing finance companies will have to do. Unless and until that is done, they won't know who to approach to, for some kind of a redressal for their problems. That's not going to happen. So unless and until they are educated on the rights, the regulations and those kind of things will not move. I think that's what will need to be done.
How far are housing finance companies willing to go, Manish, in the sense that when you say educate the customers, like you said, are you willing to actually handhold that man who's sitting with that agreement that he cannot read?
No, with your own customers, and there's an asset risk involved. So if at all a delay starts happening or whatever, I think at that stage, the housing finance companies would be in touch with the customer till possession happens and those kind of things.
We housing finance companies have got a professional setup. So what we do normally when we assess a project, if we give a construction finance for affordable housing, we make it a practice that a proper escrow account mechanism is built in and all the approvals have been in place. Sales milestones are put for the release of funds for the construction of the project, and also the other conditional approvals, the conditions which are laid down for the approvals have all been met with. Once we adhere to all these things, naturally the project will move properly and reach a desirable success. If housing finance companies can play a very good role in this, if it is not done and the developer on his own raising a fund and yes,
which is what I want to know. What is the role that housing finance companies can actually play over here? Because very frankly, what I am seeing is this, that a home buyer has to continue paying his EMI. He has no recourse. I mean, if I stop paying my EMI today, my CIBIL record will go for a toss, and tomorrow if I am admitted in my hospital or somebody else in my family is admitted in the hospital, I am not going to get a loan.
True.
So how can housing finance companies really help people who are stuck in projects like this, and how can you ensure that the buyer doesn't get stuck in a project like this? How can you educate the buyer?
Kavita, to answer this, to that extent, if we go to the root cause, a large root cause of all these issues came up when you had those, cash down proposals, builder had launched a project and all you could see were different multicolored flags on the land, and he said that this is how the project is going to look at, and he would give you a cash down proposal to say that, look, if you pay me 100% now, I'm going to give you so much of discount. And today those projects are stuck somewhere halfway and they are not seeing the end of the construction to happen, and they have stopped paying EMIs or their CIBIL gets affected and things like that, and they are also paying rent. Now to that extent, if you see, there has been a heavy clamp on those kind of funding by the housing finance companies, and to that extent large credit also goes to the regulators who saw that this is how the money is going, and that's where the money got diverted also, thinking that this project would get complete as the sales happen. So to that extent, housing finance companies and the banks have stopped doing all those cash down fundings, which has stopped resulting in those situations where the construction does not happen. Apart from that,
Harshil, tell me this. All of you all follow a basic model when it comes to rating companies. When you finance a company, and I'm spending some time on this, I'm running out of time so we need to be brief. When you finance a company, you do a thorough due diligence of that particular project. You rate that project and then accordingly decide at what interest rate you're going to lend to them. Can you make that rating public? Can you let the buyer be a part of this and know what is the risk that you are willing to take? Is it possible?
Yes. Is it the preferred way to go? Maybe there is a slightly better option, because in a certain sense,
what is the option?
In a certain sense, the housing finance company has got a bit of a vested interest in that, because the buyer is going to be coming and taking the loan from you, and therefore you tend to kind of have a vested interest in the entire approach. My point is that there is an entire rating machinery, an independent rating machinery which exists in the form of all the rating agencies. We can resort to that. We can use that to give an independent, unbiased rating of the developer, make it public to the borrower. Because coming back to the point that I said earlier, is that this is a set of customers, this is a set of borrowers who do not have it in them to go through the litigation route. Something goes wrong, you can through RERA, you can kind of...
Let me bring in Rakesh very quickly. I've got two more questions from the audience.
No, one just suggestion, and we were talking about digitization of the title deeds and all. I think to bring in transparency, we have to create online digital enablers to the customer so that they can see all approvals are in place, and then only they invest, and then only they buy the product from that developer. Otherwise, no. So I think we will have to, the government will have to bring in some transparency that this project is approved by all regulators,
Right.
all agencies, and then one can really buy the product.
So some kind of a rating for developers. There are two questions that have come in from the audience. Ashish Gulati wants to know, he says, shouldn't affordable housing parameters be declared as the per capita income of states to ease home buying? If Ashish Gulati is here, why don't you just stand up and, yeah. Can you elaborate what you meant? Right, right. Which I think RBI has done to an extent with their definition, the revised definition.
The definition is very clearly defined. It is on the basis of the income, and it is also on the basis of the size of the unit which is being built, and it is also divided at the basis, you know, that how much of that can be classified as economically weaker section, which is EWS. The second is the LIG, MIG, and then the HIG. So those definitions are very much standardized, which is basis the area of the unit of the house, dwelling unit as they call it, and also the income levels of an individual, basis which the definition, it gets classified whether it falls under EWS or it falls under LIG or it falls under MIG. So to that extent, these definitions are available. Now it's a question of whether the construction which is happening, are those construction happening as per those definition or not, it needs to be seen.
Right. Another question, last question, Vivekanand had a question. Is he there in the audience? Okay, very quickly. It's an interesting question. Now he says, with the high level of migrant and floating population in metros, can temporary or night shelters be a proposition or a PPP option? In fact, rental housing would also tie in with this. Would you want to take it up?
No, so I might just give it a try. I think it's a good idea, and one should. Instead of sleeping, letting our citizens sleep on the streets, we should provide night shelters for a very nominal charges that people, so we should build infrastructure in all the urban centers where people can sleep in the night and can refresh there. So definitely yes.
Right. With that, we will have to close this discussion, but a very quick rundown of of the solutions that you all came up with. Essentially, it is necessary to certify builders. From the government side, what needs to be certify builders and also get the information out to buyers that this particular project has got all its approvals in place. The other big thing is that governments need to get their act together. They need to have clear zoning plans in place, and they need to think for the next 15 or 20 years. Land titles need to be digitized, need to be taken online, so you and I know what exactly we are buying into. DMAT titles, in fact, is what Mr. Vaidyanathan said, and also standardized approvals. That is a biggie over there. Infrastructure is one big thing that the government needs to work on. The other big thing is standardized approvals. Just the way, like we have a standard definition for affordable housing, it's probably time that the government comes up with a standard set of approvals for affordable housing, which will enable developers to replicate projects across cities. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Krishnan, and may I also request you to please present with a prize for our best question. The first question, can we have the gentleman on stage, please, to accept the prize? Let's put our hands together for him. We know he's very active in the social media, and if you put up questions for our next panel discussion, you're sure to get your question up here and win yourself a prize. So, Ms. Krishnan, may I request you to please present the gift to the gentleman? And once again, let's put our hands together for all our panelists. Thank you for making it an interactive session. May I request Dharmesh Kapoor from our team to please step on stage and thank each one of our panelists and our panel chair for their presence. and for putting up a great session there. Thank you so much. What a pleasure, sir. Thank you so very much for sharing your views. Thank you, Ms. Krishnan, for chairing the panel discussion. Thank you, sir. And may I request all of you to join us for a group picture. We'd love to have all of you in a frame. Dharmesh, why don't you join us? A group picture with your brilliant smiles on. Let's put our hands together for them yet again. Thank you so very much for joining us. We are all set to bring to you our next panel discussion on affordable low-income housing, developing a sustainable supply ecosystem, fostering a conducive environment in India's distributed mortgage finance market, healthy competition between banks, HFCs and NBFCs. I'd like to invite on stage our panel chair, Mr. Sriram Kalyanaraman, Managing Director and CEO, National Housing Bank. Let's put our hands together for him as he steps onto the stage yet again. As a part of our panel discussion, joining us as a panelist are Mr. Anil Sachidanand, Managing Director and CEO, Aspire Home Finance. Let's put our hands together for him. Also joining us, Mr. Dio Shankar Tripathi, Chief Executive Officer, Aadhar Housing Finance. Ms. Shruti Gonsalves, Chief Executive Officer, Seva Grihin, on stage, please. Thank you, ma'am. We also have with us Mr. Sandeep Menon, Managing Director and CEO, Vastu Housing Finance Corporation. Mr. Vivek Gupta, President and Head, Shriram General Insurance. We'd also like to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Milind Govardhan, Executive Director, Khush Housing Finance. And I'd like to request all of you to please bear with us a couple of minutes till our panelists settle down. We'll have about 40 minutes of discussion time and about 10 minutes of questions. Once again, a reminder to all our guests to please put their questions up online with our hashtag ET Housing Finance. And may I remind all our guests to please share their feedback with us. All of you have your feedback forms on your tables and you can let them be there or drop them off at the registration desk on your way out. I'd like to request our guests to please settle down. Sir, all yours. A request to all our guests in the hall to please take a seat. We're about to begin with our final panel discussion of the evening. May I request our guests at the back end of the hall, please? We're aware that this is the final panel discussion and we can promise you it's going to be a very interesting one indeed. So may I once again request our guests at the back end. Gentlemen, may I request you to please take a seat? Sir, all yours.
No, I don't. Hello. Yes.
Sorry, is this on?
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's on.
Thank you. We would start by introducing all my panelists. You can start by introducing yourself.
Good evening. My name is Anil Sachidanand and I run Aspire Home Finance, a small ticket home finance company. We started 2 years back.
Good evening. I am Sandeep Menon. I run Vastu Housing Finance Corporation. We are a startup housing finance company.
Hi, good evening. My name is Milind Govardhan. I am part of Khush Housing Finance Private Limited team. We received license last year, October, and we started operations from February.
Good evening, I am D.S. Tripathi, I am Chief Executive Officer, Aadhar Housing Finance Company. Average ticket size of the Aadhar Housing is around 7 lakh rupees.
Good evening everyone, I am Shruti Gonzalez, CEO of Seva Grah Rin. It's a low income housing finance company. We started our operations last year.
Good evening everyone, I am Vivek Gupta representing Shriram General Insurance, and we started SGI about 8 years back.
Good evening, I'm Sriram and I work for NHB. Essentially, a couple of questions I'm going to place with the panelists. Let's get their answers and then the house will be open for questions. So we would start with the lady on the panel. Being really a very small, which is catering, the company caters to the really what I call the lowest income segment, which is with the average ticket size of probably 2 lakhs to 2.5 lakhs. So one, what made you look at that segment much before all this came in? That's one. And two, what are the challenges you faced?
Sure, thank you. As the name suggests, the genesis of my company lies in Seva Network, the Self-Employed Women's Association. And it's a very well-respected, one of the well-respected social mobilization network, which all of you are probably very well aware of. The idea of having a separate housing finance company came up with the fact that many of our women members who are not typically only in Gujarat and who are all across India, we are working currently in 14 states, that is Seva. Those people, apart from having access to microcredit or microfinance through various means of thrift and credit cooperative societies or Seva Bank, also had a huge demand for home improvement or incremental upgrade. Now I'm talking about a profile of customer who is typically engaged in informal sector trades, and so goes for her household. So whether her spouse or a partner or any of her adult child, whether a male or a female child, they are all engaged mostly in informal sector trades. So that is one sector. The other part of the story is that typically they stay in a area which is not considered to be a mortgageable title area, and that is where the whole story of my company begins. We look at the segment from informal sector trade and informal tenure, land tenure as well. So when I am talking about informal land tenure, it is not that we are promoting encroachment and irregular colonies, but we are typically financing people who have been either shifted from the Juggi Jhopri clusters or slums to a relocation areas, or they have been given a possession slip or a license to stay by a relevant government authority, and they have been staying or occupying on that piece of land for last 20-25 years or probably more than that. So that is the genesis of the company, and what made us look at is that there is a huge demand, there is a huge untapped grey market, whether most of the affordable housing finance companies would also want to look at it, and they would be very, very keen if the land tenure piece is clearly sorted out and we get a clarity on it. Land being a state issue and it's typically handled by state in its own way. So that is where the whole complication on the complexities of the issue lies. So that is the one challenge. The other challenge that we faced is to mobilize sufficient amount of capital so as to be able to finance these people, this set of individuals. So that is where I would like to end my comments on.
Okay. Milind, from Kush side, probably you are the newest kid on the block,
Right.
especially handling the low ticket sizes.
Right.
What's your view?
So you're right. You know, we started operations in the month of February with a clear focus that we would focus on customers from EWS and LIG. And Shriram, I think we must thank you and NHB team right from the first month of February till June, we have received the, PMAY CLSS, subsidy, and we have passed it on to the customer. Okay, so I think it has come. We are the latest, but I think it's been a great help to a new company like ours, because the challenges that we have. Promoter has put in his own equity. But in the morning we spoke about how much can equity do. You require leverage. How do we get funds? If funds come to us at a premium, then how do we make sure that the business proposition is such to the customer that it should not become expensive for the segment, because the segment is also rate sensitive. So I think it's been for us, team at Kush, I think it's been a huge experience, and it's been a very rewarding experience in terms of initially building the team, then setting up centers. For almost 60% of Shriram, our business is PMAY CLSS. Okay, and the average ticket size is about 8.5–9 lakhs. So, but I think we have a request, that right now, Amit also mentioned in his speech today that see, companies that are focused on PMAY CLSS, if NHB team sits with us, understands that we're looking at, for example, 100 crores of origination this year, and if our average is going to be about 60% CLSS, then can we be given a line of credit of, say, of that much amount, and which is to be given over a period of time, basis our performance, which will be used only towards PMAY CLSS customers, because it's a huge challenge. We have reasonable equity, we have the bandwidth, we have the people, we have invested in systems, but having spoken to a number of bankers, across the spectrum, we are a new company, so we are not rated, so that's a typical challenge. Okay. So I think even instruments like mutual funds can invest into, if basis the capital, basis the overall business plan and the delivery, if banks can have a friendlier approach towards new housing finance companies.
Okay, I thought being a moderator, I asked the question. I have to answer some questions, but I will cover that. Yes. Coming back to you, from Aadhar, you have been there for some time. Yeah. You have taken, I think your average ticket size is 8–9 lakhs.
7 lakhs.
So probably you are in a little bit of sweet spot compared to her or compared to him. What do you think are the funding challenges and the customer challenges?
Actually, what Milind has said, the funding challenges are different for different companies. HFCs which are much bigger in size, for them there is no challenge, their parents are good and they are able to get, the rating is good. The funding challenges for us also do not come, because we have also a good parentage and we are able to get funds. But as Mr. Milind was just mentioning, that resource mobilization for the new housing finance company which are set up, for them it is a big challenge, because they cannot have capital market through NCD, their rating is not there. Yes. Banks do not give them loan, or they charge high rate of interest. If they charge high rate of interest, they have to pass it on to the ultimate borrower. So for them it is a challenge. Secondly, capital is also a challenge for them, because NHB does permit 16 times leverage. But the banks or rating agencies are generally comfortable 10 to 11 times leverage only. So in that situation, for them it is a big challenge. I would like to suggest that NHB should consider of giving more of a refinance to the new housing finance company, which are primarily participating in housing for all, to the PMAY projects and to the EWS and LIG. Because in that cases the funding is done by them, and that these housing finance company can do much better. Now coming to the another area where they can do resources they can get is securitization. The whole model for the small housing finance company or housing finance company has to work on originate, hold and sale. But as per RBI guidelines, you have to hold for at least 1 year. So it means for at least for 1 year, funding is required to be met either by the banks or by the NHB. As regard banks are concerned, they will always consider the rating agencies report, they will always consider the risk perception, everything they will consider. So my view is that here as a regulator, NHB has to come into the picture. They can raise resources through infrastructure bond, they can raise resources through ECB, they have got multiple powers to raise resources, and they can provide some finance to the new housing finance company till they mature and they are able to get funds on their own. Coming to the another point in the lower ticket size, the borrower side. The borrower are also, suppose a guy who wants to take 5 lakhs rupees loan and is rickshaw wala or sabji wala, if you expect them for contributing 10-20% of his own equity, is a challenge for him. Housing for all in the credit linked subsidy, I will just suggest, this is a very important suggestion which I want to give, which has been tried by the government of India in last 30 years. When the banks were providing loan to the various employment generating scheme, the subsidy given by the government was supposed to be taken the equity or margin of the borrower by the bankers. Why not in this case, when 2.20 lakh interest subsidy is to be given for a loan of 6 lakhs and above? In that case, if the part of that equity, the lender like HFCs and we can treat as a borrower's contribution, probably the challenge which borrower face in the beginning to arrange the margin money will be solved. What happens sometime if you expect a rickshaw wala to bring 1.5 lakh rupees at 10% cash margin plus 5-6% more expenditure, if you expect him to bring 1.5 lakh rupees, he will borrow from somebody. If he borrows from somebody, he has to pay that money to that lender first. In that situation, the HFC's installments get defaulted. So my suggestion to the NHB, to Kalyanaman Sahab, that if the borrower I select, if they approve he is qualifying for subsidy, then we should be allowed to give 100% loan to him, and when subsidy will come, automatically LTV will be ensured. That was a valid suggestion which has been always tried in all government scheme, right from 71 through banking system. It can be tried here.
I will come back to you, Anil. Now, you have built up, you have bought over some portfolios. I think you have also done a securitization, no?
No, I have
okay.
not bought over.
Oh,
I haven't
okay.
bought it.
Okay, sorry. So what do you think? Because you operate in still higher segment at about 15 lakhs or 16 lakhs, and you have consistently been developing that.
True.
So I'm just trying to get the various sizes, because is the problems different across on funding, or is it?
I think when we look at home finance as an industry, it's like now 4-decade-old industry. So it has got talent, it has got processors, it has got technology. So all the three things are available as far as housing finance companies are concerned. Look at the leaders of the industry. SDFC is 4-decade-old and it is still growing at 22%. Look at the new one. So when I started 25 years back in the home finance industry, we were 4 home finance companies. Today we are, Aspire was 62nd home finance company. Again, thanks to NHB, and today we are 77 home finance company. And it's still growing and going on to become 80 or 85 by end of this fiscal year. So what does it clearly indicate? That there is a pie for everyone to address in this market. So I probably would say that one of the important reasons to plug and control is the capital. Perhaps the 10 crore capital has an entry point for anyone to come into housing should be increased to a larger amount, because then some serious players would come into housing. So that could be one of the aspect of bringing in serious party to the housing industry now and participants. Once you have a larger capital, then you have a lot of confidence coming in from banks. When you go to borrow from them, the year one you could leverage or could get a gearing of 2 or 3 times. So on 100 crores of capital, you can do a gearing of 3 or 4 times, which will take your balance sheet to a 300-400 crores in the very first year of your operation. So clearly, the industry is growing. I guess when you put your technology processes and systems in place, then companies can grow. I think from a regulatory perspective, 27 years of NHB, no systemic risk. It's a great salute to the regulator to have built a strong regulatory environment, to have built an environment within a real estate fraternity which was unregulated for so many years. So clearly, I think housing finance company vis-a-vis bank, housing finance company vis-a-vis the NBFCs have played the part. And my own belief is that that is still going to play a very, very important part as we progress. I guess the entry point of housing finance companies should be little more tighter in terms of capital, because capital is something that will bring in the seriousness of the entire process. Whether it is liability machinery moving, unless you don't have the capital, you don't expect bank to fund you. Unless you don't have the capital, you don't expect the rating company to start rating you. So it's very, very important that you start bringing in the right amount of capital on table, so that the professionals who are participating can also participate. Interestingly, when we started Aspire, and today when Vivek, Mr. Oberoi was presenting Karam Builders, I realized sitting there as an audience that I went to Shahpur looking at this project, and when I looked at this project, we funded close to around 200-300 borrowers of Shahpur without knowing that Vivek Oberoi is anyway connected or to this project. We looked at those customers and we funded that. And I come back from and I take just a little more seconds to just share. When we look at three major players in the industry, SDFC, LIC, and for some time, let's take ICICI Home Finance in the erstwhile ICICI Bank status. All three of them grew each of the market in some of the market in the country. So when we look at SDFC, we all know that SDFC played a very important part when Navi Mumbai and Vashi was getting constructed. And what was Navi Mumbai and Vashi? What today I do as Aspire, what I do in Shahpur was Navi Mumbai and Vashi probably 15 years back. That time SDFC participated. It was a quasi-legal document. It was a quasi-income document. But SDFC participated, and so did ICICI participated in extending Mumbai from Mira Road to whatever place. So did many other players in many part of the country. So anyway, in any given start, there has to be certain market, there has to be a niche that one creates, and one has to participate on those niche and build the systems and mechanism to control, because what is more important is what you lend, you are able to collect it back. And in housing finance company has proved it over decade, year after year, that their collection mechanism is much stronger. The collection mechanism is able to sustain the requirements of the industry, and in the worst case scenario also the HFCs overdue collections have never crossed 2%, minus few of the outliers in the industry. But clearly, there is a lot of belief in the consumers of India. There is a lot of belief in the regulatory environment of India, and there is a lot of belief in the lending ecosystem that has got developed over last four decades. And I believe may not be very happy note for media to hear, because they don't want to hear all good things, but housing finance regulator and perhaps banking has played their part in a very, very good way to have built the ecosystem the way it looks like today.
Very good. I'm quite happy because this is the only person in the panel who hasn't made a demand on NHB. I will come back to you, Sandeep.
Yeah.
You have made probably a big transition from even selling a 40 lakhs or a 1 crore car to probably a 10 lakh house of funding, sorry, not selling. So one, what do you see as a change in the approach to the customer? And two, how do you underwrite these guys? Because the underwriting in this segment, and some other panel also discussed it in the morning, as how do you think is the best way to underwrite these people?
Sriram, I think it's a significant transition, not only for me, but for a lot of people in the industry, because with a 9% mortgage penetration and the sheer demand supply gap in affordable housing, it's a significant opportunity and a huge challenge, and it's great learning. And what you got to recognize is, in this segment, you're not going to the top end of a mass affluent customer or an affluent customer who's got many choices, many options, and the customer is the king. Here you're going to a self-employed or a salaried tier 2, tier 3 Indian whom you're betting on to protect his first house where he's going to stay. And that is the critical difference. So you're betting on an Indian who's buying his first house, who's mostly self-employed. You're betting on his employability, his ability to take care of his family, to protect his interests and to protect his family's interests. And you'll rarely go wrong. And that's the reason this industry is a AAA industry. If you look at why, what I keep telling rating agencies or others, is that this is an industry which is AAA by nature. As Anil said, delinquencies have not crossed, or loss rates have not crossed 2%, and there's consistent systemic stability that's been demonstrated. That is by the sheer nature of the customer, and they work so hard and they're so committed and dedicated to making this happen. So if you can have underwriting capability to eliminate fraud, and fraud could be a variety of frauds. It could be a setup fraud, it could be a title document fraud, it could be frauds which are essentially perpetuated by small time developers, or it could be organized frauds or identity theft. But if you can manage that, then downside risk on this business is very low, and that's the significant large opportunity. So if you can manage your costs well, which most HFCs do, if you can understand that you can get adequate banking system leverage to make sure that you can build scale, and you can service these customers and have continuous engagement in a community lending model with these customers, I think sky is the limit for this opportunity. It's a great business to be in.
Thanks, Sandeep. Well said. Vivek, I'll come to you. Probably the odd man out in this.
Yeah.
And
It's very important, sir.
Very important.
Insurance is very important.
But before I became a regulator, let me say, now my views have changed, of course. Before I became a regulator, I was not a great fan of insurance. I always thought the customers are taken for a
ride.
Not for a ride, but they don't know what they are getting into. Many of them have not been told you will get only a construction cost, so on and so forth. But things have changed, right? The focus has also changed to affordable housing, low-cost housing. The specter of the customers who are coming in through the door is different today. With that in mind, and from what you heard, how do you think the insurance will evolve? How do you make it affordable to the customer?
See, since morning we've been talking of affordable housing. Now let me come to affordable insurance. So insurance is really, really affordable. We need to educate the customer. We need to jointly educate the customer. The cost of insurance for a 10 lakh loan is less than 1 rupee a day. So for a affordable housing, if the loan is 5 lakh rupees, for a 10-year tenure, the cost is just 50 paise a day. So that's the cost of insurance for the loanee, for the customer. And with the catastrophic losses that we have seen in the past 3 years, the Uttarakhand floods, then Jammu and Kashmir floods, Chennai floods, and just a couple of weeks back, I got the photographs of Jodhpur. I was just discussing with Shruti. Jodhpur has been a dry place in Rajasthan, and they have Jodhpur has witnessed the worst rainfall in 90 years. So we've been lending on a pan-India basis, but there are certain companies which are region specific. They concentrate on a particular state, in a particular state. So they need to take care of the risk as well. Plus, it's a revenue model for the HFC as well. They, with the kind of leverage and the kind of capital which is scarce in the industry, they can earn some kind of revenue as well from the insurance company. So if we talk of long-term benefits for the insurance company and the loanee, I think insurance is extremely, extremely important, and we need to jointly push for this. So I think this is an important aspect which it could be any company, the asset needs to be insured. So that's what the point is.
Shruti, you said in your discussions, you had a bigger problem on the title to the customer.
Correct.
Do you think insurance works in such a way? Because they are anyway giving you the construction cost, and your set of customers in all probability would be the most prone to a flood or those kind of things, because they might not be in the, most vulnerable to the floods, because they might not be in the best of the areas, purely on affordability basis. Do you think that would work?
See, I will answer it in two-phased manner. First and foremost, we are talking about property titles where they have a right to stay. So for example, even if I talk about those pattas or the lease deeds in Rajasthan and MP and other states, or if I talk about possession slips in Delhi, they merely have a right to stay. So for example, in a place called Jahangirpuri in Delhi, where they have been given those possession slips way back in 1972, it's just an occupancy right, and in the government record the property has not been transferred in those individuals' name. So that is where the asset insurance companies will also have an issue, whether these kind of properties can be insured or not.
See, coming back to title insurance, the regulator, that is IRDA, has not allowed title insurance in the country as of now. So that's a major issue. Worldwide,
she's not talking on title insurance. She is saying where I do not have a title and where I am having a house where they are funded, will you just cover the cost of construction if the house gets damaged?
Absolutely, the cost of construction would be covered.
Right. So that is a good news. Now let me take 1 or 2 points before I go. One is they said on refinance. Refinance is open for the last 6 months for all the new companies. I've been saying this in every seminar. We do not have the restriction of 3 years, right?
Yes.
However, subject, and she knows that, subject to some of the credit conditions which we have. Because as I said, if we have a good track record, I don't want to be the MD who broke the track record, right? And probably as the, in various, this one we are told, this is the only industry which probably is holding out today on the bad debts. And it is all of our responsibility to keep it that way. Second is securitization. We had worked with the government, and in the recent budget they've announced it. All the double taxation or the withholding taxation has completely moved away. Now to go and tell Reserve Bank, don't create a holding period, has a lot of macro implications. It was done with specific studying of various models. I've seen that. So even I wouldn't be sort of taking it up immediately, you book a loan and onboard passing, and we all know what happened in US on the mortgages precisely by doing these kind of things. True. There was something mentioned on equity. What was that you mentioned, is it?
Yeah, I mentioned.
What is that?
The borrower, when we give him loan, 10% he is required to bring, 5-6% expenditure he does.
But I'm saying a rickshawala is not going to 10 lakhs. A rickshawala is going to take 2 lakhs, and we expect him to pay 15,000 rupees. Now, and that will get passed on. The problem is, world over it has been proven that where the customer do not have some equity, then those loans go bad. This is not India's expertise. And when we say the overall delinquency is 1.5%, it is a little like trying to cross the river by its average depth, right? You all know what would happen. When I do a cut of below 2 lakhs, we have a overall delinquency of about, and I'm talking only about HFCs, it's much higher for the public sector banks, 6%. When I take the cut to 5 lakhs, it's 2.5%. At 2.5%, you have almost lost the profit margins, right? And then it improves up to 10 lakhs, it becomes 0.92, 0.48, and so on. However, this is historical. Let me also say, when we do this, the new underwriting, as we see the data, does not seem to be purely because of 2 things. 1, evolving of credit bureaus. 2, underwriting techniques have improved. People have not blindly underwrote. I know companies which use credit bureau characteristics to build profile and take decisionings. Yes. I know people who stand outside the small shop and see, actually put their person for 1 or 2 days and see what is the income, what is being sold, so on and so forth. So to that extent, it is completely evolving, and we need to watch that out. While we are willing to support, we need to watch that out. Title insurance, let me complete. Yeah, title insurance, we have set up a working group with IRDA leading it, because it's rightfully they should lead it. We are examining all the aspects, because if we cut and paste what is being done abroad, it doesn't solve our problem. And we have a genuine problem with various state governments having different laws, title, whether it flows or not flows. So it's going to be complicated, but a decision has been made. We said we will attempt, we will start with the easier things to fix first, and then move on to the complicated things there. Hopefully in about 6 months or 8 months, we should see something evolving there, especially towards the low cost housing.
Just had a point. In the last 6 months experience, I think what is also coming across very, very clearly is service delivery is a key differentiator. You know, I think the customers coming from EWS and LIG customers, I think they also have to be given the same kind of respect and service by all of us, the entire industry, which you would give it to a, say, a private bank customer. Okay, so that's been a learning for us. We have actually we have a standard where we actually ask the customer to inaugurate our branch. We ensure that the customer's disbursal is a pleasant kind of a occasion for the customer and the family. Also, in terms of credit behavior, I think what's also very, very encouraging is almost 35 to 40% of customers have some credit track record, bureau scores. In fact, for us, where we almost 60% of the business is PMAY CLSS, the average CIBIL that we're getting is about 725 to 750. A lot of these customers have availed two-wheeler loans, fridge loan, or TV loan, or a lot of these customers also have SIPs going, they have insurance going. So as an organization, we are trying to evolve a scoring pattern ourselves, where basis the savings of a customer or his family or the track record in terms of repayment, we are trying to arrive at his future repayment with us. Right. So I think it's quite good.
Which is good. I'm only saying bureaus have also evolved. What I'm told is a no-hit score. Even if there is no credit history for the customer, they are still able to create a score, test it out.
Okay.
Now we come back to your question. How do you do your collections? Because in your way of operations, Anil, collection is very important. And if an EMI gets a little, let's say, added, then it becomes impossible to do it. So collection management has to be that tightrope walking where you reach them on time and the right amount of pressure is put. What are the challenges and how we have overcome that?
Very important. I think when we look at parameterized lending versus non-parameterized lending, in parameterized lending on a typical collection efficiency, which is the date on which a consumer has to pay his EMI, one typically sees a collection efficiency of somewhere between 96 to 98%, which is the receivable on a particular date you get received monthly to the extent of 96 to 98%, and the balance amount has to be then through phone banking or through collection mechanism, they collect it before the end of the month and they have a 0.9 or a 1% default as they continue. In a non-parameterized lending, companies like ours and some of us sitting here, we normally see that on a collection day, we get an efficiency of 88 to 92%. It could even go worse during festival month, even it could go worse during school admission periods when the collection efficiency go as low as 85% on the date of collection, which is if your collection day is on 10th of every month, on that 10th of day, on a receivable that you're expecting, you would only get 88 to 90% consumer paying it on time, and balance of the 10 to 12 customer you need to have a collection mechanism of ensuring that you remind them and you ensure that they get collected before the end of the month. So unless you have that mechanism in complete, you obviously would have troubles of installment getting into the bracket 2 or bucket 2, and to maintain and for the consumer to pay that bucket 1 plus bucket 2 is next to impossible. He will maintain that one installment as an arithmetical default for overdue default for as long as he gets a good crop or get some amount of in-laws money or somewhere where he gets money and he pays that one installment. So my whole concept is that till on the date of collection, you would have to be very sure that you reach out the customer on the very day, informing him that you have to make the payment of your installment before the 30th of the month. And you probably through education process, you ensure that your 88% or 85% collection efficiency improves to 90. But we have seen in the informal sector, which is neither in a lender, as a lender, no one want to be a lender of last resort. We don't want to be lending to someone who is not going to repay us back. We always want to lend to someone who is going to repay us back. But we also know that we can't be a prime lending customer because those customers would be asking for a finer rates, and as a new company, we can't afford to give them a finer rates, which means that we have to be a mid-prime customer. We have to choose a methodology of ensuring that our DNA, our ecosystem is built in such a way that we service the mid-prime customer and we build the ecosystem to service those customers. And hence, Shriram collection is very, very critical, and especially between 10th or whatever your day of collection to the month end, your collection mechanism has to be very, very important. One of the ways that industry has looked at collection is the originator is the one who collects it. So maybe that method has worked well. The lender collects it. Whoever is the lending are the one who are collecting it, and they don't build a vertical called collection. To collect do the collection. That has worked well with many of the organizations. There are organizations which has disincentivized or at the incentive level have kept away certain incentive for the health of the installment for 12 months. Unless the health of the installment is not proper, you don't pay the complete incentive to the front end team. So there are many methods of managing it, but yes, collection is very, very critical. My own personal belief is not the consumer who default, is the system that makes the consumer default. And if the system is good enough, then consumers do not prefer to default in a house in which he or she has put in a 30-35% equity, and it's a dream home for them, and they want to have that house has a productivity enhancer for them, and hence they don't want to default. The emotions attached with that house is very, very, very high. So my own view is that it's the system of the housing finance company, and it is very, very strongly reflected in HFC versus bank, because that is one parameter where we score very, very high on the collection side. HFCs have a very good mechanism of collection, and we believe that that's what is keeping us going.
Right. Anil, that is crucial. One, the equity, and two, the emotional attachment. In fact, I was handling mortgages for a large bank when the Hong Kong crisis happened. And when we went and studied it, one of the biggest things they said was, the crisis happened because the government removed by way of an act the social stigma of filing for a bankruptcy. The moment you removed it, the Hong Kong property values were very high or very high. Everybody thought that is the best way to go. So as far as there is a emotional attachment and a social pressure, it holds. Shruti, would you like to say on that, because your segment is a little more different, little more pressurized? Do you do weekly collections, or how do you go about it?
No, we have moved away from the typical microfinance way of collecting loans. Weekly, I don't think they will be able to serve us in that manner, because typically this segment does borrow from microfinance institution, though they have at least 3 to 4 loans going. However, we may want to put it that we do not want to encourage over indebtedness, but they do borrow, and small amount of loans is what keeps them going for their consumption needs, their income generation needs. When it comes to housing finance, our experience has been that they are aware of the EMI pattern. They know that for housing finance and for any kind of credit for home improvement, there is a pattern or there is a methodology called EMI, and therefore that is what they would also want to follow, because this is typically a large amount of money which if we collect weekly from them, it will add on to our cost. We cannot do that. We cannot have PDCs going. We typically want to discourage any kind of cash collection. So what we essentially do is the monthly EMI collection. One thing I would like to mention on the underwriting and the collection side, though community lending or self-help groups is not possible in a housing finance format, within a household, any adult who is able to contribute to the household income should be the co-borrower. So that is something which we encourage. We even in the corroborative evidences that we collect for our income assessment, like going to their place of vending or calculating their cash flow for their kirana shops or their garment shops, we encourage that all the household members, earning members should be there, part of the discussion, and the lady who is our prime borrower, who is our first borrower, should be made aware of what are the problems which will crop up if there is any default. So that kind of education should happen, and this whole within the family there has to be, I call it within family there is a JLG which is formed and which acts as a kind of a incentive, and it kinds of encourages them to repay on time.
Right. Just this one, I don't know whether you had tried. Now the government has moved toward DBT, direct benefit transfers, and invariably it happens on fixed days, 2 days in a month. Would you like to put to your EMI on the same date a standing order from the bank accounts? Will that benefit? Because customers on your profile, if they withdraw, they might spend.
Yeah, that's
just a food for thought.
Yes,
we used to do it in the personal loan days. The EMI date will be exactly the salary credit days.
Yes.
So we do that. We during our course of loan evaluation, we do collect that data and accordingly fix up their EMI dates. But on the DBT date, the system is yet to settle down. There are so many cases where the entitlement is given to somebody else and it is due to somebody else. So let the system settle down and then we can certainly think.
Vivek, to you, now if there are so many, is there insurance companies, will they think of a credit default insurance, for example, as a group, if not as an individual?
Not at the moment, but there's a price for everything. So we'll have to go to the regulator and we'll check up on that.
Right. But having said it, what NHB has now done with HOOPA, and Morning Secretary spoke about it, it used to be 3 lakhs, the government's credit guarantee fund. Now it has been moved to 13 lakhs or 15 lakhs of the loan amount, and credit guarantee will cover up to 8 lakhs. And it's a standard pricing. Government doesn't price it for risk. It's 1%. You could always cover it, right? In fact, every time I'm being questioned why people are not using it fully or not claiming from it, and I always stand up and say it's like regretting that you are not claiming your life insurance, right? It's a little like that. You are happy that you need not claim your life insurance. So, but I think it is being not used enough by especially the small ticket players, to charging that 1% to the customer is not going to mind. I'm again and again saying that 1% or 2% more on an interest rate in this segment, while it might not be politically correct to say, might not matter to the customer, because his other alternative is go to an unorganized sector which is much more higher and with the not so desirable consequences. So that's why we even went to RBI and we got permission for you to charge more, 3% from the existing, or 3.5% on the rural housing fund and urban housing fund, which you guys could use it, because we said anything from an organized sector is much better for the customer. So use the credit guarantee product much better, because now it is there. 2, even at higher levels, the IMGC, the company where we had invested, would take over, but that's market pricing. Again, I'm saying even at that level, the informal customers might not mind paying 1.5%, 2% as a one-time fee to get it running. Any other points?
I will just I have a point on IMGC.
Please.
See, the way I see this is, it has to evolve to products that typically will work. The challenge here is very simple. If all products that is acceptable to the core banking system, what the banks are doing, the credit risk the banks are taking, if that's the kind of risk that IMGC is willing to underwrite, I don't need them, my capital is good enough to underwrite that. What I want is, if you go down the supply chain of customers and the value chain, and we are taking incremental risk. So a part of that incremental risk is what we would look at IMGC to cover in a structured, cost-effective manner, and those are customers who, as you rightly said, are willing to pay that 150 basis points extra.
Okay. So you were saying, sorry, you are saying, Sandeep, it cannot be priced very high, but it has to be priced reasonably as a risk share. Okay.
Sir, I think what you have mentioned about Credit Guarantee Fund Trust for Low Income Housing, it is the most important organization which none of us are using that aggressively, where 1% or 0.05% is the guarantee fees, one time only, and they cover up to 8 lakhs rupees. The only one rider is coming in this, in low income, in the Housing for All, where you are doing under PMAY, the credit guarantee scheme says these loans are not covered because government is extending them interest subsidy. My only submission, interest subsidy is for demand side, it is for the borrower to get its more affordability for repayment of loan and more loan. And credit guarantee fund trust guarantee is for the lender for the housing finance company. Therefore, if you pitch with the government and tell them that credit guarantee fund trust scheme should be extended for all loans up to 8 lakh rupees, which is presently available, irrespective whether they are falling under PMOI or they are done without PMOI, that will be more incentivization to all housing finance lender. It is better than IMGC.
We have discussed this enough times. There is one point here. CLSS, we are looking at the way it is taking over. Morning I said we have done about 143 crores, which is probably much, much higher than any other schemes. We look at doubling or tripling it in the current year. The problem is same customer gets an subsidy, same customer defaults, the entire benefit starts getting into the same customer. The worry with the government, and rightfully so, it cannot get an organized way of thinking, which could happen considering some of the schemes which are earlier gone. So it's very imperative we learn, we have data inputs, we give it mature, we analyze it and then take this call. But sir, having said it, we have discussed with the government 3-4 times and it's been a very considered decision that at this point in time we won't cover that. Just a question before we close. Will having a standard buyer's agreement pan-India vendor, PMA may give comfort to lower middle class to be sure with the documents? Ashish Gulati, you want to answer that? Is it even possible to get a standard buyer agreement across the country?
I think it can be made, sir. It can be made. Only if the government initiates through all state government can be made.
But why do you want a standard one? The culture of housing is very geographically defined, so people
It's
have
like
to
30
see
different
and feel.
countries.
Yeah.
We have 30 different countries, so 30 different thing has to be there. What people understand, they have to give them what they understand.
See, having done it, we worked, the urban housing and urban ministry has worked on a standard developer, a standard agreement which will be put as a model agreement. Now, whether states mandate it in a federal structure is left to the state governments. For the PMAY, we have worked with IBA and HFCs and suggested again a standard format of documents and application form. I do not have data how many of them have adopted it. But again, it is individual. If one company comes and says, I cannot adopt it, I need these 2 clauses in my agreement which is going to protect me, then I cannot come and say, no, you need to adopt it, because it depends on the risk appetite, on the interpretation of that company, of the local law, and what do they need.
Correct.
That is where it comes in. So it's a good suggestion, but at this moment, I would say it's a little bit theoretical. Let's see when the real estate law comes into force in all the states, how many of them adopt, how many of them take the standard agreement, then probably in majority of the states, at least in metros, it could come true. Any other comments from the panelists? Not, okay. I thank all the panelists and the audience. Thank you, unless you have any other questions.
Thank you so very much, sir. And sir, may I request you to please present a prize to the one who raised the question, put it online with our hashtag. May I request Mr. Gulati to please step forward? Mr. Gulati raised a question, but he's not here to know the answer.
Probably he's watching through live.
Yes, probably. Thank you so very much. Let's put our hands together yet again for our panel chair and our panelists. And may I request Mr. Kapoor to please step forward and thank each one of our panelists with a token of our appreciation. Post this, we'll meet for networking tea and coffee, so you're more than welcome to raise questions offline or share comments, whatever you prefer. Once again, a reminder to all of you to please fill in your feedback in our feedback form. This will just help us know better about what you felt of the first edition of our summit. And once again, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all our partners, our title partner, Khush Housing Finance. I'd also like to thank our knowledge partner, National Housing Bank, our associate partners, Experian. Of course, thank you to LIC Housing Finance. We'd also like to thank Aditya Birla Housing Finance, HDFC, India Bulls Housing Finance, and Shriram General Insurance. Once again, a big thank you to our audience. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to put all of this together. So thank you once again for joining us. putting all of this together in a cap. Dharmesh, you're